Welcome to my channel, guys. If you're looking for an amazing novel, visit my Patreon page. Your support will help turn this story into an exciting audiobook. Join me on this journey. Chapter 41, Seek for Knowledge. After finishing some other details of the deal, such as organizing the Saiyan schedule to receive warp training from the Ildari, what kind of help was needed regarding the military presence in the Fadas system, and the existence of a nearby maiden world with an exodat presence that could be useful for the Saiyan expansion, both parties started to talk about some other concerning matters. Mostly, one that was brought by the Ildaris: if you want us to act as reinforcements, you're going to need to take us with your ships. Ban pointed out after hearing Eurokane's words. A part of the deal was regarding the Saiyans helping the Eldar race to ensure their survival. This extended to help craft worlds from being assaulted, and exodite worlds from being overrun or conquered, and to a lesser extent, help any Ildari army if they were present. Not seeing anything that wouldn't be beneficial for them, Ban agreed with it, as they would have battles to fight over and chances to ensure their growth in the meantime. It was a win-win situation. More so if the Ildari could provide engines for the meantime until they had a functional industry in Fadas to provide reparations on their space pod and produce the lesser version of the warp engines that primitive Saiyans created before. Engines that could enable them to move through systems in a matter of hours, and successfully patrol a whole bunch of local systems in a matter of a day. And that would be the old technology that the Saiyans were willing to share with their new subjects for the time being. Something that would require time, less if the tech priests from the Adeptus Mechanicus chose to submit. Nonetheless, without any way to move through systems for the time being, Ban needed a ship and a medium of transport for the time being. Something that the craft world Mimira could provide with. Nodding his head, Eurokane said, and that is why we here, Ban. My position would enable you to operate without too many constraints while ensuring no other craft world antagonist with you. His words were filled with confidence and certainty. Although he wasn't a Farseer, his many years while being a warlock and his innumerable feats in his craft world spoke loud enough for the Farseer Nairlayak to entrust him with such a mission. Through his years, Eurokane helped many other fleets, assaults, and defenses of other craft worlds and exodite worlds, thus garnering a reputation and trust well placed under his belt. Raising his thumb, Ban simply said, well, that's it, while starting to stretch out, taking a moment to further organize his next words. Raising his neck to stare at Eurokane, who was sitting with the female Ildari, he said, now, what about training us? At his words, Ramela jumped from her seat as she moved beside Ban to stretch too. A toothy grin adorned both Saiyan's faces while they eyed with expectation at the warlock, who smiled wryly as he answered them, very well, I shall begin with basics in this case. Thus, for the next 2 hours, both Ban and Ramela heard with the utmost attention the warlock's teachings, as he shared the training that the young Ildari had been subjected to since childhood, unaware of a pivotal difference between the two races. Alas, that was something that both parties would find later on. After parting ways with the Ildari who remained on the space station, Ban and Ramela head back to Fadas while they remain contemplative after being taught under Eurokane. His words brought insight into many things that never before Ban thought of. The most important one is the fragmentation of their emotions, something which baffled Ban as it basically means to mind break themselves, and basically be schizophrenic individuals. His notions were shattered after a long and informative lesson from the warlock, which lead both Saiyans to remain contemplative of his words. Feeling his body getting tense, Ban thought to himself, for Christ's sake, just a couple of hours hearing their words and I want to get kicked in the head. Yees, no wonder they are so stuck up. Ban felt as if a haze was put on his mind while a headache started to form in his mind, purely out of stress. Frowning while seeing Redensha's wall in the far, he continued, but I can see how it may work, although we don't share the same sensitivity. It may help to reign over our emotions in the long term and prevent our children from falling into chaos. The sheer discipline that the Asuryani path required was astonishing, but it would work for the Saiyans to hold the reins of their battle lust, something that even Ban fell prey to. After landing on the fortress squares and receiving fearful looks, both Ban and Ramela walked towards the palace while not minding the glances. I still don't understand something, Ban. Why do they need to do this to themselves? It is just to protect their minds. Ramela, who remained silent all this time, couldn't help but ask. Eurokane didn't point out why the Ildari recurred to such methods, or the story of their race itself. At such with a long sigh, Ban answered her, our souls can get consumed by the chaos gods, any of them, but in the case of the Ildari, their fate was already sealed as they gave birth to one chaos god a few thousand years ago, destroying their empire and cursing their souls to only be consumed by her. Giving a sideline glance at Ramela, who looked troubled while hearing his words, he continued. What they're doing now is stopping themselves to fall into what they once were and prevent their souls from being consumed. It's a horrible fate, to be honest. Although Ban knew that his explanation would lead to more confusion for Ramela, he held back from completely telling her everything. Stopping Ramela just when she was about to say something, he exclaimed, I don't know that well, their story, only tidbits from what the Inquisitor wrote about. If you're curious, just ask them. Then motioning with his head inside where many government officials were looking at them with fear, he said, just wait until we do our job here. Making Ramela let out a sigh while nodding. Opening the wide doors, they made their way inside while he looked over to servants to lay out his orders. Call the tech priests and other officials, we'll hold a meeting. His deep voice made many jolts awake from their freezing positions as they scattered away. Focusing his mind to reach out to the person he was looking for, Bann told her telepathically, Cielo, come inside the palace, ask for our position. I want you here. Shutting down the connection after saying what he wanted. After entering the eviction chamber, he picked another chair for Ramela to sit upon, while he sat upon the Sene's Chal seat in the middle, waiting in silence as the room started to fill in as more and more nobles with functionaries in rows entered. The eyes of everyone were posed into the Tusians in the middle until the figure of Cielo passed through the open doors as her golden locks fluttered behind her, stealing gazes from everyone in the room as she walked with a raised chin. Her eyes stared at Bann, while she carried herself with firmness and graciousness. Before she could reach his position, Bann gestured to his side while saying, "You're looking great, come stay at my side for the time being." A subtle smile could be seen on his face after Cielo blushed at his compliment while she nodded at moved to his side, standing still with solemnity. As they waited for the necessary people to enter the room, Bann lowered his voice so Cielo and Ramela could hear him now. "Why do you think I brought the two of you here?" Ramela turned her head to look at him with a puzzled look as she answered with uncertainty, to look badass. Not receiving an answer from Bann, who waited for Cielo's response. The latter eyed the room in silence for a moment until she stated, "I've heard from my sisters that you've already started some changes. So if you're making this ruckus, then it shall be for an announcement, I guess." After finishing, she looked at Bann as she expected his response. Shaking his head sideways in negative, Bann slowly said to them, "It's for you both to learn and see. You Ramela are going to be a ruler, so you need to see how things are done." Bann looked at her while saying so. Ramela frowned at his words, yet she didn't say anything as Bann moved his gaze towards Cielo while saying, "And you need to see how easy are the individuals from the Imperium to sway with their loyalty. Just the promise of knowledge and progress is enough for the oppressed people of your empire to seek our support." Just as he finished his words, the last individuals entered the room, a total amount of 15 tech priests of the Adeptus Mechanicus, 14 that came with the Imperial Guard and 1 that was sent down from the space station at Bann's order. Behind them, Aurora alongside Agrippa walked towards her seat before courteously bowing towards Bann, who smiled at her, and heading to her position. Taking a moment to gather their attention, Bann started while eyeing around. "Greetings to all of you, I've gathered everyone for an important meeting." His gaze landed on the tech priests and to seal a deal. His words brought solemnity to the chamber while their attention focused on his seating figure, which exuded an aura of oppression and confidence. "Yesterday I spoke with some of you, priests from Mars, to extend our hand for you to join the efforts of improving this world. Now I expect an answer from you after a night of deliberation," he said with grandiloquence as his eyes pressured the tech priests. "Bear in mind something, the eyes of this world are resting upon you." His words made the nobles and officials stare at the group of tech priests with questions. Thankfully for them, Bann decided to be clear. "These ladies and gentlemen here from the Adeptus Mechanicus are of vital importance to further enhance the advance of this world." Raising from his seat, Bann started to walk around the room while he continued with his words. "Their ancestors were once the ones that brought humanity from their darkest hours and led them to prosperity. Now after millennia, they are asked once again to help this world to be brought into a golden age." Murmurs started to fill the room after they heard Bann's words. Although ignorant of the validity of his words, many were aware of the expertise and skillful hands that the Admech possessed. Even if questions remained in the air about some things that Bann said, many were able to see what he wanted to do here. Moving towards the border of the stairs that lead to the circular platform he was standing on, Bann raised his chin as he extended his hand deliberately slowly. After a pause to increase the tension, he eyed the tech priest at the forefront while he asked tech priests of the Mechanicus, "Are you willing to honor your ancestors and help Faradras towards eternal glory?" The choice of his words made the entirety of the room focus on them, weighing heavily upon their figures as the eyes of hundreds waited anxiously at their words. The sheer pressure that Bann alone exuded was enough to make them feel like drowning in it. Eyeing Bann with his bionic eyes, one tech priest walked forward as his mechanical voice stated, "Our belief lay into knowledge and its sacred divinity. It is our duty to ensure the preservation of it." Although some were unable to understand through the cybernetic mix of voices, some looked with hope at the man. Bann remained impassible while he stared at the tech priests, who continued, "However, it is in our belief that Zeno's technology cannot be trusted and it's an offense to the Omnissiah itself." Bann stared at the tech priest with a poker face as he asked, "Is that so?" Then staring at the group in the back he said in a low tone, "Does he speak for every single one of you?" He noticed some of them being restless as the first tech priest spoke, yet noticing that Bann gave them a chance, a handful of them raised their voices. "He doesn't speak for me. I for once believe that any knowledge is worth to study and being retrieved for the well-being of mankind." "Heretic," the first tech priest hissed while he turned around. Yet no giving him a chance, other voices said. "All knowledge is sacred, it doesn't matter if it comes from a Zeno or not. It is us who need to ensure it's purified for the use of humanity. With cleanse and our rituals, even the most stuck-up in our ranks cannot speak ill of the divine knowledge that the machine god bestows us. Our minds cannot stand in the way of the sacred illumination that the Deus machine device for us." Just when a gun was started to get charged, Bann interceded as his hand went through the head of one tech priest as he said, "Enough. Behave yourself in front of me, as I will not tolerate disrespect to us." The agonizing voice of the slain tech priest was all that everyone heard, as Bann let his body fall to the floor. "Those of you who want to help us understand and share our technology, please walk forward. And those of you who view the others as heretics, stand back." As Bann ordered, 5 tech priests alongside the one that came from the space station moved forward as they stared at Bann with trepidation. Meanwhile, scornful remarks in binary could be heard on the back as 8 others glared at the heretics with blazing rage, barely holding themselves back as they view more worth to informing of such a thing than dying meaninglessly in the chamber. The 6 of you are hereby welcome in our seek of progress. Your forebears are proud of your decision, as with your help and knowledge countless lives would be saved. Bann announced while claps started to resound in the chamber, started by Aurora, who looked at everything with a cold glint. The 6 tech priests looked humble in front of Bann as they accepted the ovation, while the sounds of claps echoed around, until Bann raised one hand and the nobles and officers stopped alike. Gazing at the remaining group of loyalist tech priests, Bann smirked with disdain clouded by your prejudices and ignorance, and turning your backs at the intent of your forebears is that you brought shame at the noble cause that seeks progress to your kin. For that, you're sentenced to death. Not giving time for anyone to react, Bann's eyes shone bright as a yellow key blast landed upon the group of tech priests, boom, vaporizing them while raising dust and debris around. A few gasps of dread echoed through the chamber, while many eyes of the people inside eyed the Saiyan with fear, who eyed everyone in the chamber with a cold resolution before sitting again on his seat. With now willing tech priests under their grasp, their plans would be set in a faster motion than before, and for those that stand in his way, Bann was willing to overcome them, not minding ways. For the Saiyan's plan was more important than the belief of any individual. Chapter 42, A Dinner with the Rose. After a rather extensive meeting with the nobles and the now loyalist tech priests, Bann made Ramila escort tech priests towards the Saiyan base while she stayed there to look after the scholars learning their technology. Meanwhile, Bann listened intently to the report on the number of psychers willing to come forward and be counted in Redentia. Although he was hoping for a larger turnout, he was not entirely surprised by the small number. The majority of psychers were still living in fear of the public opinion towards them, as they had been shunned and ostracized for years. There were also those who suspected a trap, and thus remained in hiding. Bann knew that he had a long road ahead in order to change the mindset of the psychers and the society as a whole. It was not a task that could be accomplished overnight, and he was aware that it would require a great deal of effort and patience on his part. However, he also understood the importance of creating a safe environment for the psychers to come forward and be recognized. Only by doing so could they begin to integrate into society and be accepted for who they were. As such, after being briefed on the number, which was only a meager 426, Bann ordered that their housing, food, and education would be paid by the nobles as he explained what kind of power these psychers would present in the future. Their training, on the other hand, will be held back for the time being as Bann himself wanted to supervise it after learning the basics from Eurocane and Anna F. This was mostly to prevent their powers from going berserk and to prevent any sort of incident. However, this didn't mean that they wouldn't be briefed about the dangers of using their powers and the knowledge about the warp itself. For Bann believes it was more prudent to make them aware of the danger they were in, rather than let them remain in the dark. Although their view on the matter was heavily frowned upon among the nobles and officers, none dared to raise a voice of concern as they simply accepted his order. More so when Bann made an emphasis on explaining how powerful the psychers could be, and the utility of them in the future, all of which are based on treating them as decent human beings. Thus, when the sun began to set, everyone was able to exit the room as they prepared to follow what was spoken. The psychers were brought into Redentia while Bann and Cielo spoke with each other. You will be partaking also lessons with the rest of the psychers. Even if you don't want to acknowledge it, it would be best for you to start familiarizing yourself with your abilities so we can reduce the chances of a fucking daemon possessing you, Bann said to the hard-headed battle sister who looked with a frown at Bann. His light shines brightly within me, so there's no chance for a scourge of darkness to hold on me. She answered him with respect yet was clearly pissed off at Bann's words. Not having none of it, he said to her, it doesn't matter. Since you seemed to have visions of the future, it would be better for you to start knowing how to make use of them to our benefit. That is if you want to ensure whatever he entrusted you is done. He didn't mind using her faith against her. With the Emperor's task being brought into the conversation, Cielo's negative was shut down while she bit her lips. Yet she nodded her head while she said, if the Emperor's wills it, then so it shall be, and went silent. Just before Aurora approached them too as she asked with a polite tone, I hope I'm not interrupting anything, but I came here to invite you, sire, for a dinner with me. She eyed Bann while saying so. A rosy hue adorned her cheeks as she saw Bann's grin. Nodding his head vigorously, he accepted. But of course, Aurora, I will gladly accept your kind invitation. I'll be accompanying you shortly after finishing some tasks. He tried to act properly while saying so, yet his eager tone and thug grin made him look otherwise. Yet none pointed out as Aurora gracefully nodded her head and exited the chamber, leaving behind Bann and Cielo, with the latter staring at Bann's large grin with a complicated look on her face. Is she your fiancé? I heard the rumors among the logistics crew yesterday, she asked him with a low voice, making Bann turn to look in her direction as he nodded yes, I've taken her the day before as my woman. Cielo felt something stung at her heart, yet she nodded nonetheless in acknowledgement. For a few seconds, silence reigned over the chamber until she spoke softly again. She's a reputable woman for all I've heard. She has taken the position previously held by her mother while being young and has been exemplary among the nobles in Redentia. I'm sure she'll be a good wife for you. Eyeing Cielo with a positive glint, Bann couldn't help but say to her with sincerity, "Thank you for your kind words. It is nice to hear someone praising the person I've chosen as my wife instead of cursing at them like others." There was a wry smile as he thought over Celery and Ramila, who weren't pleased by his choice of woman. Forcing a polite smile on her face, Cielo answered him, "There's nothing to be thankful for, I'm just pointing out the truth." Although Bann wanted to say something in that regard, he held back before Cielo excused herself and exited the chamber, heading to meet with her sisters who were appointed to leave tomorrow, wanting to spend the last night with them, leaving behind Bann, who let out a deep sigh while he stared at the high ceilings of the chamber, thinking about the life he was currently living, not long before deciding to head forward to meet with Aurora. Exiting the chamber while the cleaning personnel entered to gather the remaining dust of the tech priests and other trash that remained. As I trailed the servant's lead, an undeniable sense of awe enveloped me as we navigated the sumptuous corridors of the palace. Our journey culminated in a pause before a grand door that loomed above us. As the servant exerted pressure to swing it open, I was ushered into the embrace of a splendid dining room. Moonlight cascaded through expansive windows, casting a gentle glow over the opulent space. Luxurious furnishings and golden carvings adorned the creamy walls, imparting a regal essence to the surroundings. Above the table hung a breathtaking crystal chandelier, diffusing sparkling shadows throughout the room. The air bore the rich scent of delectable cuisine, and strategically placed candles cast flickering flames, elevating the room to an even grander stature. Seated at the head of the table was Aurora, draped in a breathtaking white and golden gown meticulously crafted to accentuate her nape, shoulders, and cleavage. A frilly choker adorned the dress, contributing an additional layer of refinement to her ensemble. The dress gracefully embraced her hourglass figure, accentuating natural curves while preserving a regal and graceful allure. Instead of veering towards vulgarity, the dress elevated her innate charms, amplifying her already stunning beauty. Fiery red locks cascaded down her back, framing her visage in a captivating manner. To manage her tresses, she sported a braided crown, introducing an extra layer of charm to her overall appearance. Her captivating gaze followed my entrance, her eyes, reminiscent of a sly fox, possessing a striking icy blue that seemed to pierce through the depths of my soul. A subtle reddish hue graced her cheeks, bestowing upon her an alluring, flushed countenance, accentuated by her full, red-colored lips. A discreet smile adorned her lips as she responded to my reaction. As I opened my mouth to speak, she preempted me with a welcoming statement, "It is nice to see you here." Nodding my head, a wide smile stretched across my face as I clumsily exclaimed, "You look breathtaking." My eyes unabashedly feasted upon her exquisite figure. A more intense flush graced her cheeks as she awkwardly thanked me. "I'm glad to hear such words. I do hope you find the food to your liking too." She subtly gestured towards the table, where rows of delectable dishes lay. Their fragrance indeed stirred my appetite, but not as much as the woman seated in front of me. Taking a seat at the other end, I attempted to conceal my displeasure with the arrangement. After all, if things didn't take an unfortunate turn, I'd soon be devouring more than just the meal in front of me. Tension began to build as an awkward silence lingered. Servants brought drinks to the table as we started to partake in the dinner. My eyes fleetingly glanced at the peculiar piece of alien meat before me as I awkwardly began to cut it. In a matter of minutes, I polished off what could pass for a hefty 5-kilogram steak, accompanied by some peculiar vegetables and a porridge of cereals. Meanwhile, Aurora consumed significantly less than I was accustomed to seeing Saiyan women eat. Not entirely surprising, given the biological differences between us. Having sated my hunger, I initiated a small chat. "I've heard that news of our engagement has already spread throughout the city." My eyes fixated on her, relishing the alluring view of her beauty against a backdrop of a painting with a starry sky and moonlight rays highlighting her features. Nodding, she replied, "When a member of a noble house gets engaged, it is customary for such news to spread soon. It serves as a way to showcase for our families." Her voice resonated like a song, and I absorbed her explanation. Our conversation meandered through noble houses, the city, and the previous planet governor. She elaborated on her duties as a Saiyan Chow. It didn't escape my notice that she was an ambitious woman, well-versed in the power dynamics of planetary politics. Her upbringing and imminent appointment as Saiyan Chow had molded her into a formidable yet cool-headed politician. A woman with a sharp mind and a calculative tongue, she understood the value of words and used them judiciously. Curiosity compelled me to ask something more personal, especially after our recent engagement. "Why did you accept so easily to be my woman?" My words momentarily stunned her before she gulped down her honey wine. Throughout dinner, she had consumed a considerable amount of it, which wasn't surprising given the impending consummation of our relationship. Her icy gaze locked onto mine as she answered, "Since a young age, I was prepared to give myself to a fitting man. Though I initially thought it would be a noble, not a Zeno." She paused, her eyes subtly scanning the rest of my body above the table. "But considering the circumstances, you're more than a simple man, and despite what some may say, you're a handsome man who gets things done." Her face flushed completely as she hastily reached for more honey wine, prompting laughter from me. Despite her antics, I appreciated her candid words. Throughout our conversation, compliments from her were not easily bestowed. Getting more comfortable, I grinned, saying, "The more I talk with you, the more I come to like your personality." She shot me a glance, raising her cup and downing its contents. Rising from my seat, I stretched and carried the mug of honey wine with me, walking towards the windows under Aurora's watchful gaze as she refilled her drink. Staring at the almost full moon, I spoke slowly. I don't know what fate has prepared for us, but I can assure you one thing, Aurora. I turned to look directly into her eyes. You're not going to bow your head to anyone but me, as you are the woman of Bann. Walking towards her, I raised my hand for her to take it, saying, let me show you what awaits you from now on. Her audible gulp reached my ears as her soft, warm hands met mine. Assisting her to her feet, we exited the dining room, heading towards a room prepared for our accommodation. Holding her hand, I sensed tension and anxiousness gripping Aurora as she looked forward with trepidation. Opting to let my actions speak, I refrained from saying anything, focusing on calming her down in our moments together. Entering a spacious room, my eyes landed on a large king-size bed with 4 tall corners holding a frame draped in see-through curtains of red. A vast carpet covered the wooden floor, adorned with various pillows surrounding the bed. 2 windows offered a view of the outside, and the moonlight dimly illuminated the room. A faint yet sultry fragrance lingered in the air, one I recognized as belonging to Aurora. Releasing my hand, she gracefully advanced, and my gaze followed the contours of her back, where her generous, circular, and vivacious curves swayed harmoniously with each step, embracing her form-fitting dress. With deliberate poise, she elevated her hands, initiating the unhurried unfastening of her dress as she drew near the bed. My senses avidly absorbed the sound of her sigh, igniting a hunger within me as I sensed my heartbeat escalating. The unveiling of her alabaster skin unfolded gradually, casting aside the garment in a tantalizing descent. Allowing me to relish her captivating silhouette, she subtly pivoted, casting a coy yet alluring glance over her shoulder. With a demure hand delicately concealing her matronly bosom, she spoke in a sultry, enticing tone, "What are you doing standing there? Weren't you about to show me what kind of future awaits me?" Jolting me from my contemplation, a fervent blaze of desire consumed me entirely. My primal instincts awakened, responding not only to her teasing words but also to the bewitching, celestial vision of her form. Swiftly shedding my attire, I advanced decisively, a deliberate yet unhurried pace bringing me closer to her. Sensing her gaze exploring my physique, her eyes lingering with intrigue on my groin, a mischievous grin played on my lips. The bravado that once adorned her demeanor now replaced by a gulp, an unspoken acknowledgement of the unfolding desires. The promise of a protracted night lay before us, a canvas awaiting the strokes of passion and intimacy. Chapter 44, Looming Threat. In the soft morning light, Bann awoke wearing a contented smile, enveloped in Aurora's warm embrace. The voluptuous curves of her body cradled him as he savored the tranquility of the dawn. Yet, duty beckoned, and with reluctance, he gently extricated himself from her koala-like hug. As he attempted to move without disturbing her slumber, Aurora's long eyelashes fluttered open, revealing a glint in her eyes. With a genial smile, Bann greeted her, "Good morning, my slumbering beauty. I apologize for the rude awakening." Leaning in, he bestowed a soft kiss upon her lips, and Aurora, though initially blushing, reciprocated the gesture. His hand tenderly caressing her red hair while she purred in enjoyment, Bann spoke softly, "Take the day off. Rest and worry not." His eyes briefly lingered on the love bites adorning her body along her creamy skin. Despite Aurora's initial inclination to protest, the physical toll of their passionate night and the numb feeling on her crotch left her nodding in silent compliance. Remaining ensconced on the bed, Aurora observed with a rare comfort and peace as Bann prepared for the day, donning his spandex and armor after a brief shower. Before departing, he shared parting words, "I shall return tonight. Remember to rest, okay?" Her response was a nod accompanied by, "I shall be eagerly awaiting your return." With her soft voice, her eyes staring at his figure with a feeling that wasn't there before. Opening a door that led towards a balcony, he threw a last glance at Aurora's resting figure, feasting upon her exquisite body on last time, before looking forward and floating away after bursting out his key. Thus, flying away towards the palace square where he saw movement ongoing as various transport ships starting to land. Their engines roared through the morning sky while Bann eyed the direction they came from, which was the space station. Descending gracefully, Bann observed logistical crews engaged in a frenzied dance, soldiers waiting in disciplined rows, and battle sisters, their demeanor somber and gloomy. Cielo, overseeing them, shared the same countenance. Bann landed beside her, his presence acknowledged with a nod. She greeted him with a tone of gravity, "May the Emperor grant you a good morning, Bann, for mine is not." Intrigued and concerned, Bann inquired, "What is amiss? Why the long faces? I thought you were ready for departure." His eyes moved around with clear interest. Cielo sighed deeply, disclosing the unexpected recall of all orders to Ocasus. "That was the case. I even came up with acceptance of their departure. Until the choir received a message asking for all the orders in the sector to head back to Ocasus." She paused as her body tensed, staring at Bann while she said, "An unprecedented attack is on the way towards our cardinal world. And my sisters are about to head to the call." Her tone was solemn and pained as she said this, while her fist clenched tightly. Noticing that it wasn't a simple call made, Bann let out a sigh as he said, "By looking at your faces, I guess is one of those calls that never end well." Receiving a nod from Cielo, who added, "Indeed, the enemy this time cannot be reasoned with, I fear. And more than one of my sisters is sure to perish." Looking at the assembling ranks of soldiers and the transport ships opening their doors, Bann lamented out loud, "It's a shame we don't have our ships ready to travel. Or else I wouldn't mind lending a hand to y'all." He knew that many of those he was seeing now were bound to die in that battle. That was always the case in Warhammer. and knowing their closeness with Cielo meant that their death would deeply affect her, made Bann want to help them out. Just because he wanted to prove the point that let him allow her to be at his side in the first place. The horror of the Imperium and the need for someone who would put an end to all the corruption ongoing. Why would they need to waste so many lives, when they could adopt Zeno's technology and improve the survivability of their soldiers? With a heavy sigh, he patted Cielo's shoulder as he touched his scouter, to communicate with his companions. In 4 hours I want you all in the space station for training. And Ramila, fill me up with the advances made by the scholars. As he ordered this, he gave one last pat on Cielo's shoulder as he said to her, I'll be going then, you'll be staying here. Received a nod from her part as she said I'll see them taking their ship before heading back inside. Letting out a sigh, he simply floated up until he reached a good height until he accelerated his speed and headed towards the space station. It was time for the Inquisitor to leave the planet. But not before leaving behind some people at Bann's hand. Rising his speed, he left some glances at the moving transport ships while Ramila filled her reports. It seemed that some progress was made, well, at least in the knowledge department. As some scholars started to learn the raw materials for most of their creations, some of which never were discovered by the Imperium. Or it might be, Bann didn't know. But the important part was that the foundations for deeper knowledge were being learnt by the scholars. And surprisingly, one of the tech priests that were in charge of infrastructure was able to grasp some gleam about an important piece of building. A gravity chamber. It wasn't anything crazy like Bulma was able to create with hundreds of G, but the gravity of planet Vegeta, as it was part of the process of making kids that weren't raised on the planet, to get accustomed to it. Nonetheless, considering that they were on a planet with the same gravity as Earth, that was more than enough to let a large grin appear on Bann's face as the promise of large improvements in his power level was enough to make his blood boil and look forward to the future. After eyeing one of the hangar bays, Bann slowed his speed as he entered the space station, which was surprisingly livid as people came and went through the corridors and large hangars. Not stopping to look around, he went towards the royal chamber where the Inquisitor was still held prisoner in keychains. Eyeing his countenance and golden armor, Bann let out a smirk while he eyed the astropath and Augusta alongside the man serving him food. Noticing his appearance, the two women went rigid as they eyed Bann with apprehension while the Inquisitor simply glared at him. His eyes lacked the fierceness of days ago, which was understandable after everything that happened. Tapping in front of the man, Bann didn't lower his head. Instead, he fixed a piercing gaze upon him before remarking, "Good morning, Inquisitor. I bring tidings that may brighten your day." The ostensibly cheerful tone dripped with sarcasm, a fact not lost on anyone in the room, yet an anticipatory hush lingered as they awaited Bann's next words. Closing his eyes and turning towards the window, Bann continued with a tone that conveyed the weight of finality, "Today marks the occasion when you'll bid farewell to my planet, never to grace it with your presence again." Gannicus felt his blood seethe at the sight of Bann's retreating figure. Clenching his fists, he gritted his teeth, silently cursing, "This bastard." The desire for vengeance burned within him, an ember waiting for the right moment to blaze. However, now was not the opportune time to voice his ire, as it appeared his adversary was ready to let him depart. Turning around abruptly, Bann declared, however. His gaze shifted towards Augusta as he continued, "Some things are destined to linger. In this case, it would be your delightful little psyker." A devilish smile adorned his face, relishing the discomfort evident in Augusta's nervous gulp and downward gaze. Biting her lips, Augusta fought back tears, desperately preventing them from streaming down her face. The weight of impending separation and uncertainty hung in the air. Gannicus, momentarily puzzled, observed his cotter with confusion until he caught sight of Augusta's distressed expression. A surge of rage threatened to consume his mind, embodying the ferocity of a devoted follower of Kern. "What have you done to her? Despicable scum." His anger seethed through clenched teeth as he glared vehemently at Bann. Swiftly transitioning from his devilish smile to an unamused expression, Bann retorted, "Everything has a price, Inquisitor. In the case of your life, your cotter has paid dearly to ensure your continued existence." The remark nearly caused the Inquisitor to burst a vein in anger, the tension in the room escalating with every passing moment. Just as Bann was poised to continue his words, an inexplicable force seemed to constrict his throat, and his eyes widened like dinner plates. His heartbeat quickened, drowning amidst a chittering noise that invaded his mind. The cacophony reached such an unbearable volume that, for a fleeting moment, it threatened to tip him into madness. An oppressive sensation gripped him, and an ominous foreboding of impending doom took root in his consciousness. Growing increasingly agitated, Bann scanned the room, his frantic gaze met with frowning gazes from those present. The tension thickened until the astropath and Augusta crumpled to the floor, unleashing blood-curdling screams that resonated with the sheer intensity of pain. Erg. Their anguished cries echoed through the space station as blood spilled from their eyes and orifices, their hands clenching their heads tightly. The symphony of agony reverberated, joining a chorus of escalating screams that permeated the once quiet station. Bann, now pallid, stared through the window, a sense of dread settling over him like an impenetrable shroud. What could only be described as a violet nebula, an otherworldly spectacle, unfurled and encroached upon the surroundings. Simultaneously, a solar flare lashed out, striking both Faradras and the space station. Sensations of hair standing on end coursed through Bann's body, urging him to act. Swiftly, he reached for his scouter, a lifeline to his teammates in this dire moment. "Quick! Come to the space station, now!" Fear-laden voices of Ramala and Aprit pleaded urgently through the device. Ban, what is happening? Hey man, what is going on? The people here started to go crazy. Refusing to repeat himself, Ban bellowed, get your asses here now. If you want an explanation, you'll have one here, abruptly severing the communication. Releasing the Inquisitor, Ban moved toward the man's position, unceremoniously tossing him in front of the window. Urgency lined his voice as he demanded, tell me I'm not going mad. Are you witnessing the same as I am? The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on both men as they stared into the unfolding cosmic chaos. Initially, Gannicus harbored the desire to unleash a torrent of curses upon Ban for his mistreatment. However, as his gaze shifted to the windows, an unsettling realization crept over him, rendering him momentarily pale and dry-lipped. Frozen in place, he confronted the sight he dreaded, Tyranids, an existential threat he never wished to witness. Tyranids, he muttered, slowly regaining his composure. A stern expression etched onto his face, he turned to Ban, rising to his feet. If we want to survive, we have to face this together. With the forces on the planet, there's no way we can survive this. His tone resonated with solemnity and grim acceptance, his rage momentarily eclipsed by the dire reality. Gulping down his pride, he made this admission. Ban, scoffing at Gannicus, retorted, that's why I freed you. If you weren't about to propose it, I would have forced you to do it. Touching his scouter once more, he activated the scanning function. We're going to need every clever mind down there if we wish to make things work. Amidst the chaos, Ban's mind swirled with a maelstrom of ideas and plans, each fleeting second birthing and discarding countless strategies. Ban, the devourers of the void are upon us, Eurocane's voice cut through the air like a blade, a chilling underscore to the wails of anguish that filled the chamber. Both Ban and Gannicus wheeled around, their eyes falling upon the entrance where three Eldars strode into the royal chamber. The Inquisitor's face twisted in a grotesque dance of anger, disgust, and an undercurrent of deep-seated hate. However, he stifled the torrent of curses that threatened to escape, swallowing hard, inhaling deeply before moving to aid Augusta and the Astropath. Now was not the time for confrontations with the Ildari, not in the face of the impending catastrophe. As Ban eyed the Eldar trio, he nodded gravely, acknowledging the gravity of their situation. We're in desperate need of your assistance in this dire hour, he uttered, the weight of impending doom hanging heavily in the air. Gulping down his anxiety, he reached for his scouter. *bip. *. The scanner whirred to life, its mechanical hum punctuating the ominous atmosphere. Eurocane's pledge to aid reverberated in response to Ban's plea. We shall exert every effort to aid you in this trial, our first as uneasy allies, tested under the crimson stain of blood. Yet, in the wake of Eurocane's commitment, Ban remained motionless, a pallor settling over his countenance. His body trembled, not just from the tangible fear in the air, but from the weight of an impending calamity. Each breath quickened, parching his lips, as if the very air had grown thin, and an unseen force constricted his throat. His chest felt as though an insurmountable mountain pressed down upon it, bearing witness to a grim revelation. In the dim light of the chamber, his horrified gaze fixated on the red lens of the scouter, revealing a number that defied comprehension, a sinister tally etched in digital doom. This was a revelation that transcended mortal horror, a glimpse into a realm where the line between survival and annihilation blurred, and the shadows of an impending apocalypse loomed large. This cannot be possible, he thought to himself, horrified while staring at the number. Blip. 893.814.750.999.241.003. Chapter 45, A Plan for Survival. The inexorable passage of seconds seemed to unfold into protracted hours, casting a somber shroud over Ban's senses. As he watched, the rudimentary numerical display wrought a gradual descent into obscurity, veiling his vision in an encroaching darkness that mimicked the cloak of impending doom. Eurocane, apprehensive at Ban's unresponsive demeanor, treaded cautiously toward him, a palpable trepidation enveloping his very essence. With measured composure, he extended a deliberate touch upon Ban's shoulder, unleashing a minute psychic ripple to extricate him from the vice-like grip of his stupor. Ban, can you perceive my words? The customary sharp cadence of Eurocane's voice took on an uncharacteristic gentleness. As Ban slowly emerged from his mental abyss, his countenance drained of color. Yet, he briefly inclined his head in acknowledgement to the warlock. Indeed, I am present, he responded, quelling the surge of fear with a determined gulp. The moment did not permit such frailty, and he could ill afford the luxury of dwelling on the unfathomable misfortune that seemingly clung to him. Observing the ominous amalgamation of gloom, concern, and almost terror etched on the countenances of the 6 individuals present, Ban fortified his resolve, clenching his jaw and inhaling deeply. I have scanned our adversaries, his resonant voice intoned with an air of solemnity, prompting the instinctive straightening of backs in the room. The royal chamber became a crucible of hushed attention. Their multitude is beyond conceivable reckoning, 893 trillion individual biomass entities. Each syllable he uttered unleashed an icy tempest upon the listeners' souls. A profound silence reigned in the royal chamber, pierced only by the distant moans of pain emanating from the corridors, serving as a haunting prelude to the impending cataclysm. Even Augusta and the Astropath relinquished their painful groans, their attention riveted as they avidly absorbed Ban's pronouncements. Their collective disquiet, however, shifted to the indelible scar wrought by the ominous shadow in the warp, a sinister presence that cast its malevolent influence across the entire Faradras system. A pervasive numbness gripped Ban's entire being after uttering the staggering numerical revelation. Undeterred by the encroaching weight that sought to smother him, he addressed his companions with a resolute declaration, "My teammates approach. Upon their arrival, we shall formulate a strategy to confront this menace." The unreasonable magnitude of the approaching horde loomed large in the minds of all present. Even if they were to allocate a portion to the Imperial Guard, Sisters of Battle, and the Planetary Garrison, the disparity remained insurmountable. It was an inadequate sacrifice, incapable of making a dent in the overwhelming enemy forces. For Ban and each Saiyan, the burden became almost surreal, an obligation to personally vanquish over 100 trillion Tyranids. The sheer enormity of this figure bordered on the realm of insanity, a daunting reality that defied rational contemplation. Swoosh 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 swoosh. Tap 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 tap. The resounding echoes of Saiyans descending and tapping the marble floor penetrated Ban's ears, compelling him to turn and face their arrival. His countenance assumed a visage of severity and grim determination. Witnessing this transformation, the mouths of Aprit, Ramala, and Rukul fell silent, recognizing a rare manifestation in Ban his unwavering and profound seriousness. "Ban, what is going on? The turmoil below is not merely a localized chaos, my instincts are going like crazy." Celery fixed Ban with a penetrating gaze, a serious intensity radiating from her. Cutting through ambiguity, Ban responded, "A formidable adversary, unlike any we've encountered, has set its sights on us. This is no spectacle for revelry or a display of dominance, I doubt we'll have the luxury for such indulgences." His hands gestured towards the window, emphasizing the urgency. "Activate your scanner and see it for yourselves." At his directive, they promptly obeyed, while the Inquisitor aided Augusta and the astropath in regaining their footing. Their countenances, pallid and shaken, mirrored a tableau of sheer horror. As the rhythmic beeping of the scouters filled the chamber, the countenance of the Saiyans shifted from anticipation to confusion and, ultimately, horror. "Why there's so many of them? What does this mean?" Aprit queried, his perplexity evident beneath a veneer of nervousness. "Even if it's the collective key of all individuals, this can't be possible, it's insane," stammered Rukul, recoiling after adjusting the scanner to examine their key, which proved to be even more monstrous. Meanwhile, Ramala and Celery maintained a wordless vigil. The former grappled with the incomprehensibility of the numbers until, like her brother, she froze in place. Celery, on the other hand, gazed at the numerical revelation with a bewildered expression, lost in contemplation of the dire implications. Ensuring comprehension gripped his audience, Ban's countenance darkened as he intoned, "What unfolds before you are the Tyranids, creatures of insatiable hunger, poised to consume entire planets, leaving naught in their wake. It is a catastrophe of unimaginable proportions." The Inquisitor interjected, disdain lacing his words, "You simplify matters too much. These loathsome beings eradicate every vestige of a planet, sparing not even air or water. You cannot combat them, survival is the sole aspiration, praying to the Emperor that ammunition and men endure, which, regrettably, we lack." Sighing in response to this grim reality, Ban closed his eyes and declared, "Regardless of the intricate details, a more pressing matter commands our attention." Advancing toward the central seat in the royal chamber formerly belonging to the planetary governor, Ban revealed a concealed console button within the armrest. A touch of command summoned a large table adorned with a holographic map of Fadas. Motioning for all to gather around, Ban waited until they formed a circle before articulating, "I don't give shit for your personal conflicts, our collective focus and efforts are imperative for survival." The Ildari trio nodded without hesitation, their readiness evident from before the Tyranid invasion. The Inquisitor, too, offered a nod, his tacit approval extending to the two cotters accompanying him and, if need be, down to the planet itself. Receiving the Saiyans' subtle nods, Ban pressed on, "Our imperative is to relocate the populace to 4 key capitals, compelling them to transport all available food from their fields, which would otherwise be lost. Simultaneously, we'll strategically allocate our forces and defenses across these 4 cities." Celery interjected with curiosity, "Why divide our forces into 4 cities? And even with that, there's 5 of us here, we should defend 5 cities in such case, it seems illogical." Her inquiry mirrored the concerns shared by others present. Ban shook his head, elucidating, "We must disperse our forces to thwart the Tyranid waves effectively. This leaves only 4 of us on the planet." His words sowed confusion, but Eurocane and Gannicus discerned his intentions. Gannicus questioned, "So, someone stays here to defend the space station?" Ban nodded, fixing his gaze on Celery. "You'll remain, safeguarding not only this space station and its ships but also executing orbital assaults. Before the Tyranids breach the planet, we'll be here, utilizing our abilities to decimate as many vessels as possible. Once overwhelmed, we'll retreat to the cities. Your task, given your strength, is to protect this outpost and obliterate their ships." Celery nodded, absorbing the weight of her responsibility, while Ban directed his attention to the remaining Saiyans, proclaiming, "Meanwhile, each of you shall bear the responsibility of safeguarding a city. Losing any city is unacceptable. Employ every resource at your disposal, but be mindful of your key reserves. This battle will be a long one, with no respite in sight." His clenched jaw underscored the gravity of the situation as he momentarily paused. "We are the only reason why we can even think of this possibility," Ban asserted, his gaze locking onto Gannicus. "As I fear that ground troops may deplete their ammunition reserves before inflicting significant losses to the Tyranid swarm." The Inquisitor nodded solemnly, his visage etched with gravity. Indeed, our ammunition supply, at best, can cover 1 to 3 billion, and even that is an optimistic estimate, he revealed, prompting a deep frown from Eurocane as the severity of their predicament became starkly apparent. Lost expressions exchanged among the assembly, realizing that much of the battle would be waged with melee weapons and the skills of the Syans. Eurocane then said out loud, though in the case of the Inquisitor and his cotters with telepathic communication, his strategic insight, we may have a chance if your abilities are employed with precision to target crucial synapse creatures amidst the Tyranid ranks. I will contribute mine to ensure seamless coordination among our troops across the battlefields. Eurocane's abilities as a warlock were more well suited to be leading the battlefield and disrupting the enemy lines, while also enhancing the allied troops. Even if his personal abilities enable him to face most of the Tyranids' bioforms with ease, he would help most by rallying the troops. Bann nodded in agreement, then turned his attention to Anna, remarking, Miss Anna, will require your presence around the 4 cities. I recommend resting as much as possible, for I anticipate you will be heavily engaged. The blonde elf energetically nodded in acknowledgement. Caressing his temple, Bann resumed, now, we require all capable psychers to guide the ones that were able to survive back in Faradras. Regardless of the potential demonic invasion, I want them tapping into their powers relentlessly. Gannicus frowned at Bann's seemingly audacious directive. Interrupting, Eurocane interjected, no need for that, I'll guide them, ensuring a more secure connection to their powers. Bring the majority to a central location, time is of the essence. Gannicus struggled to restrain his disdain at the prospect of an Ildari training psychers, but the Inquisitor, suppressing his instinctual distrust of Xenos, refrained from voicing his objections. Bann, however, expressed gratitude to Eurocane. Before Bann could speak again, Celery interjected, her contemplation manifesting in action. Let's descend on the planet. I've developed a technique that might prove useful in our situation. The Syans turned their gaze towards Celery, surprise etched across their features. Despite each having crafted their techniques over the years, none had been willing to share them, except for Bann, who initially imparted basic key control and sensing. Celery's offer prompted the others to reconsider the value of sharing their techniques. In the face of impending peril, holding on to their individual skills seemed futile if it meant facing inevitable demise. Hold on, I need to put this place in order, Bann declared, shifting his gaze to the Inquisitor. Will you stay aboard your ship, or will you join us on land? Your presence could significantly boost morale. Gannicus weighed the options, mindful of the repercussions of Bann's previous actions against Navy officers during his purge. After a brief contemplation, he met Bann's gaze and responded, I'll remain on my ship, commanding it. My cotters should suffice on the ground, knowing what needs to be done. Bann nodded without probing further, shifting his focus to the holographic map, where his thoughts coalesced. Tomorrow night marks a full moon. Let's make the most of it until the next one, 5 days later. While others puzzled over his words, the Syans nodded in agreement, rising to exit the chamber. Bann, meanwhile, ran through the space station, bellowing orders and reinstating organization among the hundreds of workers. War mode was imminent. The Ildari trio boarded their ship, descending to the planet alongside the 4 Syans awaiting Bann. Time dwindled for Faradras as the cosmic threat tightened its grip on the system. Ahead lay days shrouded in blood, promising a brutal confrontation. Chapter 46, Ozora Burst. As ominous clouds draped Faradras in shadows, an air of oppression gripped the hearts of its inhabitants. Faces, once vibrant, were now contorted with fear, anxiety, and an overwhelming sense of despair. The haunting echoes of sudden deaths and explosions, accompanied by swirling crimson mists, reverberated through the city's alleys. In the midst of this chaotic turmoil, officials and nobles worked tirelessly to restore order. The Imperial Guard, in a frenzied retreat, hurriedly made their way back to the fortified walls of Redentia, where transport ships were being prepared for a desperate evacuation of the citizens around the cities. High above, on the space station, the Inquisitor issued directives that rang through the corridors, setting off alarms and propelling the chain of command into urgent action. Within the grand halls of the Redentia Palace, corridors teemed with servitors and officers, each carrying an array of maps, books, and reports. The Strategic Command, gravely aware of the impending threat, meticulously fortified defenses around the formidable figures of the Syans, aware that their firepower was the only thing that would prevent their complete extermination. A palpable sense of grim determination etched their faces as they absorbed reports on the dwindling arsenal. The ammunition count presented a dire reality. It fell woefully short, covering less than a mere fraction for the Tyranids to feel the losses. A meager 11,000-strong force stood ill-equipped to arm the local garrison, grappling not only with inadequate training but also the staggering depletion of ammunition that would represent equipping them. This predicament was just one of the many challenges besieging the Strategic Command beneath the looming cataclysm. While commanders wrestled with the complexities of their strategic dilemma, troops were strategically dispersed among the 4 chosen cities. Simultaneously, the population in the outskirts underwent a mass exodus, urged to bring forth all available food supplies. The urgency of the impending apocalypse, though incomprehensible to many, was conveyed through the impassioned pleas of spokesmen. In response, at least 20% of the crucial food supplies were set in motion, forming a poignant exodus with cattle, wagons, and carts that families had brought with them, creating a somber tableau against the backdrop of encroaching darkness. In one of the dimly lit chambers of the palace, Minister Agrippa and Aurora huddled together, enveloped by an air of impending doom. The gravity of an undisclosed revelation bore down on them as they grappled with the dire reality slowly unfurling. Agrippa's voice echoed in the somber atmosphere as he conveyed the grim report. Our water reserves, tainted by the creatures and the havoc they wreak, may dwindle to nothing in a week, if not less. His countenance mirrored the weight of the impending crisis, lines of concern etched deeply into his features. Aurora's eyes remained fixed on Agrippa, a whirlwind of emotions flickering across her face. The direness of the situation struck a chord of despair within her. Even if they managed to endure the immediate threat, the specter of an unavoidable catastrophe loomed, with millions destined to perish from thirst in the weeks to come. Her voice, tinged with a faint note of desperation, quivered as she questioned Agrippa, "And what can we do? These creatures seem to leave nothing untouched on the planet." Her hand instinctively covered her lips, the weight of the impending crisis settling heavily on her shoulders. Agrippa, audibly swallowing, responded with a sense of resigned acceptance. "We could call upon merchants to bring water, but given the urgency, lives may be lost by the time they arrive. Our resources, strained and depleting, might not be enough to avert the impending tragedy." In the midst of this daunting dilemma, the two officials were enveloped in a heavy silence, contemplating the magnitude of the crisis that loomed over them. Beyond the confines of their chamber, frenzied footsteps echoed, underscoring the prevailing chaos, desperation, and anguish that had seized the world. Meanwhile, a few dozen kilometers away at the Saiyan base, the four Saiyans stood alongside the Eldars, awaiting Bann's arrival. The Ildari spacecraft, with 30 meters in length, cast a shadow to the figures in front, as it rested beside the base. Conversations among the group unfolded, though the discourse was anything but pleasant. "I fear any improvements you sought to implement on this world will come to a halt after this invasion. These foul creatures obliterate everything in their wake, and it takes decades, even centuries, for a world to recover," Eurocane remarked somberly, his words laced with memories of past devastations. Rucule, his jaw clenched, couldn't contain the surge of frustration as he grumbled, "These damned things? It took us years to reach this point, only to face losing it all overnight." The veins on his arms pulsed with restrained strength. Aprid and Ramila mirrored Rucule's angry countenance, teeth gritted in shared frustration. The impending threat bore heavily on each of them, knowing the impending invasion would touch their lives in profound ways. In contrast, Celery remained impassive, her gaze fixed on the sky. Her eyes honed in on an approaching figure, and she addressed the group with a stoic resolve. "Whatever happens, this is our first test. As Saiyans, it is our duty to overcome it, no matter what." She shifted her gaze to her companions, adding with an unwavering tone, "Even if it means destroying this planet and claiming another as our own." Her words hung in the air, creating an uneasy tension among the Saiyans. Rucule eyed Celery with a mixture of consternation and disbelief, a sentiment mirrored in the troubled expressions of the other Saiyans. This planet, once viewed merely as a conquest, had transformed into something more, a home, a duty to protect, thanks to Bann's persuasive words. A pregnant pause lingered until Bann's figure made a resounding impact on the ground, the thunderous clap echoing through the sky. The sheer force of it seemed to punctuate the gravity of the impending threat. Amidst the charged atmosphere, Bann broke the silence, addressing Celery with a sense of urgency. "Let's cut this short. Sadly, we don't have too much time." Nodding in agreement, she became the focal point of everyone's attention. As Celery took a deep breath, a palpable tension gripped the group. Her gaze, unwavering, seemed fixed on Bann, as if seeking his approval and understanding. Her voice, measured and deliberate, began to unravel a revelation born from contemplation and experimentation. "During one of your discussions about harnessing our ki more efficiently and the potential for advanced techniques to multiply our power," she began, her hand rising and clenching into a fist, "I conceived an idea, one that involves short, calculated bursts." Intrigued, the other Saiyans leaned in, sensing the weight of what Celery was about to unveil. Her words carried a gravity that mirrored the impending crisis. "Charging our ki in battle is a luxury we often cannot afford," she continued, her tone resonating with the challenges they faced. "My attempts to hasten the process were met with laughable results. However, during one of the full moons, I found inspiration. The moon, a symbol of their primal power in Uzuru form, became the catalyst for Celery's ingenious concept." The place, now enveloped in an anticipatory hush, hung on her every word. "In our Uzuru state, our true power is unleashed, and ki flows freely through our bodies. Returning to our normal forms, I harnessed this transformation as a baseline," she explained, weaving a mental image of their powerful, primal state. "Visualizing the Uzuru form, I sculpted the ki into calculated bursts. Each strike carries a percentage of our primal fury, condensed and enhanced into controlled moments." As she spoke, the room seemed to absorb the weight of her revelation. The Saiyans, attentive and focused, grasped the significance of her breakthrough. Bann, his initial surprise shifting into contemplation, absorbed the intricacies of Celery's technique, a potential game-changer in their battle against the impending threat. A profound sense of incredulity settled over Bann's features as he regarded Celery. It wasn't merely surprise, it was the realization that she had not only comprehended his explanation of the Kaioken but had independently crafted a technique of her own. "As she heard my explanation of the Kaioken and came up with a lesser version of it, all of this on her own." His mind grappled with the unexpected depth of Celery's capabilities, challenging the status quo of their dynamic. Having spent years as the mentor, the one who surprised and guided the other Saiyans, Bann found himself thrust into the role of the astonished observer. The unique talent that Celery embodied had taken center stage, leaving him dumbfounded by the ingenuity she displayed in creating a technique that could double her strength. As the weight of the revelation settled, Celery pressed on with her explanation, unveiling the broader spectrum of her newfound ability. This doesn't only allow my strength to increase, but everything I want. Be it my speed, my reaction, my durability, potency of attacks, anything. Her words resonated with an underlying confidence, a belief in the limitless potential of her technique. To illustrate, she began a demonstration, her lavender hair taking on an ethereal quality as an orange-red aura enveloped her form. The air around her seemed to crackle with energy as her ki flared up in a mesmerizing dance. The subtle hum of power underscored the unfolding spectacle, captivating Bann and the other Saiyans. Ha! Her scream reverberated through the air, a manifestation of her enormous ki doubling in intensity. In that moment, Bann and the other Saiyans stood rooted to their positions, transfixed by the spectacle unfolding before them. The magnitude of her newfound ability resonated, leaving them in awe of the unexpected depths of Celery's power, a force that had now come into its own. Celery gracefully parted from their view, a whirlwind of extreme winds enveloping their position. Her silhouette, a fleeting orange-red flash, painted the horizon with a momentary brilliance that left the Saiyans in awe. Their eyes widened, captivated by the thunderous echoes above them as Celery descended, the winds subsiding with her ki returning to its previous levels. The sheer spectacle had etched itself into their minds, leaving an indelible mark of admiration. With this technique, I'm able to fly around the entire planet in just a couple of seconds. While I can react to anything that our enemy may produce, she declared confidently, relishing the prideful ambience that enveloped her while she assessed their expressions. The air, still charged with residual energy, seemed to shimmer with the echoes of her display. A palpable gulp resonated through the group as Bann sought further clarification. So, let me see if I understood correctly. You use the basis of the ki charge I often use when training against all of you. Celery responded with a nod, affirming the foundation of her technique. Intrigued, Bann delved deeper into the intricacies, his genuine curiosity reflecting in his expression. But how do you increase it to such lengths? I could only manage mine to at most 1 or 2,000. Not multiply it by 2. His acknowledgement of the technique's ingenuity hinted at a genuine desire to understand its inner workings. It wasn't a lack of thought on Bann's part, he had pondered such possibilities but had been unable to execute them himself. Celery nodded her head, as she began to unravel the layers of her technique. I was able to achieve this by channeling all my energy into the process, simultaneously tapping into the primal strength we possess in our Ozero form. However, this is precisely why I can't sustain it and have to execute it in short bursts. Otherwise, the risk of self-destruction or injury becomes a considerable concern. A wry smile accompanied the latter part of her explanation, revealing the inherent risks and limitations of her groundbreaking technique. The group absorbed her words, the intricacies of the technique becoming clearer, and a newfound appreciation for Celery's mastery unfolded. Fweesh! Suddenly, a burst of ki surged through the air, capturing everyone's attention. All eyes turned towards Ramela, who raised her arms and lowered her stance, initiating a ritualistic dance of ki that ebbed and flowed in various successions. However, the surge lacked the seamless grace of Celery's demonstration. Koog, came the audible groan from Ramela as her ki flared up, veins protruding around her limbs, neck, and forehead, while her muscles bulged under the strain. Celery swiftly closed the distance, her urgency evident in her words. Don't let the ki go outward, just try to condense it around your body. Ramela, in response, let out a primal scream, attempting to adhere to Celery's instructions. Rayarg, echoed her cry as her ki manifested in wisps of orange, the struggle evident in every fiber of her being. Under the watchful gaze of the Saiyans, the scene unfolded, an interplay of determination and the uncharted territories of mastering one's ki, until Bann sighed deeply and assumed a focused position. He couldn't bear to remain idle while others attempted the challenging task. With a deliberate motion, he removed his scouter, extending it towards Anaetha's awaiting hand, and said, "Please take care of it for me in the meantime." An affirming nod from her acknowledged the responsibility. Closing his eyes, Bann immersed himself in the visualization of his ki, envisioning it as a fluid stream winding around his body. He compelled the energy to traverse a narrower path, intensifying its flow and pressure, a manifestation of which was his ki flaring up. 8.150, 8.350, 8.590, 8.720, 9.008. As the numbers flickered in his mind, his body and veins began to bulge, the ki dancing wildly around him. Maintaining a consistent pressure, Bann skillfully widened and narrowed the energy's path, creating an intricate dance of fluctuating gains. 8.070, 9.100, 8.100, 9.890, 8.050, 10.101. Observing the gradual success, as his ki surpassed more than 20% of his total, Bann internally strategized, let's diminish my ki completely before pushing it to the maximum. With unwavering focus, he initiated the challenging sequence. 700, 11.570, 428, 12.390. The gradual transformation of Bann's aura didn't go unnoticed. The once orange hue took on a reddish tint, capturing the attention of everyone present. Even Ramela, in the midst of her own efforts, halted momentarily to witness Bann's unconventional approach. Celery's gaze turned towards Bann with a mixture of curiosity and concern, recognizing the anomaly in his key manipulation. The air around them crackled with anticipation as they awaited the outcome of this unique demonstration. 89. 15.000. As Bann's key neared the doubled threshold, the strain on his body became palpable, his breaths ragged and his strength seemingly drained. A moment of vulnerability unfolded as he felt himself descending into weakness, his eyes opening only to meet the concerned gaze of Celery. Swiftly, she cradled him in her arms, her eyes reflecting a mix of worry and admonishment. "You idiot! You were supposed to be more careful. The technique shouldn't strain your body or drain your strength at all," scolded Celery, her words laced with both frustration and genuine concern. Anna, entrusted with Bann's scouter, approached swiftly, runes materializing around her as she observed the scene. The other two Ildari followed closely, their expressions stoic after witnessing the exertion that had transpired. Gently placing Bann on the floor, Anna positioned her hand over his chest, uttering incantations that resonated with mystical energy. The runes floated around her, weaving a tapestry of healing power as she harnessed her abilities to mend Bann's internal injuries. "Various of your organs ruptured, you should be more careful," reprimanded Anna, her voice soft and melodic, yet carrying a tone of admonition. Bann, despite the pain, managed a pained smile in response, acknowledging the gravity of his lapse in caution. Observing the unfolding scene, Eurokane's contemplative expression deepened. "In the limited time we have, we can expedite this learning process," he suggested, locking eyes with Celery, who met his gaze with a curious expression. "And what method do you propose, Warlock?" Celery questioned, her demeanor relaxed but intrigued. Eurokane nodded thoughtfully and gestured with a sweep of his hand. "I can facilitate the transfer of the technique's knowledge directly into their minds. However, it's important to note that this won't translate into a physical experience." Celery, seemingly unbothered, gave an indifferent shrug. "Sure, go ahead," she agreed, closing her eyes to focus on the technique. Eurokane mirrored her actions, briefly closing his own eyes. As he reopened them, a subtle wry smile played on his lips. "To complete the process, I'll need to make physical contact with your head, and you'll have to lower your mental defenses, Miss Celery," he explained after failing into his initial approach. Without much ado, Celery gestured for him to approach. "Just get it done, we don't have time for formalities." "Ugh." Eurokane complied, placing his left palm on Celery's head. A low, resonant hum filled the air, and the warlock's brows twitched sporadically, hinting at the mental exertion. After successfully extracting the information, he moved on to the Syans. This time, the process seemed smoother, leaving the knowledge without delving into their minds. Throughout this exchange, Eurokane couldn't help but glean valuable insights. The mental defenses of the Syans were truly formidable, even without considering the potential enhancements from Ildari teachings, a venture they couldn't afford to explore given the pressing circumstances. Having successfully implanted the information about the technique, the group now possessed a basic mastery of it. The technique allowed for a potent X2 increase in ki for short bursts, sustaining the boost for hours, provided the wielder had the requisite stamina. While the Syans delved deeper into their training, Bann, now somewhat recovered, made his way toward Redentia. Despite the urgency to continue refining the newfound technique, more pressing matters demanded his attention, initiating a crash course on the warp for the Psychers around Redentia. Chapter 47, Bound to Greatness. Amidst the tumult and the valiant efforts of the local garrison, the heavens above Faradras bore witness to the graceful descent of the Ildari spacecraft into the city squares. The cosmic vessel hovered, casting an otherworldly glow that danced upon the cobblestone squares of the palace. Yet, amidst this celestial arrival, the attention of thousands was abruptly seized by a resounding explosion that echoed through the air, instilling a cocktail of awe, terror, and reverence. The shockwave rippled through the atmosphere, creating a palpable moment of silence before the surrounding chaos consumed it once more. However, for a select few, it carried an even more crucial connotation: security. Enveloped in an ethereal whitish aura that cloaked his formidable frame, the formidable figure of Bann floated majestically over the city. His silhouette, framed against the backdrop of the descending spacecraft, created an imposing spectacle. His sharp gaze, like a discerning raptor, surveyed the pandemonium below with a deep frown. The cacophony of screams and unrest reached his ears, fueling his displeasure. "This is unacceptable," he murmured to himself, his ki flaring like an incandescent beacon. The radiant energy emanating from him cast an intricate play of shadows across the buildings below. With a surge of power, he wove his energy into a formidable maelstrom, imposing an authoritative stillness upon the chaos. Every denizen below, gripped by an instinctual dread, froze at the presence looming in the sky, a predatory force beyond reckoning. The sensation of being preyed upon by an insurmountable hunter sent shivers through the masses. Their thoughts intertwined, captivated by the lone figure in the heavens. The air, thick with trepidation, seemed to constrict around them. "Stay calm and heed the guidance of the government," resonated a deep chilling voice that permeated the city. Heads nodded fearfully in compliance, and anxious eyes darted towards the enigmatic figure above, now the harbinger of an unspoken order. Satisfied that his intervention had restored a semblance of order, Bann nodded in self-affirmation. With a casual exhalation, he relinquished his grip on the city, slowly descending towards the palace square. Thousands of eyes, now laden with apprehension and fear, fixated upon the enigmatic figure. The lingering echoes of his power resonated through the air, imprinting an indelible mark on the psyche of Faradras. Observing the warlock and the Eldar trio poised to disembark from the ship, Bann's voice sliced through the air, a command that carried the weight of authority. Fetch me various servants and the Sister Superior Cielo. I want them here in 5 minutes. His outstretched fingers pointed imperiously towards the Ildari spacecraft, a silent warning to anyone harboring ill intentions toward his alien allies. If any of you dares to offend my friends there, I can assure that not even a speck of dust would be left of you. Cold, steely eyes surveyed the gathering crowd, piercing through each onlooker. Heads nodded in hurried agreement, drawing a low hum of approval from Bann. Tapping the ground with deliberate intent, Bann noted the approach of 3 figures, servants responding to his directive. Before they could utter a word, he issued crisp orders. I want a square free in 20 minutes. Gather all the psychers that were in the census, inform them their training will begin shortly, and they cannot reject this call at all. The trio of servants froze, their acknowledgement punctuated by hasty assurances. As you said, sire, as you command. Sire, yes sire. With purpose, they dispersed to carry out their assigned tasks. Approaching the Ildari spacecraft, Bann wrestled with conflicting thoughts. The eagerness for training battled against the pressing necessity of his impending actions. He understood the pivotal role psychers would play in the looming battle, surpassing even the significance of the Imperial Guard. Psychers, unlike guardsmen, wielded powers that could endure throughout the entirety of the conflict, an invaluable asset as conventional ammunition waned. The paramount concern was providing a safe conduit for the psychers to harness their abilities, shielding their souls from the malevolent influence of the warp. Daemon possession, warp taint, mutations, these were the risks that lurked in the shadow of psychic prowess. I don't know if the Asuryani path is the best for these poor souls, but this is what we can do with all we have, Bann mused silently, contemplating the dire circumstances he found himself navigating. The realization that he had to work with limited resources fueled a burgeoning frustration, yet he recognized the fickle nature of their fortune. Grasping the fortunate timing of the Tyranid invasion, Bann acknowledged the pivotal role it played. A decade of relative peace in the Warhammer 40,000 universe afforded them the opportunity to prepare for the encroaching threat. It was a stroke of luck that spared them the tyranny of ruling over a death world, preserving the vibrant essence of the planet they called home. In the intricate dance of arrival, Bann beheld Eurocane and Anna descending from the ship with a grace that seemed almost incongruent with the tense atmosphere. As their feet touched the ground, they became the focal point, drawing a spectrum of reactions from the onlookers. Surprise, disdain, hatred, and despise flickered in their eyes as they scrutinized the newcomers. Alert to potential hostility, Eurocane, with warlock instincts sharp, prepared runes in his pouch, ready to counter any sign of aggression. Fortunately, the animosity waned, replaced by the urgency that gripped the air, sparing the newcomers from immediate confrontation. I assume the psychers are en route, Eurocane observed, his strides melding grace with pride, his chin held high while his keen eyes assessed the surroundings. Meanwhile, Anna, seemingly impervious to the resentful stares, exuded an ethereal grace that stood in stark contrast to the harsh reality. Her golden hair caught the feeble rays of sunlight penetrating the clouded sky, leaving an indelible, otherworldly impression on those privileged enough to witness her presence. Bann, who also almost lost himself staring at her, consciously steered his focus back to the pressing task at hand, confirming Eurocane's assumption. Yes, preparations have been made. The square is being cleared for our work. Eurocane, ever vigilant, expressed his approval, emphasizing the critical role of caution when dealing with the warp. Our teachings may be secure, but vigilance remains paramount. Bann, standing with arms folded, broached a pivotal aspect. I'll be the one speaking on your behalf initially. I'm uncertain how they'll react to having your voice in their minds. We can consider that option later, once they've had time to ease into our presence. Previously during their first meeting, the actions of Eurocane triggered a range of reactions among his comrades, and only their familiarity with Bann's idiosyncrasies prevented an immediate assault. However, Bann acknowledged the crucial difference. His seasoned team possessed the confidence and resilience necessary to manage such unconventional actions. In contrast, the incoming individuals, burdened by anxiety and societal stigma as psychers, required meticulous preparation before Eurocane could directly commune with their minds. Though a subtle flicker of displeasure crossed Eurocane's features, he concurred with a nod, acknowledging the strategic timing necessary for their unique interaction. Gazing upon Anna with a benevolent smile, Bann inquired, his voice carrying a tone of curiosity tinted with a hint of warmth, "Is this your first time encountering with such an extensive gathering of humans?" The Ildari healer responded with an effervescent energy, casting a radiant smile towards Bann. "Indeed, though I've had glimpses of various humans on the space station, never before have I beheld them in such overwhelming abundance. Will I be taking care of healing them all?" Her eyes sparkled with eagerness, a manifestation of her genuine curiosity and willingness to contribute. With an earnest smile that conveyed a sense of responsibility, Bann affirmed, "Certainly, Anna. They shall all be under your care. After the upcoming instructional session, I encourage you to make your way to the palace for a well-deserved rest, okay?" Anna, captivated by the unexpected gentleness in Bann's demeanor, gazed at him for a moment, her demure expression accompanied by flushed cheeks, offering a subtle yet appreciative nod in acknowledgement. Abruptly, a voice that was both sharp and soothing resonated, breaking the conversational bubble between Bann and Anna. "Bann, did you summon me?" It was Cielo, carrying herself with a confident stride as she approached the trio, capturing their collective attention. Another charismatic smile graced Ban's countenance as he addressed her. Indeed, I did. But more importantly, I'm sincerely relieved to see you in good health. His eyes attentively surveyed Cielo. Unlike those around her, she exuded an air of calmness, a reassuring smile adorning her features that brought a palpable sense of security to the atmosphere. Nodding affirmatively, Cielo gestured with her hands, palms open, and proclaimed with a serene confidence, with his light shining brightly within me, there's no valid reason to harbor fear or despair, as it has already been revealed to me. Her words, though initially invoking a subtle roll of Ban's eyes, carried an undeniable conviction that left him momentarily frozen, muttering in disbelief, "You have foreseen this already." Halting before Ban, Cielo lifted her head, her eyes meeting his with unwavering certainty. "Indeed, I have," she affirmed, her tone taking on a husky quality. Among many other revelations, her words, confident and resolute, crashed upon Ban like a relentless wave, leaving a sense of anticipation lingering in the air. Seizing her shoulders, Ban peered at her uncertainly, his eyes betraying a mix of curiosity and concern. Inquiring with a hint of urgency, he asked, "And how did it unfold? Were we successful in repelling these pieces of shit?" His usual pragmatism momentarily gave way to an uncharacteristic uncertainty. The numbers on his scouter had been sufficient to shake his usual confidence, and the inherent arrogance ingrained in his Saiyan physique and mindset faltered momentarily. The one posing the question wasn't merely Ban, it was the essence of his human soul, resonating with a desire for reassurance amidst the ominous uncertainties that surrounded them. Raising her own hands with deliberate tenderness, she delicately cradled Ban's face, the touch conveying a warmth that transcended the physical contact. It was an intimate gesture, akin to comforting a child seeking solace. As her fingers traced a gentle path across his features, she spoke with a soft assurance, "I've borne witness to your existence across myriad worlds. Allow no apprehension to seize you, place trust in your own strength. This, my dear, is but a mere stepping stone for you to ascend to the highest reaches of the sky, bringing forth light to pierce the enveloping darkness, as the Emperor wills it." Her eyes, suffused with an affection that had deepened over the passing days since their first encounter, maintained a steady gaze. The visions and dreams, persistent companions since their meeting, continued to unfurl a future she ardently yearned to see materialize. The enchanting interlude was abruptly fractured by the grating voice of a servant, its raspy timbre slicing through the intimate atmosphere. Turning their attention towards the source, they were met with the announcement, "Sire, word has spread, and a gathering of more willing volunteers has manifested, seeking the privilege of training under your esteemed guidance." The gray-haired man gestured to the side, unveiling a scene where 3 orderly lines had formed, each comprised of hundreds of individuals. Their collective gaze, a mosaic of fear, anticipation, and hope, fixated on the Saiyan. Among the assemblage, some were adorned in fine clothes, their skins pristine. Confidence emanated from their posture, though a subtle flicker of fear danced in their eyes upon locking gazes with Ban. Others, draped in more modest attire, displayed a palpable mix of anxiety and expectation. Their eyes, like windows to their souls, revealed a tentative hope, yearning for validation. Yet, the most unfortunate among them wore garments tattered and frayed, or even fashioned from makeshift pieces of bags. The lines around them were notably more spacious, a clear indicator of the societal shame attached to their destitute appearances. However, it was the eyes of these individuals that seized Ban's attention, eliciting from him a faint but genuine smile. In those hopeful gazes, he discerned not only resilience but an unwavering determination to step willingly into the uncharted realms of the unknown. For these figures, there existed nothing more to lose, society had already cast them away, labeled as witches. The promise of a brighter future acted as an irresistible force, compelling them to march forward with hope, embracing the uncertainty that awaited. The Saiyan, amidst this eclectic gathering, saw not just volunteers but souls yearning for redemption and a chance to rewrite the narratives that had been unjustly thrust upon them. Directing his penetrating gaze towards the servant, Ban inquired with a discerning tone that carried the weight of his leadership, "Is this the entirety of their number? My memory recalls a census revealing over 400 individuals. Yet, this gathering scarcely reaches the count of 300. A lingering unease settled at the back of his mind, hinting that the fate of those absent might be shrouded in ominous uncertainty. The servant, visibly troubled by the query, responded with a respectful yet troubled demeanor, "My lord, we've summoned all those who were accounted for in the designated location. If some are missing, regrettably, it may be beyond our control. I shall promptly dispatch someone to locate them," he offered, poised to carry out the given orders with a sense of duty that befitted his role. Ban, sighing with a mixture of acceptance and concern, nodded in acknowledgement. "Do so and ensure to explore the possibility of more psychers willing to harness their abilities for a greater purpose. That will be all," he stated, his words carrying both command and understanding. The servant, with a respectful bow, hastily excused himself to fulfill the assigned task, leaving Ban momentarily immersed in his thoughts. Meanwhile, Ban's discerning eyes swept across the assembled group, taking a momentary pause before addressing them collectively. "Once, you were branded as witches by the inhabitants of this land." His words triggered a myriad of reactions, grimaces etched on some faces, clenched fists by others, tangible responses to the heavy weight carried by the term witch. Ostracized, and perhaps even hunted by your own kind for forces beyond your control. Branded with a nature not of your choosing, burdened with a fate none of you sought. Stirred by Bann's empathetic words, the onlookers began to close in, their collective curiosity piqued, eager to discern the nuances of the situation. Cielo observed Bann with a complex gaze, now comprehending the purpose behind his summons. Her eyes carried a mix of understanding, empathy, and a trace of anticipation. I acknowledge the suffering and haunting memories this fate has inflicted upon you. Your journey was arduous, but hear this, Bann continued, his stride leading him gracefully before the assembled group. All the beliefs imposed upon you are falsehoods. Each one of you represents the next evolutionary stride for humanity, standing resilient against the encroaching darkness and the myriad creatures that threaten our home. His outstretched hands gestured towards the planet, emphasizing not only the significance of their individual roles but the collective responsibility they bore. Confusion and surprise played across the faces of many, while others regarded Bann with a newfound seriousness, their attention captivated by his words that resonated with a promise of purpose and redemption. Endowed with abilities bestowed upon humanity in the future, you are the guardians destined to shield and protect all that you hold dear and all that is deemed worthy, Bann proclaimed, his voice ascending into a grandiose crescendo that successfully ignited a fervent passion within the hearts of those gathered, kindling a spark of hope amidst the shadows of their past. Bann's resonant voice, a force of nature that reverberated through the assembly, held the power to captivate the hearts and minds of those gathered. With unwavering conviction, he continued his impassioned address, your will and minds have been meticulously shaped to harbor a strength capable of shattering the very shackles that once bound your kin. The disparaging words uttered by your ignorant peers will serve merely as fuel to the raging fire within you, an inferno eager to be awakened. Your destiny is one of greatness, a fate that refuses to be constrained by the molds imposed by others. It is you who will carve a path, boldly claiming what is rightfully yours. His voice, now reaching various emotional notches, elicited spirited responses from the listeners, who, moved by his rallying words, expressed their fervor with shouts and cheers. As Bann's deep voice continued to permeate the air, the physical resonance it produced stirred a tangible response in the gathering. The subtle vibrations echoed a symbolic unity, as if the very essence of their shared purpose was harmonizing. Now, standing beside me are not just allies but beings who share a connection with my race, and hopefully, in time, with yours. Humanity and Eldars share profound commonalities. Bann's gaze, laden with hope and aspiration, shifted towards Eurocane. Continuing his introductions, he said, allow me to present these esteemed individuals, Eurocane Rain, a warlock hailing from a land of formidable power, and Anaeth Arthat, a healer from the same revered realm. Both Eldars responded with a bow, their movements marked by gracefulness and smiles that exuded calm assurance. The scrutiny from the assembled onlookers only heightened, as if their collective gaze sought to fathom the depth of these enigmatic guests. Set aside your preconceptions and judgments, Bann declared, his words cutting through the charged atmosphere. These individuals have walked a disciplined path, honing their abilities to ensure their safe and purposeful use. Today, they stand as guides for you all. Show them the respect they deserve, for they hold the key to shaping your destinies towards greatness. His words, stern and sharp, resonated with authority, commanding the attention of those present. The Psykers, their determination now fortified, cast their gaze towards the Ildari duo. In their expressions, curiosity and anticipation mingled, forming a tapestry of emotions that mirrored the transformative moment they stood on the cusp of. With the introductions concluded and individuals facing one another, the pivotal moment had arrived for the Psykers and the fate of Faradras to be forever altered. As for the chosen battle sister, this was the moment to tap into her latent potential and step into the destiny intricately woven for her. The atmosphere shimmered with anticipation, a sense of imminent change lingering in the air. Like a golden beacon, her light was poised to shine brightly in the far reaches of Ultima Segmentum, leaving an indelible mark on the tapestry of their shared fate. Turning to the Psykers with a subtle yet reassuring smile, and an eager tone that mirrored their collective anticipation, Bann posed a question that hung in the charged atmosphere. Now, shall we commence with our class? The air buzzed with an electric sense of anticipation, as the gathered individuals prepared to embark on a journey that promised not just knowledge but a profound transformation of their destinies. Chapter 48, Psychic Training. Amidst the growing anticipation of the Psykers, Bann, flanked by the enigmatic Eurocane, took center stage to address the crowd. The atmosphere hummed with palpable excitement, and Eurocane's aura exuded an ancient wisdom, his authoritative voice carrying an undertone that evoked the stern guidance of a seasoned mentor. As Eurocane commenced his guidance, Bann served as a bridge between the warlock's arcane knowledge and the eager audience. Listen, seekers of the psychic path. We stand on the precipice, surrounded by the turbulent currents of the warp. To navigate these treacherous waters, you must attune your minds to the subtle harmonies of the Imperium. Today, I shall guide you through essential techniques to safeguard your sanity and resist the encroaching shadows. The countenance of Eurocane then transformed, adopting a more cautious tone as he issued a stern warning. As you embark on this journey, remember, the path of the Psyker is perilous, but it is also a gateway to untold power. Walk it with respect, for the warp echoes with both the sublime and the malevolent. May your minds remain steadfast amidst the swirling maelstrom. Now, let the training begin, punctuating his words with a resonant clap that echoed through the eager crowd. Following Eurocane's lead, Bann orchestrated the Psykers into rows, creating a disciplined yet eager assembly. The trio, featuring Eurocane, Anaeth, and Bann, assumed their positions in the center of the square, creating a striking tableau that drew the gaze of the assembled audience. Cielo, under Bann's directive, took her place near the trio, her serene presence a calming influence amidst the growing anticipation. Bann's eyes lingered on her for a moment, sensing a unique quality within her that set her apart from the rest. With the stage set, Bann's deep voice reverberated through the square, carrying his next command with a certain weight. We should start by calming your minds. Breathe deeply, feel the ebb and flow of your own essence. Inhale the essence of the material world, exhale the discord of the warp. Let tranquility be your anchor. Though the warlock's words seemed enigmatic, Bann translated them with a sense of authority, ushering in the commencement of their psychic training. Amidst the throng of participants, some seemed adrift in the sea of instructions, their brows furrowed with confusion. It was this subset that caught Bann's discerning eye, prompting him to augment Eurokane's teachings with his own practical advice. Addressing them directly, he urged, count to 6 in your mind while inhaling air. Hold the air in your lungs for 7 seconds, then release it over 8 seconds. Repeat this process several times. You have 3 minutes. The crowd, like a coordinated symphony, embraced Bann's directive. Slowly but perceptibly, the collective tension began to unravel. The tight knots constricting their chests eased, and the once stiff muscles began to relinquish their grip. Each rhythmic breath became a cadence, an incantation of serenity against the backdrop of psychic anticipation. Stay awake, maintain vigilance, yet keep yourselves in a state of relaxed awareness, Bann cautioned, his stern voice cutting through the stillness. Those who had teetered on the precipice of slumber jolted back to consciousness, heeding Bann's directive with renewed focus. As Bann's wisdom resonated within the minds of the crowd, Eurokane, sensing the mental restraints loosening, decided to augment the spiritual atmosphere. Channeling the warp around him, he extended ethereal energy towards the assembly. His voice, now a melodic intonation, guided them through the metaphysical realm. Visualize a serene lake within your mind, its surface reflects only tranquility. With each breath, create ripples of calm, soothing the tumultuous waters of your thoughts. In this state of inner stillness, you become a beacon of balance amidst the chaos. In response to Eurokane's esoteric guidance, the atmosphere within the square underwent a subtle transformation. The participants, once tethered to the physical world, now navigated the unseen currents of the warp with a burgeoning sense of control. Yet, within this metaphysical journey, Bann detected a peculiar undercurrent, a harmonic dissonance that intrigued him. A resonance with the warp unexpectedly intermingled with his Synki, creating an unforeseen synchronicity. It was amidst this revelation that the trio, Bann, Eurokane, and Anna Eth, shifted their focus towards an unexpected source. Cielo, seated with the assembly, began to manifest an enigmatic radiance. Her clothing became imbued with a golden glow, and a delicate wisp of light emanated from her eyelashes. This extraordinary phenomenon extended beyond mere visual spectacle. It seemed to punctuate a deeper connection with the warp that was unfolding in ways both mysterious and awe-inspiring. The trio's gaze lingered on Cielo, marking an unexpected turn in the unfolding psychic training session. In the solemn expanse of the training ground, Eurokane's words resonated, commanding the attention of the assembled psychers. With a tone both instructive and sagely, he directed, extend your hands before you, palms facing outward. Envision ethereal threads emanating from your fingertips, weaving a shimmering tapestry. This tapestry is your psychic shield, a flexible yet impenetrable barrier. As you mold the threads with your intent, feel the resonance of your will infusing the construct. Picture it as an extension of yourself, a guardian born from the fabric of your psychic essence. Allow it to envelop you, repelling external influences while maintaining transparency. Mastery of this shield is the foundation upon which your psychic resilience shall stand. As Eurokane's guidance flowed into the minds of the gathered, Bann keenly observed the participants. The manifestation of ethereal threads became apparent as the psychers weaved their psychic tapestries. Though their efforts were noticeable, Bann's senses perceived the feeble attempts against his own energy. Nevertheless, the majority demonstrated an admirable grasp of Eurokane's teachings, effortlessly translating his words into tangible psychic defenses. For those who struggled with the concept, Eurokane, embodying the role of a mentor, approached with deliberate grace. Harnessing his own warp-infused abilities, he facilitated the attenuation of warp currents around the perplexed individuals, granting them respite and guidance. The warlock's interventions underscored the importance of fostering a supportive environment for the psychers. Crucially, the essence of this exercise lay in the psychers' ability to envision and enact their psychic defense, a critical element in their safeguarding against the unpredictable forces of the Imperium. After allowing the psychers ample time to engage with the task, Eurokane seamlessly transitioned to the next phase of instruction. Open your senses beyond the confines of physical perception. Picture tendrils of awareness extending from your mind, reaching out into the unseen realms. As you attune yourself to the warp's symphony, discern the various frequencies of psychic presence. Feel the distinct signatures, akin to melodies in a cosmic orchestra. With practice, you'll differentiate the warp's currents from the harmonies of fellow psychers. Trust your instincts and embrace the kaleidoscope of sensations. Remember, the warp is a realm of sensation, learn to dance with its ever-shifting cadence. With these profound words hanging in the air, Eurokane enlisted Bann's assistance for the challenging step that awaited the psychers. Together, they moved among the participants, offering guidance and support to those grappling with the intricate dance of attuning themselves to the warp's enigmatic currents. The collective journey into the arcane realm continued, a delicate ballet between mentor and mentee in the pursuit of psychic mastery. In the mystical realm of psychic exploration, Anaetha's keen perception discerned a peculiar correlation. Those struggling with the arcane teachings found solace and ease when in proximity to Cielo, the golden-haired woman whose radiant soul cast a warm and comforting glow over the assembly. Anaeth herself couldn't help but be enveloped by the pious and comforting aura that emanated from Cielo's presence. In the turbulent currents of psychic energies, there may come moments when you feel adrift, teetering on the precipice of overwhelming power. In these critical junctures, mastering the emergency grounding technique is paramount. Picture roots extending from the solace of your feet, plunging deep into the bedrock of reality. Feel the solidity of the earth beneath you, its grounding force anchoring you amidst the storm of warp energies. As you exhale, release any excess energy downward, letting it flow through the roots into the stabilizing embrace of the earth. This simple yet potent technique swiftly restores equilibrium, preventing the unchecked surge of psychic forces. Practice this grounding ritual regularly, so it becomes an instinctive response, a lifeline in the tempestuous sea of psychic potential. Bann's authoritative voice resonated, his translation of Eurokane's words imbuing them with an air of solemn command. The ambient energy shifted, humming with a harmonious cadence as the psychers diligently followed Bann's instructions. The once tense atmosphere began to soften, and those who had grappled with the esoteric teachings now discovered a channel to release their pent-up energies. Cielo's luminous soul expanded, radiating like a beacon within the square. Her awakening seemed to ripple through the crowd, offering a shared moment of respite and connection. Eurokane, attuned to the intricate nuances of psychic potential, couldn't withhold his observation. He commented to Bann, "She'll be a formidable psyker, one that is rarely seen." Bann's gaze lingered upon the radiant sister superior, recognizing the profound depth of power that lay within her burgeoning abilities. The mysterious interplay between the psychers, their mentor Eurokane, and the ethereal presence of Cielo wove a tapestry of mysticism, furthering the enigma of their shared journey into the warp's arcane realms. As the minutes unfolded like an ancient scroll, Eurokane once again took the metaphysical stage, his words resonating with an otherworldly authority. In the crucible of psychic awakening, there are times when the warp's touch lingers, leaving traces of unwanted energies within. Each syllable carried the weight of eons, the warlock's voice a vessel for the arcane wisdom he imparted. The air, thick with anticipation, hummed with the psychic energies stirred by Eurokane's teachings. To cleanse your being, master the technique of psychic purge. Bann translated the arcane guidance with a grandiosity befitting the grimdark nature of their cosmic journey. The mental imagery of a cascade of pure, cleansing light, drawn from the font of one's psychic essence, took root in the minds of the psychers. They closed their eyes, embarking on a metaphysical journey guided by Eurokane's sagacious words. As the psychers immersed themselves in the ritual, the square transformed into a canvas of unseen energies. The radiant cascade of purifying light enveloped them, a celestial dance of ethereal forces at play. Eurokane, Bann, and Anaeth observed the psychic phenomena unfolding around the practitioners. The air, charged with the harmonious resonance of psychic presence, felt as though reality itself granted a momentary respite. Even Bann, the pragmatic Saiyan, sensed a newfound easiness in maintaining his key around the square. The strategic deployment of his energy, designed to counter the psychic interference caused by the Tyranids, became more fluid. The lessened constraints on his psychic senses offered a welcome reprieve, aligning the cosmic forces for a brief respite amidst the impending challenges that loomed over Faradras. In the sacred crucible of psychic awakening, where the warp's touch lingered like ancient whispers, Eurokane seized the opportune moment. With the final assistance of Bann, he declared, "Telepathy, the silent language of the mind, transcends the limitations of spoken words." His proclamation echoed with the gravitas of arcane knowledge, the very essence of their existence pulsating in harmony with his words. To harness this ability, envision an ethereal bridge connecting your consciousness with that of another. The warlock's voice wove a tapestry of unseen forces, guiding the eager minds of the psychers through the intricate dance of telepathy. Delicate threads of light, shimmering with ethereal energy, materialized in their collective imagination. The warp, that boundless canvas of consciousness, resonated with the subtle nuances of their shared intentions. Begin by establishing a mental rapport, a shared space where your intentions can unfold. As Eurokane's guidance unfolded, the silent language of the mind started to manifest around the square. The air, once humming with anticipation, now bore witness to the emergence of ethereal bridges uniting the thoughts of many. Clarity and sincerity became the guiding beacons in this realm where truth resonated most profoundly. With mastery, telepathy becomes a bridge that unites minds, fostering understanding beyond the constraints of spoken language. The resonance of Eurokane's words seemed to linger in the psychic atmosphere, entwining with the newfound telepathic connections forming among the psychers. The square, once a bastion of silence, now echoed with the silent voices of minds interweaving, celebrating the awakening of their latent abilities. Simple words, expressions of joy, and jubilant celebrations danced across the mental symphony, filling the trio's minds with the lively echoes of psychic communion. The grim atmosphere, once draped in the weight of the unknown, now pulsated with the vibrant energy of minds united through the warp's silent language. In the resonant echoes of psychic connection, Eurokane's voice once again surged through their minds, unveiling the next teaching. In unity, strength blossoms. Collaborative psychic shielding is an art that transcends individual boundaries, weaving the collective will into an impenetrable tapestry. His words carried the weight of ages, a solemn incantation that beckoned the trainees to explore the depths of collective power. Envision threads of energy intertwining between the minds of all present, forming a seamless shield that harmonizes the strengths of each individual. Eurokane's guidance sparked a cascade of mental images, as threads of ethereal energy wove together, creating a tapestry of shared protection. The air shimmered with the collaborative efforts, and the psychers felt the resonance of unity taking root. As you attune your thoughts to those around you, recognize the unique signatures of each psyche, forging a bond that enhances the shield's resilience. The trainees, under the Eldar Warlock's tutelage, immersed themselves in this psychic dance. The recognition of individual strengths became a cornerstone, elevating the collective shield beyond the sum of its parts. The atmosphere thrummed with the pulse of interconnected minds, forming a bastion that defied the warp's intrusion. This collaborative effort taps into the warp's communal nature, where the combined will of many becomes a force to be reckoned with. Eurokane's wisdom resonated with the trainees as they harnessed the warp's communal essence. The shared will of the group, now bound together, created a formidable force against the looming shadows of the Imperium. Regular practice fosters not only individual growth but also the cohesion necessary for effective group defense. The Eldar Warlock's guidance laid the groundwork for the trainees' ongoing development. The psychic tapestry, now alive with intertwined energies, bore testament to their evolving capabilities and the strength derived from collective discipline. Embrace the interconnectedness of minds, for in unity lies the impervious shield against the warp's myriad influences. Eurokane's final words echoed with a profound truth. The trainees, their minds now united, stood amidst a psychic fortress, a testament to the potential that lay within their collaborative efforts. As the trainees delved into this collective endeavor, Cielo's golden beacon ascended to new heights. Fueled by the consciousness of hundreds, it radiated a golden ray that swept through the reality and the Imperium alike. The entire square, nay, the entire Redentia, descended into a reverent silence. A blinding light of warmth emanated, calming the tormented minds of the people within the city. For those haunted by the constant chittering, respite emerged within the soothing glow. Unseen psychers, unwilling to reveal themselves yet strong enough to endure the shadow in the warp, found solace in the radiant light. Gulping down his awe, Eurokane began to understand the ancient tales surrounding the Emperor of Humanity. Cielo's light, akin to the Farseer Nairlayak, bore the hallmark of an awakening psyker, a realization that sent chills down the warlock's spine, prompting him to gather his resolve and press on. In the crucible of their collective efforts, Eurokane's voice pierced through the golden light that bathed the square, bringing forth the next teaching that resonated with both urgency and importance. And while this shield you created is a testament of what you can achieve, in the face of the warp's darker denizens, demonic warding becomes a shield of paramount importance. The Eldar Warlock's words, laden with the weight of ancient wisdom, prompted the psychers to focus their minds on a new challenge, an ethereal fortress that stood guard against the malevolent entities lurking within the warp's shadows. Envision a barrier, an ethereal fortress forged from the strength of your will, alongside the ongoing collaborative shield. Eurokane's instruction carried a sense of gravitas, guiding the trainees to visualize a new layer of protection within their psychic arsenal. The air, already charged with the energies of their collaborative shield, now shimmered with the added resonance of a formidable fortress, one that would repel the chaotic energies of the demonic realm. As you extend your awareness, recognize the unique resonance of warp entities. The Warlock's guidance urged the psychers to attune their senses to the subtle nuances of the warp, identifying the telltale signatures of demonic entities. The collective effort to create the ward took shape as they pictured the barrier, an impenetrable defense that stood as a bulwark against the insidious whispers of the warp. Picture the ward taking shape, an impenetrable barrier that repels the chaotic energies of the demonic realm. Eurokane's words invoked vivid imagery as the trainees, immersed in their psychic communion, conjured forth the ethereal fortress in their minds. The psychic tapestry, now enriched with the additional layer of protection, emitted a palpable energy, a testament to their growing mastery over the warp. Fortify your mental defenses, infusing the ward with the essence of purity and resilience. The Warlock's instructions delved into the essence of the psychic fortress, guiding the psychers to strengthen their mental defenses and imbue the ward with qualities of purity and resilience. The psychic energies in the square surged as each individual contributed to the collective fortification, forging an indomitable shield against the encroaching darkness. The warp twists and churns, seeking entry, but your ward stands resolute. Eurokane's words echoed with an ominous truth, painting a vivid picture of the warp's relentless attempts to breach their defenses. Yet, in the minds of the psychers, the ethereal fortress remained steadfast, a testament to their unwavering resolve against the malevolent forces that sought entry. Regularly reinforce this barrier, ensuring its efficacy against the insidious whispers of the warp. The Eldar Warlock's Council emphasized the importance of diligence in maintaining the demonic ward, a constant vigilance to uphold the integrity of their psychic sanctum. The trainees, now fully immersed in their shared mission, embraced the responsibility of regularly reinforcing the barrier, knowing that its efficacy depended on their collective efforts. Remember, demonic entities thrive on vulnerability. The unwavering strength of your ward denies them foothold, preserving the sanctity of your psychic sanctum. Eurokane's final words lingered in the air, a solemn reminder of the perpetual struggle against the warp's insidious influence. The psychers, empowered by the radiant light of Cielo and guided by the wisdom of Eurokane, stood united, their psychic tapestry now intricately woven with layers of collaborative defense against the malevolent forces that sought to infiltrate their minds and souls. As the collective psyche of the trainees resonated with the wisdom of Eurocane, the Eldar Warlock recognized the need for a moment of respite. With the square immersed in the harmonious aftermath of their collaborative efforts, Eurocane chose to instill a paramount habit among them. In the ever-shifting currents of the warp, a still mind is a bastion of clarity. His voice, a gentle guide through the psychic landscapes, echoed across the tranquil square. Mind-cleansing meditation is a gateway to serenity amidst the tumultuous psychic landscapes. Eurocane's words beckoned the trainees to embark on a journey within, seeking a mental sanctuary free from the echoes of external influences. The Eldar Warlock's guidance led them to close their eyes and breathe deeply, drawing in tranquility with each inhalation and expelling discordant energies with each exhalation. Visualize a serene pool within your consciousness, its waters reflecting the purity of your untainted essence. The trainees, in their meditative state, conjured mental images of serene pools, their reflective waters capturing the essence of inner purity. As the ripples of calm expanded, the residual imprints of warp disturbances were washed away, leaving behind a profound sense of peace. As you delve into this meditative state, let the ripples of calm expand, washing away the residual imprints of warp disturbances. Eurocane's guidance extended beyond mere meditation, emphasizing its transformative impact on the psyche. The ambient energies in the square resonated with the harmonious rhythm of inner serenity, creating a mental haven amid the psychic storms that often raged within. The trainees, now attuned to their surroundings, manifested unique expressions of their psychic connection to the warp. Some floated, demonstrating a mastery over gravity, while others harnessed elemental energies, creating wisps of fire, water, and air around them. The square, once charged with the intensity of psychic training, was now enveloped in a profound peace as the warlock continued with his teachings. Observing the tranquil scene he helped foster, Bann decided his presence was no longer needed. He gracefully stepped away from the place, casting a glance at Eurocane, whose telepathic instructions kept the psychers focused on their mental journey. I don't know how things will unfold, but I hope this scene can be replayed everywhere on this planet. Bann's thoughts echoed as he walked resolutely towards the palace. A meeting with the Strategic Command awaited a pivotal moment to assess the planet's defense against the impending swarm. Tumultuous times, it seemed, had a way of bringing people together. The sight of inhabitants, once influenced by the ecclesiarchy's doctrines, attentively listening to a Zeno was a testament to the extraordinary circumstances. Holding on to the newfound strength from their psychic unity, Bann proceeded with resolute steps, ready to face the challenges that lay ahead. The impending swarm would test not only the psychers but also those who lacked such abilities, and Bann was determined to see how well they would defend themselves in the face of adversity. Chapter 49, The Defense of Faradras. Somber were the faces of everyone who looked past Bann as he made his way inside the palace. The staff of officer aspirants, responsible for overseeing the various divisions within the Imperial Guard Regiment, carried the heavy burden of the dire situation that had befallen them. The dimly lit corridors whispered with hushed conversations, and the air felt laden with the weight of impending doom. 2,500 souls from the Imperial Guard Regiment would be left to defend each city, and a similar allocation awaited the Planetary Defense Forces. The numerical reality, while attempting to create a semblance of defense against the relentless Tyranid swarm, painted a grim picture. Even with levies raised and the call to arms answered, the prospect of facing sheer overwhelming numbers left little room for optimism. The desperate hope lingered that each individual might take down 5 or more creatures before perishing, a wishful thinking that struggled to gain ground against the harsh truth of an uncertain survival. Well, this certainly is a stark contrast between what I witnessed before and these people, Bann ruminated as he moved through the vast corridors of the palace. Seeking guidance from servitors, he traversed the complex structure, his steps echoing the somber atmosphere that pervaded the surroundings. Led outside a 2-door room guarded by various soldiers, Bann entered at a fortuitous moment, catching the room in the midst of a heated discussion. The spacious room hosted a holographic map of Redentia and its surroundings. Various figures, a mix of military officers and officials, surrounded the table. The focal point of attention was a peculiar man, a commanding figure with a deep beard, an exotic grayish hairstyle, and an augmented left eye. His regal appearance, adorned with medals and motifs from the Imperium, seemed incongruent with his enraged countenance. Within the tense atmosphere of the room, the man's voice reverberated as he fervently argued with Palatine Ursula. It is a folly for you to deny their help? We stand no chance, you foolish woman. How is it that you cannot understand it? The outburst, accompanied by the spray of spittle, punctuated the urgency and frustration that gripped the assembly. The Palatine's retort echoed with disdain, her voice filled with venom as she lashed out, "You have colluded against the Imperium and the Emperor. How is it that you feel no shame, you pathetic excuse of a human? Your ancestors must be rolling in their graves to see their unsullied legacy be tarnished by your actions." The air seemed charged with animosity as her bloodshot eyes bore into the man, her fist colliding with the table in a display of unbridled fury. The ornate decorations on her armor seemed to quiver with the intensity of her emotions. The senior officer, a stern figure with grizzled features and military precision, rubbed his temples in an attempt to subdue his anger. He countered with a somber resolve, "There would be no legacy after this, there will be no Imperium for us to answer for our actions. See reason, Palatine, because what we're dealing with now is our survival." His words, laden with desperation and a touch of resignation, temporarily subdued the tumult in the room. The holographic map flickered, casting ethereal light on the tense expressions of those gathered. As eyes turned toward him, Bann directed his gaze over the senior officer and the Palatine. A frown creased his face as he questioned, "What is the problem? Don't tell me, Palatine, you are against cooperating with us." His voice, a dangerous undercurrent, was accompanied by a laugh that hung in the air, a disbelieving chuckle that questioned the reality of the situation. His imposing figure, clad in Saiyan armor, seemed to absorb the ambient light, casting shadows that mirrored the turmoil in the room. Before the Palatine could respond, the officer interjected, "She's refusing to cooperate with the Xenos, the Eldars, and the Psychers you were training." Bann nodded, acknowledging the information, his scrutiny still fixed on the Palatine. The subtle hum of machinery and the shuffle of boots created a symphony of tension, underscoring the gravity of the situation. Ursula scoffed defiantly, "We have done enough accepting you and your help, especially when we retreated from this world. Do not push your luck by trying to make us cooperate with those filthy Xenos and the witches trained by them." Groans echoed from some officers, disheartened by the emergence of internal discord amid the dire circumstances. The room, adorned with military insignias and holographic projections, witnessed a clash of ideologies within its high-stakes confines. Creating a path through the gathering, Bann approached the holographic map, tapping it thoughtfully. With a dangerous smile, he addressed Ursula, "Dear Palatine, although I promised Cielo not to touch you and your sisters, I can assure you there are certain ways to make you an example and make you understand the gravity of this situation. So, please, stop barking and accept the fate you've been dealt." His words, delivered with a veiled threat, prompted a growl from Ursula. In an act of restrained fury, she swallowed down her rage, choosing silence over further confrontation. The atmosphere in the room seemed to hang in suspense, awaiting the next move in this unfolding drama. Acknowledging Ursula's decision with a solemn nod, Bann shifted his penetrating gaze towards the officer, an unspoken command for a comprehensive update on the defensive preparations. The dimly lit room, illuminated only by the holographic map, heightened the gravity of the situation. Releasing a prolonged sigh, the officer initiated his briefing, manipulating the holographic map with deftness to illustrate their strategic assets. "Our artillery faces an unprecedented challenge when divided among 4 cities, yet it's an imperative measure to prevent the catastrophic loss of all cities following the initial Tyranid onslaught," he began, each word bearing the weight of the impending threat. The holographic projection brought forth an array of weapons, vehicles, and artillery pieces, creating a visual representation of their formidable arsenal. As the officer spoke, his eyes momentarily met the stern gaze of the Palatine, subtly acknowledging the delicate collaboration between the Imperial Guard and the Sisters of Battle. Detailing the deployment of units around the city, the officer continued, "These forces are predominantly equipped for ranged combat. However, the ground-level defense will be reinforced by the martial prowess of the noble houses and kingdoms, engaging directly to impede the Tyranid advance toward the city walls." The holographic display evolved, reflecting the intricate choreography of forces on the battlefield. Bann, keenly observing the augmented forces, raised a pertinent question: "How many soldiers make up this formidable force? I had anticipated a more dire situation." The unspoken concern lingered in the air, the vital need for a living barricade, comprised of melee infantry from noble houses and kingdoms, to shield the Imperial Guard from the relentless Tyranid swarm. Pausing, the officer conveyed the city's predicament with solemnity. Redentia, being the central stronghold, musters the largest force with a total of 353,000 soldiers. However, it's crucial to note that the majority of these troops are levies, lacking extensive training and proper equipment to withstand the ferocity of the initial Tyranid assault. The staggering reality of 353,000 soldiers attempting to shield the millions of evacuating citizens underscored the direness of their predicament. Bann, a frown etching across his face, made a decisive command: "Arm every able-bodied man, even with rudimentary weapons. Their sacrifice, even in taking down one Tyranid, could provide vital seconds for our trained troops. Their contribution is not just valiant but indispensable." Seeking further insights, he inquired, "What is the situation in the other cities?" A servant, having received Bann's directive, quietly exited the room, leaving the officers to share a contemplative silence. Responding to Bann's inquiry, the officer remarked, "Several kingdoms have regrettably rejected the evacuation call, opting to defend their territories. While precise numbers remain uncertain, we anticipate their forces to be comparatively lower than ours, given their refusal to heed imperial orders." A palpable undercurrent of resentment infused his words, reflecting the officer's frustration with kingdoms prioritizing autonomy over unified defense. Yet, the pressing Tyranid threat constrained their ability to address such insubordination as they collectively faced an enemy that brooked no defiance. In the dimly lit chamber, a man with a mustache and a robust figure sneered at the seemingly delusional kings who believed their walls could shield them from the Tyranids. "These foolish peasant kings believe their wall can protect them from the Tyranids. Ha! How idiotic can they be?" His words resonated among the officers, a shared skepticism reflecting the disdain for rulers clinging to false security. Bann's gaze swept across the officers, silencing their murmurs with a glance. He confronted their contemptuous sentiments with a sobering rebuke: "These peasant kings are ignorant, a consequence of the Imperium's actions. Instead of shedding light on the threats we face, the Imperium has kept them in the dark, ignorant of the insurmountable dangers that mankind confronts." His resonant voice filled the room, injecting a somber gravity into the atmosphere. Turning his attention to the holographic map, Bann steeled himself for the task ahead. If necessary, I will personally train the men myself. Every strong arm must wield a sword, a spear, or even clubs. Each man must sweat to stand stalwart against the impending doom that Faradras faces. He met the eyes of the officers, his words carrying an inspiring weight. As the rulers of this world, we Syans will bear the brunt of their forces. We only ask for time, hold the lines, guard humanity from fading away. Fulfill your duty, die with honor, and make your emperor proud of the ones who upheld the imperium of mankind in this lost world. His words ignited a profound sense of pride in the hearts of those present, straightening backs and lifting chins with defiant determination. Addressing the diverse assembly, Bann underscored unity in the face of adversity. Guardsmen, soldiers, peasants, all of you are men and women. Even your psyker brothers, often despised, will fight shoulder to shoulder when ammunition runs dry. Those who were once ostracized will be the ones covering your backs with their unique abilities. The resonating words echoed through the chamber, evoking a spectrum of emotions, from pangs of shame to furrowed brows deep in thought. Exhaling deeply, Bann refocused on the holographic map, meticulously outlining his strategy for the impending battle. I will be covering Redentia alongside the Ildari. My focus will be on the more threatening foes to grant you respite. Just ensure the protection of the population. That's all I ask. With a last, lingering glance towards the Palatine, Bann strode out of the room, leaving everyone to contemplate his departing figure. The weight of his position didn't fully burden him yet, and his confident steps conveyed absolute resolution for the upcoming battle. His departure provided more than a brief sense of security, it was a beacon of inspiration to those who observed, knowing that he would face the majority of the Tyranid onslaught. However, others regarded his retreating figure with a mixture of admiration and uncertainty, unsure if his might would indeed prove sufficient. As Bann exited the palace and weaved through the city, his perceptive gaze drank in the rich tapestry of emotions painted on the faces of its inhabitants. Each expression was a chapter in a collective story, revealing the visceral impact of the impending crisis. Fear lingered like a shadow, etched on the brows of those who looked to an uncertain future. Concern furrowed brows, reflecting a shared worry that permeated every conversation and fleeting glance. Desperation clouded the eyes of those grappling with the weight of impending calamity, while anxiety rippled through the air, palpable in the hushed whispers and furtive glances exchanged among the populace. Resignation, a heavy burden, weighed on shoulders bowed beneath the impending threat. Helplessness manifested in the hands that clutched at meager possessions, searching for some semblance of control in a world spiraling into chaos. Yet, amidst these myriad emotions, Bann discerned a resilient spirit, a collective determination to face the storm that loomed on the horizon. In the heart of the city, Bann, once Thomas, felt a familiar ease. The soulful connection to ordinary people resonated deeply, and with every act of kindness, he not only alleviated physical burdens but also stoked the ember of shared humanity. As a Saiyan and their ruler, the duty to protect these people transcended a mere obligation. It became an intimate responsibility rooted in the recognition of shared vulnerabilities. These seemingly ordinary individuals, often overlooked by others, held a profound significance. They were the unsung heroes, the providers of tangible and intangible support that would fortify the foundations of Bann's legacy. Each interaction, every shared burden, contributed to a collective bond that would withstand the trials ahead. As Bann invested time in connecting with his people, sharing laughter, and offering a comforting presence, the city's vibrancy seemed to respond. His interactions resonated, and though his official position remained a mystery, the unspoken authority he carried became a source of inspiration. His footsteps echoed the promise of protection, the assurance of a leader who understood the trials and tribulations of those he led. Only after these immersive engagements did Bann retreat to the training base. Yet, his presence lingered in the hearts and minds of the people, leaving an indelible mark that transcended the boundaries of official titles. In those moments of shared humanity, the Saiyan ruler solidified not just his physical strength but the enduring strength of their shared spirit. Chapter 50, The Prelude of War. In the heart of what was once a bustling Saiyan base, the landscape now lay in stark contrast, void of life and desolate. The tents, which had once housed scholars immersed in the pursuit of knowledge, had vanished, leaving behind a haunting emptiness. Even the nearby villages, once vibrant with the daily activities of the community, now stood silent and uninhabited. The once lush crop fields, symbols of prosperity, stretched out expansively but remained devoid of any signs of life. Under the cosmic glow of an almost full moon, the 5 Saiyans found solace in meditation. Each figure, surrounded by an aura of ki, sat in contemplation, seeking to master the intricate techniques bestowed upon them by Celery. The moonlight, accompanied by the twinkling stars and other celestial bodies, cast an ethereal illumination over the land. The air, cool and refreshing, carried a gentle breeze that intermingled with the Saiyan's deep, rhythmic breaths. As the night unfolded, a serene silence enveloped the Saiyan base. The only interruptions came from sporadic bursts of ki, each an experiment in testing the limits of their newfound abilities. The Saiyans recognized the importance of refining their techniques, especially in the face of the imminent Tyranid invasion. Every flicker of ki represented a step forward in harnessing their latent powers, and the test of sudden insights. The meditative quietude persisted for hours, the moon witnessing the Saiyan's dedicated pursuit of mastery. Eventually, Celery broke the silence, her eyes fixated on Bann, who had joined the meditation last. Her question echoed through the stillness, probing for insights into their preparedness for the impending threat. Do we have an idea of what to expect, Bann? She inquired, seeking guidance. Bann's eyes opened slowly, revealing a countenance that hinted at a depth of understanding. His response carried a calm assurance. You have read the texts about the Tyranids on the Inquisitorship. What makes you think anything will be different? Celery, grappling with the incessant chittering in her mind, voiced her frustration. I don't know, she admitted, the strain evident in her voice. Their chittering is driving me crazy, and I just want to know what to expect aside from an almost infinite amount of bugs. Bann, gazing upward at the starry sky, sighed deeply. The distant violet nebula painted a cosmic tapestry overhead, a silent reminder of the vast unknown. In this moment of uncertainty, the Syans continued their quest for understanding, seeking clarity amidst the cosmic silence that surrounded them. Standing amidst the Saiyan group, Bann surveyed the faces, noting the mix of curiosity, concern, and anticipation etched across their features. With a subtle nod, he began to articulate the intricacies of his strategy for the impending Tyranid invasion. They probably don't know we are protecting this world, so we can be assured that we'll have an easy time repelling their first wave, he explained, his deep voice cutting through the night air. The problem is with the consequential waves. If the hive mind does prepare for our attacks, then we'll have to change things. Lowering his gaze, Bann rose to his feet, his powerful presence commanding attention. That is why we need to lower our strength first, destroy them with minimal effort. So, once they get stronger while sending their waves, we can increase accordingly to not lose our edge and let them adapt to our abilities. Folding his arms across his chest, he allowed a moment for his words to settle among the group, knowing the weight of the responsibility that lay ahead. Ruly, ever the cautious one, voiced his concern, but don't we endanger ourselves this way? Not only will we put ourselves in a bad spot, but it may threaten to let our capabilities of destroying their numbers diminish. In response, Aprit, with a confidence that reflected his Saiyan pride, asserted, in that case, we only need to focus on making our attacks more destructive, preventing them from even reaching our positions to attack us. His gaze held an unwavering belief in their strength, glancing with mild confusion at Ruly for raising such concerns. Ramala, the spirited warrior, challenged Aprit's suggestion, injecting a note of skepticism. Where will the fighting be in that case? If we just bother throwing our abilities, then there's no fun. Bann and Celery, sharing a moment of exasperation, faced Ramala's spirited comment. Bann responded with a stern tone, we're not going to fight for fun, Ram. When you see their numbers and what they are capable of, I can assure you the words said by Aprit will be the first thing to come into your mind. Unfazed, Ramala retorted, come on, Bann, how can they adapt to our attacks? We will sweep them apart and leave nothing remaining of them. Have you lost your edge due to these humans? Her eyes probed Bann's resolve. Shaking his head, Bann calmly stated, instead of taking this conversation, we should be training. If not the technique, more destructive abilities since our job won't be easy at all. With purposeful steps, he floated away from the base, his silhouette outlined against the night sky. As he focused on controlling the amount and the effect he wanted to achieve, thoughts crossed his mind. If I could have each key blast having a yielding similar to a nuclear attack, that'll be great. With that idea, he unleashed powerful attacks that reverberated through the land, breaking the tense yet peaceful night, as his assaults illuminated the sky with bursts of intense energy. In the dimly lit shadows created by the key blasts, Celery elegantly folded her arms, her piercing gaze fixed upon the assembly of Syans who, with arms crossed and intent expressions, observed Bann's actions amid the cacophonous symphony of explosions. Her voice cut through the thunderous tumult as she addressed them with calculated determination. We should move our attack balls to Redentia. Though I doubt the Tyranids can do something at them, it's better to be safe than sorry. Her words were met with solemn nods from her Saiyan companions, who gravitated towards the recesses of their bases, where their space pods lay dormant, a repository of their coveted treasure and the promise of a formidable legacy. Emerging from the subterranean refuge that had served as their sanctum for a dozen of years, 5 gleaming attack balls came into view beneath the expansive Faradra's sky. The Syans ascended slowly, a formidable airborne procession, bound for the nearest capital. Meanwhile, Bann lingered, his focus unswerving upon his lone attack pod. Each key blast, a testament to his relentless pursuit of power, yielded mixed results. It's not enough, goddammit. The expenditure of ki for their resulting yielding makes it worthless. Acknowledging the limitations of his finite energy amidst an insurmountable adversary, Bann found dissatisfaction in the inadequacy of his attacks compared to what he expected. The night stretched interminably as he toiled, determined to achieve a result that met his exacting standards. He remained entrenched until the sun emerged on the horizon, casting its pallid glow upon the desolation he had wrought. When, eventually, he soared above Redentia, an inscrutable countenance graced his features as he cradled his attack ball. No welcoming committee awaited him, for the other Syans had dispersed to their respective cities, engrossed in fortification strategies and familiarizing themselves with the looming battleground. Underscore 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 on. Ensure the conservation of your precious ammunition. No further supply shall grace your hands. It is the cold steel of your bayonet and knife that shall serve as the solitary bastion, guarding you against the ravenous jaws of the Xenos, eager to make a meal of your very essence. The stern commands of a seasoned captain echoed through the air, resonating against the imposing walls of Redentia like a dire proclamation. The atmosphere became saturated with sanctity as the preachers from the ministorum raised their censers, the fragrant incense intertwining with their solemn prayers that sought the divine blessing of the emperor upon the valiant defenders. Accompanying them, a select squad of Sisters of Battle elevated the Simulacrum Imperialis. The sacred book, catching the ambient light, fluttered its pages adorned with verses that danced in the gentle breeze. Behind the primary bearer, the formation of Sisters of Battle stood in stoic unison, each wielding a censer of holy fire. The flickering flames cast an ethereal glow upon the towering walls of Redentia, creating an otherworldly ambience befitting the sacredness of the proceedings. The ecclesiarchy representative, with unwavering fervor, sanctified the wall through fervent invocations. Accompanying sisters carried litanies of faith banners, their inscribed prayers weaving into the hymns sung by the ecclesiarchy choir. The air resonated with the distinct sounds of chainswords clinking and the rhythmic thuds of penitents' crochet striking the ground, each echoing in synchronized cadence, a martial hymn of devotion. Beside the sanctifying figure, a sister cradled the reliquary of martyrs, its contents whispering tales of sacrifice and martyrdom. The Aquila standard, portraying the imperious double-headed eagle of the Imperium, soared high, an emblem of unwavering loyalty amidst onlookers who beheld the scene with profound solemnity and respect. Cherubins, celestial companions in flight, trailed behind, their ephemeral presence marked by the soft shower of petals that adorned their celestial wake. They accompanied the procession along the towering walls, adding a touch of celestial grace to the sacred rites. Observing this profound spectacle was Myrella, who swallowed hard, her heart filled with a reverential awe. Turning her attention to her lasgun, she meticulously attended to its care. Flanking her were a small cotter of soldiers, her new comrades forged in the crucible of adversity after Bann had ruthlessly dispatched her previous squad alongside their captain. Each face etched with the weight of their trials and sacrifices, bound by a solemn duty to defend Redentia against the encroaching darkness. I've heard murmurs, whispers even, that we stand on the precipice of doom. Our numbers, they say, are a pittance against the impending deluge. The robust figure, clad in the sturdy embrace of flak armor with a dark shirt beneath, conveyed his foreboding sentiment in hushed tones, his words hanging in the air like a portentous shroud. Facing Tyranids, my comrades, it matters not whether you've graced the halls of Escalation. We were all schooled in the grim reality of what to expect from these Xenos. With the forces at our disposal, I implore you to make peace with your existence, for this may well be the sepulchre of our days. His voice, once robust, took on a somber cadence as he continued to draw from his smoldering cigarette. Myrella cast a final glance at the receding figures of the sisters, her gaze then falling to the land below the imposing walls. There, a deep trench unfolded, fortified with various rows of barbed wires, caltrops, and an array of defensive measures strategically positioned. Within the trenches, a multitude, numbering in the hundreds if not thousands, stood poised in their positions. These defenses, a testament to unwavering dedication, had been meticulously erected throughout the preceding day and the relentless night that followed. What's the worry? Haven't you surveyed our numbers? Even if these Xenos descend upon us en masse, we can swat them aside with ease. Remember, the Emperor protects. A spirited young soldier exclaimed, his golden locks radiating a luminous aura, a dazzling smile gracing his square visage. His fervent words prompted a reflexive chorus of the Emperor protects from those gathered, a unifying mantra that echoed despite the apprehensions lingering from earlier briefings. The burly man who had been smoking merely shook his head, exhaling a plume of smoke as he continued preparing his equipment. The conversations along the wall persisted, reflections on what the looming Tyranid threat might entail, until attention shifted to a cry behind the city. Look, it's one of those Xenos. Alarm resonated through the ranks as eyes turned toward the pointed finger. However, it was not a Tyranid that met their gaze, but Bann, clad in formidable armor, suspended in the crimson sky above Redentia. Oh, it's him. Bloody hell, Melvin, you nearly stopped my heart? I thought it was the Nids. A seasoned veteran with a thick beard and bare torso chuckled, relief evident in his raspy laughter. At least we have one of those anomalies on our side. If he can wreak the same havoc he did against us, there's no reason we can't endure this Tyranid onslaught. A weary voice, unrecognizable to Myrella, chimed in as her eyes remained fixed on Bann's commanding presence. Clenching her fists, she swallowed the amalgamation of anger and fear that welled within her, her gaze unwavering on the formidable being. A somber and grim atmosphere descended upon the wall as the eyes of the guardsmen remained fixed on the Saiyan. I've always dreamt of the ability to fly and perform the feats that bastard is capable of. Soaring through the trenches, aiding our brethren. The golden-haired young soldier murmured audibly, his voice carrying a hint of longing and envy, eliciting a mixture of scoffs and nods from his comrades. Do not be deceived by the Xenos, Caesar. There's a reason why he stands alone amidst our vast and mighty Imperium. The Emperor and his legions have laid waste to entire races of Xenos comparable to his might. People like us are far more capable than what a mere Xenos could ever dream of becoming. The resonant voice of the squad's captain suddenly pierced through the air, drawing the attention of many as they turned to regard the man. His features bore a softness, but the stubble around his jaw imparted a rugged quality to his otherwise youthful appearance. Before anyone could interject, Myrella observed a whitish aura materialize around Bann, accompanied by a tidal sound that seemed to encroach upon the area. In the blink of an eye, he assumed a position and was propelled skyward, leaving behind a trail of brilliance. Boom! A resounding sonic boom and hurricane-like winds engulfed Redentia, prompting urgent cries. Take cover. Get away from the borders. Shouts and screams reverberated as the guardsmen sought refuge against the powerful gusts. Amidst the chaos, a few laughs echoed, and one man jestingly remarked to his captain, "Are you certain, captain, that the Zeno can only dream? He appears quite formidable to me, he 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 he." Laughter erupted, and the captain offered a wry smile. "Look, there's more of them." A cry broke through the tumult as guardsmen rose from their cover to witness 3 additional faraway white trails streaking across the sky around Redentia, converging toward the same position. Myrella observed the unfolding spectacle in silence, her ears resonating with the rhythmic beating of her heart. She lifted her gaze toward the assumed destination of the converging trails. She remarked, "Seems like they're heading toward the space station." With the Syans assuming strategic positions, the destiny of Fadas hung in the balance. A confrontation against overwhelming odds loomed on the horizon, the two forces poised for an imminent clash that would determine the fate of the beleaguered world. The Tyranid War has begun. Chapter 51, So it begins. The celestial tapestry that once adorned the Fadas system, a mantle of stars that whispered cosmic tales, had been vanquished. In its stead, the lone radiance of the sun system bathed the Syans, stationed outside the formidable space station, in its unforgiving glow. The colossal edifice, stretching for dozens of kilometers, rose defiantly with a haunting beauty in its Gothic architecture. The aged walls, etched with the scars of time, reflected the piercing sunlight. Within its expansive corridors, bunkers, defenses, and turret positions, the station's workforce stood resolute. Their gaze fixated on the impending cataclysm, their stalwart forms standing sentinel against the encroaching maw of doom. The ships dispatched by Inquisitor Gannicus assumed a strategic distance, their presence pivotal not only in delivering orbital support to the ground troops but also in alleviating the burdens weighing upon Celery and the defenders stationed aboard the space station. The Blazing Feather, an ominous vessel under the command of Gannicus, bore armaments capable of unleashing torrents of devastating firepower. Yet, in the face of the vast armada of biovessels hurtling towards them with an insatiable hunger, the solitary frigate and its escorts seemed a mere spark against an encroaching tempest. Before a panoramic window, adorned in a fusion of Saiyan armor and a breathing mask to inhale the life-giving oxygen, stood the 5 warriors of the proud Saiyan race. Lords of Fadas, their very existence embodied the last hope of the imperiled humans in this sector. Across their faces, scouters displayed intricate numbers and data, their eyes locked onto the abyss beyond. In this profound silence, broken only by the beeping sounds of scouters and the ambient hum of the machinery laboring within the space station, Aprit couldn't contain a murmur. "Those vessels are colossal," he remarked, his gaze fixed on the data unveiled by his scanner. A bioship, visible thousands of kilometers away, stretched an ominous 3 kilometers in length. Nodding solemnly, Rukul couldn't help but utter with a stern tone, "And there are millions of those ships." An uneasy tension lingered in his demeanor as he grappled with the staggering scale of the impending threat. Within each Saiyan, blood surged with heightened fervor, and instincts flared wildly. The oppressive aura exuded by the Hive fleet clashed against their warrior nature, and the unyielding arrogance in their veins yearned to confront the monstrous entities that dared to brandish their fangs. The air crackled with anticipation, the Syans itching to launch into battle. Yet, for now, they held their ground, a silent yet volatile storm awaiting its release amidst the cosmic maelstrom. Ramila, an animated blur of energy, leapt and weaved on the precipice of anticipation. Her nervous energy, a tempest within, compelled her to exclaim, "The nervousness is killing me. I can't wait to destroy all of those ships with my bare fists." Her words reverberated with more than mere bravado. There was a palpable, raw intensity to her, a Saiyan spirit eager for the brutal symphony of conflict that loomed on the cosmic horizon. In stark divergence from Bann's calculated approach of unleashing energy blasts, Ramila, much like Rukul, embraced an alternate strategy. She envisioned harnessing her endowed physique and kinetic energy during flight, a swirling force of destruction ready to tear through everything at hypersonic speeds, leaving nothing but chaos in her wake. While Ramila reveled in her anticipation, Celery, the stalwart defender entrusted with the monumental responsibility, scrutinized the data displayed on her scouter with unwavering seriousness. The weight of the impending battle bore down heavily upon her shoulders. Her mission was clear: defend the space station and stem the tide of the encroaching swarm from inundating the planet's atmosphere. It was a Herculean task, uniquely suited to her unparalleled prowess. With key reserves and control second only to Bann, she stood as the linchpin for this formidable undertaking. The flickering numbers on her scouter, a mesmerizing display registering in the dozens of millions, prompted Celery's mind to race with intricate calculations. She meticulously estimated the time required to decimate the looming threat, her tactical brilliance shining amidst the impending storm. The gravity of her duty lingered in the air, and she bore it with the poise of a seasoned warrior. Sensing her intense focus, Bann, a pillar of support in the face of cosmic adversity, offered words of encouragement that reverberated through the tense atmosphere. "Remember, today you're not allowed to die. Do what you must, but unleash a torrent of hell upon them." His words, laden with the weight of the impending struggle and camaraderie forged in the crucible of shared destiny, elicited a grin from the Saiyan female. It was a fleeting moment of connection amidst the cosmic chaos, a testament to the indomitable spirit that bound them all together in the face of an uncertain fate. As the yawning gap between the two cosmic forces gradually diminished, the ominous biovessels drew closer, their grotesque forms looming on the edge of the void. The weapons flanking the frigate and its vigilant escorts, sleek instruments of impending destruction, aligned with ruthless precision. Within the hallowed bridge of the blazing feather, Gannicus, his figure radiating stern command, stood amidst the remaining officers from the Navy. Their collective focus fixed on an array of panels, each displaying vital information about their adversaries, the sinuous dance of their weaponry, the pulsating life force within bioships, and the intricate functions of the mighty vessel, all meticulously overseen by a legion of servitors. A symphony of orders echoed through the cavernous bridge as the crew moved with seamless discipline, preparing the colossal 1.5-kilometer vessel for the cataclysmic clash that lay ahead. The resonant clang of metal echoed through every corridor, a harmonious prelude to the imminent storm that awaited them in the cosmic abyss. "Milord, weapons are ready," reported an officer, his arm raised as he scrutinized the data slate wrapped around his forearm, a repository of tactical insights and critical updates. Gannicus, his gaze unwavering, fixed upon the ominous Tyranid strangler displayed on the panoramic screen and various holograms. In that moment, the bridge held a collective breath, anticipation thickening the air. The weight of responsibility bore down upon Gannicus as he drew in a deep breath. His voice, when it finally resonated through the bridge, carried not just the authority of command but also the solemn acknowledgement of the daunting task ahead. Open fire. His command, a seismic echo through the ship's various vox speakers, initiated a symphony of unleashed devastation. Lances, sleek beams of potent energy, and torpedoes, harbingers of explosive doom, were unleashed into the cosmic void. The very metal of the ship quivered under the force behind each projectile, a testament to the unleashed power at their command. Volleys of destruction and building-sized torpedoes hurtled through the vast expanse at colossal speeds, traversing the remaining distance in mere heartbeats. The 2-kilometer-long strangler, a grotesque behemoth, found its demise in the merciless onslaught as the lances sliced through its monstrous form. The torpedoes, fiery emissaries of obliteration, erupted behind the obliterated bioship, engulfing a larger void in a cataclysmic explosion. The radiant shockwave not only consumed the primary target but also swept through the surrounding swarm of drones, scattering them like ashes in the cosmic wind. The ensuing spectacle, a transient dance of brilliance and destruction, mirrored a small supernova. The bridge, bathed in the ambient glow of monitors and holograms, held its collective breath. In this moment of cataclysmic beauty, the crew bore witness to the unleashed fury, a prelude to the tumultuous battle that awaited them amidst the cosmic tapestry. Observing the explosive initiation of the cosmic conflict from the vantage point of the space station, Bann's stoic gaze bespoke a foreboding recognition. "So it begins," he muttered, his voice resonating through the labyrinthine corridors as he raised his breathing mask and gracefully ascended into the weightless void. Addressing his companions, who were transfixed by the unfolding spectacle, Bann rallied them with a voice that echoed through the station's metallic confines. "Syans from planet Vegeta, today we stand, today we fight. In our blood courses the pride of our ancestors, the pride of our race. Let them behold, let them fear, for us, the Syans, shall show them no mercy." His words, a clarion call to battle, elicited fervent yells and shouts from his comrades, who promptly followed his lead. Floating in close formation behind him, their breathing masks securing life's breath, the Syans' eyes blazed with a fiery intensity. Taut muscles bespoke readiness, a testament to the indomitable might of their warrior lineage. With a final, resounding shout, Bann propelled himself away from the space station, his voice thundering through the entire structure. "Fight with me to the world's ending? Death." The air itself quivered with the intensity of his roar as the Syans, a formidable quintet, flared their ki and echoed his cry, "Death." Like 5 cosmic comets streaking through the cosmic tapestry, the air around the Syans steamed with the potency of their ki auras, engulfing their bodies in an ethereal blaze. Soaring through the void, they cut through the inky expanse with meteoric speed, small meteors colliding with their bodies, creating explosive bursts of energy in their wake. Their unwavering focus fixated on the encroaching biovessels, eyes burning with pure fury and the insatiable thirst for battle. Accelerating with each passing second, they halved the distance against the first wave of Tyranid bioships that opened fire in a desperate attempt to repel the approaching Saiyan onslaught. Bioplasma and acidic assaults were hurled toward the Syans, who effortlessly danced through the deadly barrage, leaving trails of bluish and greenish energy in their wake. Dozens of thousands of drones, with the proportions of large aircraft, followed in their wake, like a swarm of voracious insects. Ramala, fueled by unbridled eagerness, accelerated to even greater speeds, breaking through 1,000 times the sound barrier. Colliding head-on with the first wave of drones, she unleashed her kinetic might, rending through the hard carapaces and transforming the swarm into a bloody maelstrom. Her trajectory left a trail of destruction, an unstoppable force of nature carving its path through the swarm. Explosions erupted in the void as spheres of pure destruction akin to the ones of the torpedoes, added a cacophony of brilliant detonations to the cosmic ballet of war. The space around the Syans became a canvas of chaos and fury, the clash of titans reverberating through the emptiness of the cosmos. The stage was set for a cosmic symphony of destruction and defiance, and the Syans embraced their role as its unrivaled orchestrators. Celery and Bann, their formidable ki pulsating like cosmic supernovas, became avatars of destruction as they surged through the undulating wall of biomass created by the relentless swarm of Tyranid drones. The release of their ki attacks painted the vast expanse of the cosmic void with brilliant explosions, each detonation echoing with the devastating yield of dozens and hundreds of gigatons. The shockwaves from their onslaught reached for hundreds of kilometers, transforming the once serene vacuum into a chaotic battlefield where radiant bursts of energy vaporized thousands in the blink of an eye. Yet, the unyielding Tyranid horde, like a relentless tempest, continued to pour forth from colossal bioships, challenging the Syans in a cosmic ballet of annihilation. Rukul and Aprit, inspired by Ramala's audacious approach, became celestial juggernauts hurtling towards the heart of the Tyranid swarm. Their trajectories, etched with the destructive brilliance of their key auras, left trails of devastation in their wake as they collided with the first of the colossal bioships. The seemingly impenetrable armor covering the bioships, a testament to Tyranid resilience, proved futile against the indomitable force of the Syan onslaught. Rukul and Aprit, with sheer might, cleaved through the armor as if it were nothing more than an ephemeral barrier. Amidst the cosmic chaos, Rukul's maniacal laughter resonated through the void as he taunted the Void Beast, "Explode, you Void Beast." A charged key attack, an embodiment of relentless power, surged into the prowler, disintegrating hundreds of thousands of bioforms within. The resultant detonation, a cosmic fireworks display of destruction, expanded outwards as Rukul, undeterred, propelled himself towards the next target. Aprit, adopting a more strategic and cautious approach, meticulously carved a gaping hole into the gigantic prowler. Methodically, he directed precise key attacks into its innards, systematically dismantling the bioship as dozens upon dozens succumbed to the relentless barrage. Acidic and plasma attacks were deftly dodged, and smaller bio-drones were crushed beneath the force of Aprit's calculated strikes. The cosmic expanse around Faradras transformed into a chaotic theater of destruction, where the symphony of explosions blended with the relentless tide of Tyranids surging forth to confront the Syans. As the brilliance of the explosions, each reflecting the devastating potency of their torpedoes but now multiplied in the thousands, bathed the space around Faradras, an uneasy tension gripped Inquisitor Gannicus and the souls aboard the Blazing Feather. The capabilities displayed by the Syans surpassed even their direst expectations. By the Emperor's bones? If they can unleash such devastation, what grim fate awaits our fleets? The alarmed voice of an officer resounded, quickly hushed by the urgency conveyed through the gestures of his peers. Forcing down the weighty knot in his throat, Gannicus redirected his gaze to the unfolding cosmic theater of war. Urgent orders echoed through the bridge, focus on the ships escaping the Syans' onslaught. Do not allow them to approach the space station so swiftly. The frantic coordination continued as the frigate and its escorts seized the opportunity, unleashing relentless salvos upon the retreating bioships, while the fighter squadrons prepared for the imminent clash that awaited them in the vast expanse of the cosmic battleground. Within the chaotic maelstrom of nightmarish creatures and unrelenting assaults, Bann found himself submerged in an overwhelming sea of Tyranid drones. His movements, executed with a fluidity that defied the laws of physics, cut through the swarm like a tempest of destruction. Each punch and kick was a testament to the unstoppable force that was a Syan in the midst of battle. The surge of adrenaline pulsed through his veins, drowning out rational thought as he tore through the nightmarish horde with an indomitable will. In every direction Bann turned his gaze, grotesque Tyranid forms loomed with their nightmarish claws, mouths, and tentacles. His fists, wreathed in a blinding white ki, became instruments of relentless precision, obliterating each foe with a brutal efficiency that seemed to freeze time itself. In the midst of the chaotic sea of enemies, Bann moved at a speed that left the Tyranids unable to react. Dozens fell with each passing second, yet the ceaseless tide of Tyranids, like an unyielding cosmic force, continued to replenish their numbers. I guess it's time. Sensing the impending escalation of the threat, Bann knew it was time to unleash a devastating attack. Gathering ki around his left hand, he executed intricate maneuvers with the other to obliterate everything in his immediate path. Balancing the need to conserve ki with the desire for a potent strike, he accelerated his speed hundreds of times faster, distancing himself from the encroaching sea of enemies. With unwavering determination, he pointed his left hand towards the staggering count of 17 million Tyranids, unleashing the fearsome blue sphere with a thunderous roar, Big Bang attack. The silent explosion that followed, thousands of times larger than his previous assaults, swept through the enemies in a devastating display of destructive force. The blue sphere, a colossal manifestation of raw power, spanned more than 1,000 kilometers in length. Its scorching temperature obliterated everything in its relentless path, creating a void of devastation in the once serene expanse of space. The very name of the attack did justice to its colossal impact, as it resonated through the cosmic battleground. Though the Tyranid numbers dwindled at an alarming rate under the relentless onslaught, Bann was not content to merely witness the aftermath. With a relentless focus, he continued gathering ki, launching salvo after salvo towards the colossal biovessels of great length. Each attack, meticulously charged and unleashed, displayed enough potency to dismantle the looming threats, leaving behind cascading explosions that marked the Syans' unwavering resolve. In the silent vacuum of space, the battle for Faradra's survival unfolded beneath the blazing explosions of countless ki attacks and torpedoes. The initial clash saw the Syan race ruthlessly eradicating over 200 million bioforms in the first wave of the Tyranid fleet. However, this loss paled in comparison to the never-ending swarm yet to reach the Syan position. The true force of the Tyranid menace had yet to be unleashed against the indomitable Syans. The echoes of this cosmic clash reverberated through the vastness of the galaxy, the indomitable Syans versus the darkness that devoured everything. The battle for Faradras had only just begun, and the fate of the sector hung in the balance, a cosmic dance between the unstoppable force and the relentless tide of darkness. Chapter 52, Syans unleashed in the cosmic expanse. The very tapestry of space itself quivered under the unyielding onslaught unleashed by the harbingers of doom, avatars of war, the Syans. Designated as the chosen race destined to conquer the stars, they emerged as the formidable conquerors amidst an unending sea of adversaries. The small stars flickered, igniting and vanishing in a rhythmic dance, marking the emergence of Ki, the life force, the very essence of the Syans that made its grand debut in the galaxy. With each passing second, the relentless torrent of Ki blasts became a symphony, orchestrating the demise of millions of bioforms. The colossal bioships Krakens and Prowlers alike succumbed, torn asunder in the wake of the Syans' destructive prowess. The resounding echoes of their power reverberated through the cosmic canvas, leaving trails of radiant energy that painted a vivid tableau in the void. As the Syans flexed their muscles, unleashing a force potent enough to shatter mountains with casual ease, the once hardened and evolved carapace of the Tyranid bioforms proved futile. Crafted to withstand the trials of the galaxy, it crumbled before the universal might of the Syans. The kinetic force they generated was a testament to their indomitable strength, rending the Tyranids defenseless and insignificant. The once desolate void now bore witness to the aftermath, a celestial graveyard filled with debris, remnants, and innards of colossal bioships scattered like cosmic confetti. The vast space, originally capable of cradling an entire planet, transformed into a deadly arena where the Syans stood with pride. They embodied paragons of destruction, their silhouettes surrounded by the radiant glow of unleashed power. Swift as the thunder, the Syans moved at speeds imperceptible to the simple eye, leaving in their wake a tableau of destruction. Onlookers were left awestruck by the cosmic ballet, discerning the aftermath trails of destruction, scattered innards, body parts, and explosive Ki eruptions. Each Syan traversed thousands of kilometers in mere seconds, their movements akin to ethereal dance steps, choreographed by the very forces of the universe. The cosmic symphony continued, an intricate dance of destruction echoing through the vast void, where the Syans stood as the unrivaled maestros of war. Ever prideful warriors. Yes? Come forth, bugs. The exhilarated voice of Rukyul reverberated through the confines of his mask, his eyes wide open, bloodshot orbs reflecting the primal fervor within. His expression mirrored that of a feral, untamed beast, his senses heightened even in the vacuum of space. With every kick, punch, and crushing blow, he left a path of destruction in his wake, his enemies too sluggish to muster any resistance, torn asunder by the Syan giant. The sensation of annihilating his adversaries, even in the face of overwhelming numbers, proved intoxicating for the behemoth of destruction. A maniacal smile played upon his lips, concealed behind the breathing mask, radiating pure malice and sadistic pleasure. His armor bore witness to the gruesome aftermath, adorned with the fluids of vanquished foes, those unlucky enough to splatter over it in the void of space. More? I want more of you? Get squeezed. A relentless chant echoed in his mind, his thoughts a maelstrom of sheer pleasure as he unleashed years of restrained fury and battle lust upon the hapless Tyranids. The very core of his being resonated with the overwhelming desire for more, an insatiable thirst for destruction. His Ki, a manifestation of his will, surged in response, unleashing terrifying pulses that engulfed a radius of dozens of kilometers around him. Within this ominous sphere, everything succumbed to vaporization. Each throb of his heart echoed as another pulse, propelling him like a comet deeper into the heart of the Tyranid fleet lines, a force of nature, unstoppable and insatiable in its pursuit of devastation. Unlike Rukyul's unbridled aggression, Bann and Celery navigated the vast dead zone with a graceful swiftness. Their expressions oscillated between solemn determination and the arrogant confidence befitting seasoned warriors. In a mesmerizing display, they unleashed a relentless barrage of Ki blasts every minute, illuminating the desolate space. Their targets were the colossal bioships and the countless life forms enveloped within, as well as the swarming drones. The void came alive with flashes of energy, creating openings for Aprit and Ramala to engage the Tyranids in close combat, their movements akin to unstoppable juggernauts captivating the attention of the alien menace. Functioning seamlessly as a well-coordinated machine, the group successfully thwarted the Tyranids' initial onslaught, preventing the extraterrestrial invaders from advancing further. The Hive fleet found itself stalled, unable to penetrate the formidable defense erected by the Five Syans. Observing this celestial clash from the space station, the onlookers, once captives now wielding weapons, witnessed the godly prowess of these beings who had liberated them. Morale soared to unprecedented heights as a mix of surprise and awe painted their faces. With only a handful of drones and a couple of biovessels able to bypass the dead zone and enter the space station range, the entirety of the Hive fleet grappled with the Five Syans, who had effectively become the bulwark preventing the Tyranids from encroaching upon Faradres. The freed individuals, now entrusted with the station's weapons, marveled at the spectacle. The Five Syans, akin to divine beings, held the line against the Hive fleet, exhibiting a potency that matched, if not surpassed, an entire battle fleet. Amidst the chaos, the macro cannons of the destroyer and corvette escorting the blazing feather focused on eliminating those Tyranids that managed to bypass the dead zone. The undeniable truth unfolded before them. Five Syans stood resilient, their might echoing that of a formidable armada, and they did so without breaking a sweat. In the commanding hub of the blazing feather, Gannicus maintained a stoic countenance, fully aware that his eyes were not the sole witnesses to the unfolding cosmic clash. The gravity of the situation etched lines of contemplation on his face, recognizing the intricate dance between the Syans and the Tyranids, a celestial ballet with the fate of Faradres hanging in the balance. Meanwhile, within the colossal and grotesque confines of the Tyranid hive ships, the hive mind orchestrated the next wave, concocting a strategy to counter the Syan onslaught. It delved into the creation of vessels specially engineered to endure the overwhelming firepower unleashed by the Saiyan Quintet. The hive mind's paramount goal was to curtail the irreplaceable loss incurred with each vaporized biomass. A tactical response in a desperate bid to staunch the hemorrhage. Deep within the bowels of hive ships, Krakens and Prowlers were undergoing augmentation to better align with the current exigency of the hive fleet. The hive mind, ever calculating, held back the subsequent wave, meticulously biding its time to pinpoint the opportune moment for unleashing this enhanced breed. Every preparatory measure taken was a bid to assess the resilience of these newly forged creatures against the relentless Saiyan onslaught. Despite the urgency to harvest the abundant biomass on Fadas, the emergence of the Saiyans posed an unexpected opportunity for the hive mind. The prospect of acquiring the genetic essence of these formidable beings proved too tantalizing to resist. A deviation from the primary objective, but an irresistible chance to assimilate the genetic marvels that the Saiyans embodied into the Tyranid genetic repository. The hive mind navigated a delicate dance between necessity and opportunity in its ceaseless pursuit of evolution and adaptation. As Bann's gaze penetrated the vastness of space before him, the daunting magnitude of the Tyranid numbers unfolded. An ocean of vessels, a nebulous mist that embodied billions of drones, extended as far as his eyes could perceive. The sheer scale of the Tyranid swarm momentarily arrested his frenzied Saiyan mind, ushering in a rare pause where his human consciousness grappled with the overwhelming spectacle. Mother of God, how in the hell are we supposed to stem this tidal wave? His eyes were drawn to the colossal silhouettes of the Devourers, massive entities spanning 16 kilometers, and the Razor Fiends, formidable giants at 8 kilometers in length. These nightmarish figures, numbering in the millions, stood sentinel around the gargantuan hive ships, each of which reached a staggering length of 30 kilometers, the largest among them. A dryness settled upon his lips, but Bann, with unyielding determination, fortified his resolve. Amidst the overwhelming sea of Tyranid vessels, he persisted in unleashing barrages upon the nearest ships, conjuring miniature suns that rivaled the size of moons, hoping to create pockets of havoc within the relentless swarm. The vastness of space became the spectator of a cosmic battlefield of unprecedented size never seen in the whole Acteron sector before, and Bann, with gritted teeth, carved fragments of cosmic chaos against an insurmountable foe. The essence of the Saiyans resonated in a primal, violent hum, echoing through the vastness of space as they propelled themselves forward, heedless of any environmental concerns. The backdrop of the cosmic void intensified the eerie symphony of their unleashed power. Though their taunts found no audible expression in the vacuum, the energy of their words served to amplify their fervor, resonating with the cosmic winds that carried their essence. Bodies and minds alike reveled in the ongoing massacre, each life harvested acting as a surge of power that resonated through the very fabric of their being. The echoes of their laughter reverberated through the void, creating an otherworldly cadence that seemed to harmonize with the destructive ballet of energy that unfolded around them. The shiver of excitement manifested not only in their movements but also in the subtle flickers of their auras, pulsating in tandem with the violent rhythm of the battle. Their tails, ever entwined around them like an additional limb, became instruments of destruction. Aprit and Ramala, utilizing their entire bodies, moved with a fluidity that defied the apparent chaos of the space battlefield. Creatures several times their size were dismantled with almost balletic precision, showcasing not only their raw power but also the finesse with which they harnessed it. The protective ki bubbles enveloping them became ephemeral shields, shimmering with an iridescence that added an ethereal quality to the melee. Amidst the cosmic chaos, their laughter and joyous remarks remained exclusive exchanges between Saiyans, their voices unheard in the vacuum but interwoven with the cosmic symphony of destruction. The very essence of their Saiyan blood reveled in the embrace of battle, satisfying its age-long thirst for the battlefield. The celestial canvas painted with the remnants of vaporized bioforms and the radiant energy of the Saiyans bore witness to a spectacle that transcended the boundaries of mere conflict, embodying a cosmic dance between warriors and the forces that sought to challenge them. This is what I always wanted, ha 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 ha. Ramala's euphoric declaration reverberated through the silent void of space, a manic symphony echoing her insatiable thirst for destruction. Like a berserker unleashed upon the cosmic canvas, she surged forward, her every movement a testament to the relentless force she embodied. Limbs sought anything untouched by her prior onslaught, a primal desire for annihilation driving her unquenchable thirst for more. In the wake of Ramala's chaotic dance, the casualties mounted, millions succumbing to her might within the initial minutes of the celestial warfare. Yet, this spectacle of devastation only fueled her fervor. Her muscles, yearning for release, itched for further carnage, and her ki, an extension of her indomitable will, expanded outward, colliding with the formidable psychic presence meticulously woven by the hive fleet. The ensuing clash unleashed ripples that reverberated through the psychic fabric, causing grimaces of pain among the psychically sensitive beings scattered around Fadas. Ramala's primal roar, a manifestation of the Saiyan Ozura's indomitable spirit, resounded across the galaxy, stirring the very warp. Her laughter, a crazed crescendo, echoed through the cosmos, taunting and challenging any worthy opponent to step forward. The almighty Saiyan spirit, seeking validation, called out in defiance, an echo that reached far beyond the immediate battlefield. All eyes, even those distant and unknowing, were drawn to this celestial performance. The shadow on the warp, usually an oppressive force, felt the impact of the collective Saiyan roar. The primal energy radiating from Ramala, Aprit, and Rukul surged through the cosmos, a challenge that transcended the boundaries of the material and psychic realms. As the trio tapped into their primal essence, their spirits projected a cosmic defiance, a declaration that echoed through the vast expanse, beckoning any formidable force to stand against the undeniable might of the Shone race. Celery and Bann, deeply engrossed in their relentless assault on the ceaseless wave of Tyranid adversaries, found themselves gradually succumbing to the primal key call resonating from their companions. The overwhelming energy pulsating through the vacuum of space echoed with the indomitable spirit of Shone warriors, penetrating the very fabric of their consciousness and adding an ethereal layer to the cosmic battlefield. Fueled by an irresistible urge that coursed through his veins, Bann, feeling the mounting pressure within him, unleashed a charged ki blast. The release was not merely a discharge of energy, it was a cathartic eruption that sought liberation amidst the chaos of battle. In a grandiose display of Shone might, he brought both hands forth, manipulating the energies around him. The very essence of space seemed to quiver in response to the latent power harnessed within his being. With an unwavering focus, Bann set his sights on two colossal hive ships, titanic structures that dwarfed entire planets, their lengths surpassing a staggering 25 kilometers. The purpose behind the impending attack was as clear as the cosmic void itself, to unleash widespread destruction and orchestrate a cataclysmic explosion at the very heart of the Tyranid fleet. The anticipation hung in the air as the charged energy pulsated, a manifestation of Bann's raw might and determination. Then, with a voice that defied the cosmic symphony, Bann roared into the abyss, sending ripples through the fabric of space. Final flash. The proclamation echoed through the vast expanse, and in response, a colossal column of yellow ki, an embodiment of pure destruction, materialized. Its dimensions, akin to an entire continent, moved with unimaginable speed towards the unsuspecting hive fleet. The Tyranid forces, caught unawares, could not mount a defense quickly enough. Thousands of ships crumbled in the wake of the destructive force, while millions upon millions of drones met an instantaneous demise, their essence evaporating into the void. Time, as if reluctant to witness the unfolding spectacle, momentarily stretched. The hive fleet, thrust into a surreal pause, beheld the annihilation of not one or two but a staggering 20 hive ships. The ensuing explosion, comparable to the obliteration of a gas giant, unleashed shockwaves that rippled through the cosmic tapestry. Within the immaterial realm of the warp, a psychic scream reverberated, marking the hive fleet's synapse with an ephemeral disruption. The very essence of the Tyranids quivered in the wake of the Shone's unparalleled display of power, leaving an indelible mark on the unfolding cosmic saga. As the cosmic maelstrom unfolded, Celery, in tandem with Bann's spectacular display, harnessed her Shone prowess to unleash a colossal rose-hued sphere of pure destruction. This celestial manifestation, akin to a comet of cataclysmic energy, hurtled through the void with unrelenting force. The impact, echoing behind the Tyranid hive fleet, created shockwaves that reverberated through the very essence of space, leaving a cosmic scar in its wake. The colossal sphere, an embodiment of destructive beauty, crashed with a resounding force, deepening the chaos sown by Bann's final flash. The hive fleet, already reeling from the loss of numerous hive ships, now faced an additional onslaught that further compromised the intricate synapse connections vital to the hive mind. The hive ships, not merely biofabric structures but also crucial synaptic command nodes, crumbled under the devastating assault. The tendrils extending from these colossal vessels, facilitating the hive mind's unity and control, were severed in an explosive release of energy. The synapse link, already disrupted by the psychic scream in the warp, suffered a profound rupture as these vital command nodes succumbed to obliteration. The ripple effect within the hive fleet was palpable. A great loss cascaded through the Tyranid forces, leaving them momentarily disoriented and vulnerable. Seizing the opportune moment, Ramila, Rukul, and Aprit surged forward, capitalizing on the strategic chaos induced by the dual onslaught of Bann and Celery. The Shone triumvirate embraced the window of opportunity, channeling their indomitable might to bring forth further destruction upon the already beleaguered Tyranid fleet. In the vast cosmic dance between Shone power and Tyranid resilience, the scales tilted with each explosive display, leaving an indelible mark on the celestial canvas. The battlefield, now bathed in the remnants of annihilated Tyranid vessels, bore witness to the relentless fury of the Shone warriors, who pressed forward as the architects of chaos amidst the cosmic abyss. In the aftermath of the cataclysmic display of Shone might, Gannicus, bearing witness to the blinding brilliance unleashed by Bann and Celery, recoiled in sheer disbelief. His eyes widened as if incapable of comprehending the celestial inferno that unfolded before him. Hastily covering his eyes with his arms, he instinctively took a step back, the radiance of two smaller suns casting an ethereal glow across the Faradras system. A stunned silence enveloped the blazing feather, its escorts, and the space station, as the shockwaves from the monumental explosion rippled through the fabric of space itself. The physical repercussions of such unfathomable power were visibly evident, resonating as palpable tremors. As Gannicus tentatively lowered his arms, the once blinding brilliance now painted the celestial canvas with an eerie glow. Yet, the respite was short-lived, for the echoing screams of astropaths and navigators within the ship shattered the silence. Recoiling from the sensory onslaught, Gannicus, though bearing a numbing pain in his head, couldn't afford to divert his gaze from the unimaginable spectacle. Faradras, nestled beneath the cosmic theater of Shone supremacy, suffered under the radiant onslaught. The once blue sky now bore witness to a celestial blaze, an artificial daylight crafted by the otherworldly energies released by Bann's final flash and Celery's destructive sphere. The aftermath, however, unfolded into an even more ominous revelation. What ensued was not merely a localized shockwave but a cosmic resonance that reverberated through the very essence of the surroundings. Boreal lights danced in the sky, a manifestation of the cosmic disruption that transcended the boundaries of the visible spectrum. Even in the daylight, the captivating auroras painted a mesmerizing display across the canvas of space, an unintended consequence of the overwhelming release of energy. Systems, not immune to the magnitude of the unleashed forces, faltered in the face of the cosmic upheaval. The unexpected repercussions echoed beyond the confines of the battlefield, casting a shadow of uncertainty over the interconnected web of celestial bodies within the Fadas system. In the resounding aftermath of the celestial detonation, a testament to the Saiyan's indomitable might, the universe itself seemed to quiver. It was a stern reprimand to the hive mind, an unequivocal proclamation of disdain for the feeble resistance the Tyranids had presented. The Saiyans, now bathed in the ethereal aftermath of their cataclysmic assault, regarded the remnants of the once mighty hive fleet with contemptuous eyes. Defiance echoed through the cosmos as a collective roar emanated from the Saiyans, challenging the very essence of the Tyranid hive mind. It was a challenge not only of physical might but a declaration that the Saiyans would not be halted by anything the hive fleet could muster. The very fabric of the void seemed to vibrate with their determination. As the echoes of defiance reverberated, a chilling response brewed within the Tyranid swarm. The hive mind, ever adaptive and relentless, prepared to counter the Saiyan onslaught with a retaliation born from the darkest reaches of the cosmos. The stage was set for a clash of cosmic proportions, as the Saiyans, fueled by their battle lust and unwavering resolve, stood ready to face the impending Tyranid onslaught. The cosmos itself held its breath, a momentary pause before the impending storm that would determine the fate of Fadas and the clash between Saiyan supremacy and the inexorable force of the Tyranids. It was time for the Tyranid retaliation. Chapter 53, The Hive Fleet Croc in Retaliation. In the vast, cosmic expanse of the Milky Way, the hive mind encountered an unprecedented adversary that not only defied its meticulously crafted strategies across the years but also compelled it to reassess and redistribute its formidable numbers across the celestial canvas around the Fadas system. Responding to this unforeseen threat, a resolute command echoed through the hive mind's collective consciousness, summoning an augmentation in the number of Norn Queens. These enigmatic entities, responsible for sculpting the multifarious bioforms within the hive fleet, were now multiplied in their cosmic presence. The Saiyan onslaught, a cataclysmic display of devastating power, functioned as an ominous prelude that the hive mind could ill afford to ignore. The catastrophic toll of the Saiyan assault manifested in the incalculable losses of myriad bio-vessels and the annihilation of dozens of hive ships. The tendrils that formed the intricate web of the hive fleet experienced a palpable depletion in their numerical strength. Trillions of bioforms, once vibrant with purpose, now lay extinguished, their precious biomass forever beyond reclamation. The staggering sum of 893 trillion Tyranids witnessed a precipitous decline, a decrement of 9 trillion within a mere 15 minutes from the initiation of the battle. The hive mind, burdened with the weight of such heavy losses, could not underestimate the menace posed by the Saiyan assailants. To counter this formidable threat, a series of strategic directives were issued. The hive ships, now akin to celestial entities coursing through the cosmic void, were commanded to disperse across the vast expanse of the system. Their velocities, already considerable, underwent enhancements to propel them with even greater celerity toward the distant destination of Fadas. Simultaneously, another large amount of vessels, entrusted with stealth capabilities, embarked on clandestine trajectories, aiming to infiltrate the planetary surroundings unbeknownst to the Saiyan adversaries. Among the hive ships, a sacrificial few were chosen to bear a psychic shield, a last line of defense against the overwhelming ki blasts unleashed by the Saiyans. Though these vessels might not endure the tempest of energy unscathed, the shielding served as a protective cloak for those in close proximity. The ingenious strategy sought to scatter the Tyranid forces, compelling the Saiyans to traverse vast expanses, their psychic might put to the test. In this orchestrated chaos, the hive mind seized the opportune moment to release a torrent of spores upon the planet Fadas through the remaining bio-vessels. The interstellar ballet of Tyranid vessels, orchestrated to bewilder the Saiyans, unfolded against the cosmic backdrop. Yet, the hive mind's machinations did not culminate with the strategic dispersal of its fleet. Within the bowels of the hive ships, bioforms were once again subjected to the inexorable cycle of consumption, fueling a process of augmentation. The intent was clear, to prepare the landing bioforms for the arduous and impending confrontation with the Saiyans on the planetary terrain. With these meticulously woven actions, the Tyranids set in motion a symphony of calculated chaos, the pulse of an impending all-out assault resonating through the hive mind's collective consciousness. The hive fleet, now a dispersed and reconfigured force, prepared to unleash its formidable might upon the unsuspecting Saiyan adversaries. The unyielding Saiyan defiance, a testament to their indomitable spirit, failed to elicit any emotional response from the hive mind. This sprawling entity, driven solely by an insatiable hunger, remained stoic in the face of the Saiyan onslaught. As the trio of melee Saiyans advanced with relentless ferocity, they left a destructive wake in their path. Amidst the chaos, they keenly sensed the once disarrayed drones, krokens, and prowlers seamlessly coalescing into a unified force. A formidable defense emerged, a calculated response designed to halt the Saiyan juggernauts in their tracks. In a meticulously orchestrated display, millions of Tyranid ships unleashed a coordinated assault. Bioplasma and bioacid batteries, accompanied by the relentless barrage of biotorpedoes, were discharged in successive waves. The colossal forms of devourers and razor fiends followed closely, brandishing their formidable bioweapons. Together, they forged a colossal wall that eclipsed even the grandeur of Fadas itself. The sheer speed and overwhelming numbers of the Tyranid assault compelled the Syans to reassess their strategy, forcing them to assume a defensive posture. The subsequent onslaught, intricately devised after discerning a pattern in the Syan attack, proved successful in compelling the trio of juggernauts to momentarily retreat. Seeking refuge alongside Bann and Celery, they regrouped to face the evolving threat. Cursing beneath his breath, Ruly exhibited palpable agitation as he witnessed the relentless attacks clashing against his protective key sphere. These insects dare to push us back. His voice resonated like a primal growl, reflecting his unwillingness to accept a position of vulnerability after their initial display of supremacy over the Hive fleet. However, it wasn't solely Ruly. Each member muttered curses under their breath at the Tyranids. Their key senses discerned the Hive fleet surging past them towards the space station and Fadas, a realization of the futility of contending with them in space. Evading their dead zone like an inexorable plague with their heightened speed, the Syans sensed the emergence of newly created biovessels resilient enough to withstand their devastating attacks, possessing the power to stall time for the remaining fleet to traverse the Syan dead zone. Not willing to stand idly and merely defend themselves, the Syans harnessed their heightened senses, unleashing key attacks that created intricate tunnels within the orchestrated barrage from the Hive fleet. The surge of their key surged, weaving through the onslaught in a display of precision amidst the cosmic chaos. Observing this, Celery and Bann furrowed their brows, a shared concern etched on their faces as they sensed an unsettling shift in the battlefield dynamics. The devastation wrought by their key blasts proved notably inferior in terms of ship casualties. Frustration seeped through Bann's exclamation, a forceful fuck, escaping his lips. He cast an ominous glance toward Celery, who shared the disconcerting realization. The Tyranid ships now boasted a capability previously unseen, the creation of psychic shields, effectively neutralizing the effectiveness of ranged attacks. In the maelstrom of battle, Bann's mind grappled with the sudden adaptability displayed by the Tyranids. Shit, how come they evolve so fast? The unnerving speed at which they adjusted their defenses threw his strategic expectations into disarray, an unforeseen challenge in the midst of the clash. Realizing the limitations of escalating their key attacks further, Bann confronted a pressing dilemma. If we increased our power levels, we would make them react and adapt to our full strength at the same speed. Despite recognizing the need for swift action, he chose to follow the lead of Ramela, Aprit, and Ruly. Opting to rely on his physical prowess and speed, he aimed to engage the enemy vessels in a direct confrontation. Celery, our current approach won't suffice, Bann communicated urgently. However, the lavender-haired Syan shook her head in defiance, her voice echoing with a mixture of urgency and nervous determination. Have you witnessed the losses we inflicted upon them? We must act now, or things back on land would be more difficult for you all. Their strength, unrestrained by the limitations of planetary conditions, flourished in the vastness of space. This freedom allowed them to unleash the full extent of their abilities without the constraints imposed by terrestrial environments. An advantage they were well aware they wouldn't enjoy once they descended to Fadas. As each fleeting second witnessed more Tyranid ships converging towards Fadas, Bann deliberated firmly. No, we can't squander more of our strength this fast. If their rapid adaptation can keep up with us, then we mustn't give away our only advantage so easily. Come on, let's move. Recognizing the validity in Celery's perspective, Bann, nonetheless, opted to heed his instincts. The cosmic threat embodied by the hive mind was not to be underestimated or vanquished with ease. In a decisive telepathic directive, Bann urged his fellow Syans to utilize key pulses to create a large tunnel around them, repelling the oncoming attacks as they propelled away like comets, engaging the newly enhanced bioforms head-on. Amidst the cosmic clash, the enhanced biovessels emerged, boasting resilient armor capable of absorbing and deflecting kinetic force. This transformation elevated the difficulty for the Syans, who now witnessed their efforts met with heightened resistance. The Berserker trio, undeterred by the escalating challenge, wore maniacal grins as they confronted foes capable of enduring more than a single punch. Observing the Syans deftly evading the coordinated barrage, the hive mind adhered to its stratagem. Commanding the bioships to halt, they redirected their onslaught towards the space station, concurrently increasing the distance between each vessel. This tactical shift curtailed the Syans' maneuverability while ensuring a greater survival rate for the accompanying bioforms. Witnessing the hive mind exploit their vulnerability, the 5 Syans reluctantly relinquished their hard-earned ground. Their focus pivoted towards obliterating the encroaching ships targeting the space station and Fadas, simultaneously deflecting the attacks to prevent overloading the void shields of the station. Bann, we need to target their synaptic nodes. In the cosmic symphony of battle, Celery's urgent telepathic entreaty reverberated within Bann's consciousness, an imperative that demanded strategic focus. Fixing his gaze upon the distant echelons of the Hive fleet, Bann acknowledged the necessity of targeting additional synapse nodes to cripple the Tyranid collective. Harnessing the cosmic energies that coursed through his being, Bann, alongside Celery, embarked on a momentary pause. The brief respite served as a prelude to a surge of ki, as their yellowish-charged attacks hurtled through the vast expanse at the swiftness of light. The luminous trails of their efforts painted a celestial tapestry, an ephemeral spectacle within the galactic battleground. Contrary to their expectations, the outcome deviated from their anticipated success. The sphere of influence wrought by their attacks was confined to the Tyranids in close proximity to the targeted ships. The unsettling realization gripped Bann and Celery. Their attempts to disrupt the hive mind's synapse network faced an unforeseen impediment. In a disconcerting turn of events, the Tyranids in the immediate vicinity of the ships exhibited momentary distress before seamlessly resuming their predetermined trajectories. Undeterred, Bann grappled with mounting horror. No, this cannot be, his mind in turmoil. Channeling his growing unease into concentrated key attacks, he unleashed them against successive waves of hive ships, each attempt yielding mixed and disheartening results. A nightmarish metamorphosis unfolded before their eyes. Swarms of agile drones enveloped the targeted hive ships, forming an impervious physical barrier that extended across the dozen-kilometers-long ship. Concurrently, an ethereal layer of psychic shielding cocooned the vessels, rendering them impervious to the destructive energies unleashed by the Saiyans. The aftermath painted a tableau of devastation, with vaporized ships giving birth to an eerie phenomena. As the Tyranids around these disintegrated vessels ceased displaying any signs of vulnerability, they resumed their inexorable dispersal across the cosmic canvas surrounding Fadas. A veil of disconcerting emptiness enveloped Bann's psyche, his thoughts rendered momentarily blank in the face of an adversary capable of adapting with unnerving efficiency. It has to be the Norn Queen then. In the bitter solitude of cosmic conflict, Bann's voice, though muttered, echoed with bitter determination. Clenching his teeth, he acknowledged the daunting reality that confronting and vanquishing the Norn Queen stood as their only viable recourse. The monumental nature of this task, however, cast a shadow of insurmountability in the immediate term. Their energies were inexorably diverted to the defense of Fadas, a planet imperiled by the encroaching Tyranid horde. As the stellar void widened between each bio-vessel, the temporal demands of annihilating these colossal entities became increasingly prohibitive. The Saiyans found themselves inexorably eclipsed by the sheer bulk of the hive fleet, its sprawling tendrils extending towards the very moons of Fadas. One by one, these Leviathan vessels breached the planet's orbit, heralding an onslaught that seemed relentless and inexorable. The valiant efforts of the Blazing Feather and its protective entourage, coupled with the resolute batteries of the beleaguered space station, proved insufficient to stave off the inexorable advance of the Tyranids. The space station, tasked with safeguarding itself, became a focal point of the Tyranid assault, their adaptive hive mind recognizing the Saiyan intent to shield this celestial bastion. In a stark shift of fortunes, not dictated by sheer power but by the strategic machinations of the hive mind, the Saiyans found themselves ensnared in a race against overwhelming odds. With each fleeting second, hundreds of thousands, if not millions, more Tyranids descended upon Fadas, progressively eroding the temporal advantage once enjoyed by the Saiyans. Time, slipping away like grains of astronomical sand, heralded a dire reckoning for the defenders of Fadas. The siege of Fadas was about to begin. Chapter 54, The Siege of Fadas I. In the vast expanse of the 41st millennium, where the very stars cowered before the Tyranid swarm, a reality unfolded that many struggled to comprehend the magnitude of a relentless force capable of snuffing out the brilliance of celestial bodies. It cast a shadow that veiled entire planets in darkness, an encroaching blackness that foretold their inexorable doom. The overwhelming numbers of the Tyranids, a deluge that could make the proudest fortress tremble, rendered even the mightiest strongholds vulnerable. No arsenal, no velocity, no force of arms could withstand their ceaseless assault. Each advance, an overwhelming tide, had the potential to dim the brightest stars as if they were mere candles flickering against the impending darkness. Yet, beyond the sheer terror of their numerical might, it was the Tyranids' dreadfully adaptive nature that heightened the horror of their relentless pursuit. Triumph achieved once was but a fleeting respite, for the next encounter would unfold in a twisted dance of ever-evolving strategies. Such grim realizations weighed heavily on the Saiyans above Fadas. Bodies strained to break the bounds of their own speed, surpassing limits to shame even the swiftest vessels. Gargantuan strength clashed with the evolved armor of millions of bio-vessels as the Saiyans, with almost divine effort, sought to dismantle the approaching doom. In the void, amidst the chaos, the Saiyans moved with mythological prowess, almost reaching the divinity, dodging both ally and adversary. Every sinew strained, every strike unleashed a desperate symphony to buy precious moments before the inevitable retreat into the heart of the besieged planet. Enveloped in the residue of the Tyranid onslaught, Ruly emerged as an implacable force of annihilation. His form, draped in the remnants of the bio-vessels he relentlessly disintegrated, stood as a testament to the ferocity of his unyielding assault. Each thunderous key pulse echoed like a war drum, resonating with the aftermath of obliteration. Driven by an unbridled berserker fervor, Ruly's body bore the stains of the Tyranid's fluids, a gruesome tapestry of carnage that marked his relentless path. Within the confines of his consciousness, a singular goal reverberated, a haunting mantra that drowned out reason and conscience. The rhythmic chant of kill, kill, kill thundered through the corridors of his mind, a primal chorus that mirrored the relentless cadence of his berserker trance. In this state of ecstatic liberation, Ruly found solace. There was no land to fear, only the Tyranids that lay before him, an existential threat that begged for obliteration, even as they put forth a more desperate and resilient resistance. Swept up in the intoxicating embrace of his berserker trance, Ruly's might proved futile the attempts of his foes. His Saiyan lineage manifested in the very essence of his being, and his body reveled in the visceral satisfaction of each massacre. The blood and flesh of every vanquished bioform became a sacred offering, not merely nourishing but revitalizing his very cells. His mind, tempered by generations of ancestors who thrived in the crucible of battle, absorbed every advantage the chaotic fray offered. Rucule became an unstoppable force in the ceaseless struggle against the Tyranids. The colossal bodies of biovessels crumbled beneath the might of his fists, and his keen perception discerned the intricacies and vulnerabilities within the mesmerizing tapestry of Tyranid biology. Within the span of a mere hour, Rucule transformed into a contender against the most knowledgeable minds of the Divisio Biologus ANS, the Ordo Xenos from the Imperium of Mankind. His relentless assault continued, a declaration of doom against the cosmic menace. With every strike, he positioned himself as the harvester, ensuring the hive mind's chances of reclaiming its lost creations dwindled in the face of his indomitable might. Amidst the cosmic shadows, Rucule stood as an unwavering guardian, a force that defied the encroaching darkness. In the throes of his berserker frenzy, Rucule's mind resounded with an unrestrained proclamation, "You won't escape from me." His gaze fixated on the looming figure of a colossal devourer, its mass expanding exponentially in the blink of an eye. Undeterred by the seemingly impossible, Rucule pushed his Saiyan physiology to its limits, hurtling through space at speeds that defied the constraints of any non-Saiyan entity. His hands, though tremulous from the ceaseless onslaught, drew upon the wellspring of his ki. With an unwavering determination, Rucule penetrated the biovessel's formidable armor, unleashing a torrent of energy that seared through its insides. In an explosive display, the devourer succumbed to obliteration, leaving naught but celestial confetti in its wake. Rucule's insatiable appetite for destruction sought its next victim, an unquenchable thirst for cosmic chaos driving his relentless assault. However, Rucule was not alone in his fervor. Each of the 5 Saiyans raced against the inexorable passage of time, unleashing devastating blows upon the hive fleet. Though the Tyranid armada experienced substantial losses, its ominous presence lingered, a testament to its enduring malevolence. The aftermath of their cosmic clash manifested as a mist, a grotesque concoction of spilled innards and remnants of colossal biovessels. This macabre mist, under the gravitational pull of the planet and its moons, assumed the form of a celestial belt, reminiscent of a field of asteroids. Yet, this was no natural occurrence, it was a manifestation of Saiyan fury, an artistry of destruction etched upon the cosmic canvas. A cosmic graveyard, unparalleled in its scale, floated amidst the cosmic void, bearing testament to the unwavering will and unmatched might of the Saiyans. Their unyielding determination, like a blazing comet streaking across the cosmic expanse, left an indelible mark upon the celestial tapestry. Amidst the hive fleet tempest, Faradra's overlords weren't the sole combatants in the struggle against the relentless Tyranid tide. Racing through the void at breakneck speeds, the trio of Imperial vessels desperately sought to evade the encroaching swarm. Depleted of torpedoes after relentless salvos claimed hundreds of Tyranid vessels, they relied on their macro cannons and energy lances. The once potent void shield, now waning, strained to withstand the overwhelming onslaught. Even as the Imperial vessels showcased unmatched agility, deftly dodging the escalating bioattacks, the sheer numerical superiority of the Tyranids proved insurmountable. The fighter squadrons, valiantly engaging the swarm, saw their ranks dwindle in the face of relentless opposition. Each lost fighter became a somber notation, an epitaph etched on the hollow coffins that awaited them in the aftermath of the impending battle. Within the carnage of Faradra's, unsung heroes fought fervently, destined to be forgotten in the annals of time. Their lives, emblematic of humanity's indomitable will, stood as a bulwark against the encroaching horrors of the galaxy. Their sacrifice, though uncelebrated, was a testament to the ceaseless struggle to stave off the galactic abyss. The space station, a bastion of Imperium might, unleashed a torrent of firepower upon the approaching swarm. Celery, assuming her role with preternatural grace, lent her strength to the defense. The fighter drones, acting as a cloak for the approaching devourers and razor fiends, weaved a tapestry of colored tempest as the void resonated with the symphony of relentless attacks from both sides. In this cosmic crucible, Faradra's hung in the balance, its fate entwined with the courage of its defenders. In their unwavering determination to shield Faradra's from the encroaching Tyranid horde, the formidable Saiyan quintet found themselves stretched thin against the relentless tide. The overwhelming numerical superiority of the Tyranid onslaught, coupled with the vast expanse of space, presented an insurmountable challenge even for their prodigious might. Bann, shouldering the Herculean task of halting the hive fleet's resource gathering from the moon, stood solitary as he unleashed torrents of fiery like plasma-infused ki blasts upon the encroaching swarm. Explosions, each possessing the cataclysmic potential to annihilate the biomass of an entire planet, cascaded through the tendrils of colossal biovessels as Bann traversed the celestial bodies near the speed of light. In a relentless dance of destruction, he maneuvered through the cosmic expanse, leaving devastation in his wake. The once overwhelming numbers dwindled as Bann strategically navigated between the moons at varying distances, compelling the hive mind to divert its attention elsewhere. His valiant efforts bore fruit, evident in the diminishing numbers approaching the satellites. Yet the toll exacted upon Bann was profound. Depleting half of his formidable ki reserves and enduring the immense physical strain of reaching unprecedented speeds, he grappled with a mental exertion unparalleled in his combat experience. Each second demanded a myriad of actions, pushing Bann beyond the limits he had ever known, all in preparation for the daunting battle that lay ahead. The unrelenting stress gnawed at Bann, sapping the once fervent lust for battle that coursed through his Saiyan physiology. While his comrades, the triumvirate of juggernauts, reveled in the berserker thrill, Bann's mind maintained a semblance of calm and collected composure. Yet, beneath the veneer of control, anxiety festered, rapidly escalating as his eyes bore witness to a nightmarish tableau. From the vantage point near the last satellite, a cosmic horror unfolded before him. The once serene blue planet of Fadas was now veiled in a mist of unfathomable numbers, hundreds of billions of Tyranid bioforms descending like an apocalyptic swarm. The silent explosions, each capable of consuming an entire continent, punctuated the void of space. A somber gulp reverberated through him as the chilling reality sank in. "They're landing," he murmured, his eyes strained to discern the small but ominous eruptions on the planetary surface. With a deep breath, he steeled himself and accelerated towards his maximum speed, urgently transmitting a rallying cry to his fellow Saiyans. "Retreat to Fadas, they have reached the planet? Fall back." His voice, amplified by the breathing mask, echoed through the scouter frequencies, but the response he received was drowned in the chaotic symphony of battle. His comrades, lost in the maelstrom of carnage, remained oblivious to the urgent call for retreat. Recognizing the critical importance of annihilating each spore, Bann's desperation fueled his shouts. "I've said fall back. We need to support the cities. Retreat into the planet, god damn it." Yet, his impassioned words fell on deaf ears amidst the chaotic turmoil of the cosmic battlefield. Huffing with frustration, Bann redirected his course toward the nearest comrade, April. The young Saiyan, engulfed in the berserker rage, stood surrounded by the remnants of bio-vessels and a dense mist that obscured the vast expanse around him for hundreds of kilometers. With the precision of a surgical strike, Bann cut through the mist, colliding with April like a celestial body impacting the surface. The force of impact stole April's breath as Bann delivered a resounding slap to jolt him from his berserker trance. "Wake up, you fucking idiot! Retreat to the planet!" Bann's booming voice reverberated through April's mind. Confusion momentarily clouded April's eyes, but as Bann's words penetrated the fog of berserker instinct, a look of terror replaced the haze. Shit! April cursed under his breath, launching himself desperately toward Fadas, leaving destruction in his wake as he raced back to the planet. Not wanting to waste time, he swiftly intercepted Ramela mid-flight. Bann's powerful grip halted her ferocious assault on the Tyranid vessels. His eyes, bloodshot with urgency, conveyed the severity of the situation as he admonished her. "I told you to retreat to the planet? Move now." The intensity of his gaze and words snapped Ramela back to reality. For a moment, she locked eyes with Bann, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Without further delay, she shook her head hastily, expressing remorse with a quick "I'm sorry." With renewed purpose, she accelerated toward Fadas, leaving the cosmic battlefield behind. After releasing a deep breath, Bann spotted Ruly amidst the cosmic chaos, his powerful ki pulses resembling a pulsar star. The giant Saiyan, with the most substantial kill count among them after Bann and Celery, created a dead zone of large extension in the vast vicinity of the planet. Enveloping his body in ki, Bann approached Ruly, who seemed like the very avatar of destruction amidst the swarm. Using his telepathic voice, Bann urgently conveyed, "Ruly, you must retreat now. We cannot lose more time out here." However, the giant continued his relentless advance through the swarm. Moving at high speed to intercept him, Bann attempted the same approach as with Ramela. Yet, Ruly's eyes were white, and a feral grin adorned his face. "Get off of me, you bug," his voice roared, attempting to attack Bann. Releasing him momentarily, Bann tapped into the Ozora surge, doubling his speed. Landing two powerful blows to Ruly's skull, he launched the giant away, who groaned in pain. "Wake up, you idiot! We need to defend Fadas." Bann's voice thundered in the giant's mind, his will threatening to induce blackout. However, Ruly responded with a bestial roar, ki surging from within him. "Fucking hell!" Bann cursed loudly under his breath, appearing before Ruly and unleashing a barrage of punches, kicks, and a headbutt. Simultaneously, he employed telekinetic abilities to hold Ruly in place, determined to break through the berserker frenzy. Boom! The resounding uppercut beneath Rukyul's chin carried not just physical impact but an ominous ultimatum from Bann: "If you don't come back to your senses, I swear this star will dwarf compared to what would remain of you." The chilling words reverberated, successfully jolting Ruly back to clarity, though confusion lingered in his eyes. Unwilling to squander another moment, Bann issued a direct imperative: "Let's retreat back to the planet." Swiftly, he moved in the direction of Fadas, Ruly closely trailing. Their positions were rapidly engulfed by the relentless Tyranid swarm. As the Saiyans withdrew from the vastness of space, the Tyranids seized the opportunity, advancing unhindered, their countless numbers casting a foreboding shadow over the planet orbit. Celery, the lone defender left, bore the monumental responsibility of safeguarding the station and providing support to the besieged planet. The Hive fleet paid a heavy toll, leaving behind a haunting ring of remnants that floated ominously around Fadas, shrouding the planet in a chilling mist. The brilliance of the system star dimmed, and an unsettling shadow descended upon the once vibrant sky. Millions of spores descended like an ominous rain, marking the descent of 4 falling stars, their explosive impact in the atmosphere heralding the beginning of the land theater and the desperate struggle for survival that unfolded on the planet's surface. Chapter 55, The Siege of Fadas 2. Redentia, Acteron Sector, Ultima Segmentum 991 M41. I emerged into existence within the expansive embrace of a lineage steeped in the noble tradition of guardsmen, hailing from a celestial orb distant from our present abode. accustomed to the callous caress of the Imperial Guard's harsh discipline and the profound sense of duty ingrained in my familial roots. Alongside these stoic forebears, I imbibed a myriad of tales, not whispered by those who weathered the storm, for their numbers were scant. Instead, the very commanders who paid homage to the fallen brought forth narratives of valiant exploits and sagas from their harrowing battles. Fortune smiled upon me, for my progenitor, my father, stood amongst the select few, a lethal guardsman christened by the fires of warfare, a true veteran. His silvered mane and beard were worn as a testament to his mettle, cherished symbols in a realm where death danced as a familiar companion. Amidst a profession where survival itself was an achievement, he transcended the ordinary, a man who traversed numerous battlefields and lived to recount the tales. However, as I navigate the treacherous currents of the tale I find myself entwined in, I discern that it eclipses even the venerable narratives shared by my great-grandfather. Despite the kinship in our experiences, a daunting reality now confronts me. We both confronted the insidious threat of Tyranids. In the wake of an apocalyptic event, the magnitude of which defies description, I found myself a spectator to the might of entities that rendered the narratives spun by the preachers utterly insignificant. Before my very eyes, sons birthed and perished in rapid succession, the very earth quivered, and the fabric of reality itself convulsed beneath the overwhelming dominion of Xenos overlords who ruled this forsaken planet. I observed the unfettered power unleashed by the man who forcibly tore me from my squad, leaving a trail of death in his wake. Ignorance cloaked me in its shroud on many matters, yet blindness did not bind my senses. Nor did it shroud the individuals standing sentinel upon the towering walls of this beleaguered city. These were not mere Xenos, no other races could manifest the awe-inspiring spectacle unraveling before us. So spoke the whispers of the guardsmen who hailed from the Schola Progenium. Mythical beings of lore seemed to pale in comparison to the nightmarish reality unfolding. The progeny of the Emperor himself. Amidst the relentless symphony of cosmic clashes and detonations, a foreboding revelation unfurled before us as we gazed upon our destined adversaries and the abyssal entities that loomed, poised to engulf the entire galaxy. The harrowing briefings of the previous day, delivered with a gravity that eclipsed mere words, offered us a glimpse into the dire circumstances that awaited. Hours ebbed away, a squandered currency, as officers from the Imperial Guard sought to etch the gravity of our impending struggle into our consciousness. Yet, it was in this moment, as my eyes beheld the firmament awash with countless spores, each trailing fiery luminescence in its wake, that the full weight of our predicament took root in my understanding. A fear, alien and overwhelming, gripped the very core of my being. My legs quivered, hands trembled, and my heart clenched in a vice of terror, its rhythmic cadence now a testament to the chilling reality before me. Pale dread painted my visage as I grappled with a sensation I had never fathomed in my entire existence. This cannot be real, uttered my voice, an unwitting conduit for the disbelief that permeated my consciousness. My hands, moved by a primal instinct, hastened to the pouches where the lifeblood of my lasgun, the 10 magazines, found their abode. Chills coursed through the pores of my body as I confronted the dire truth. Each spore bore an insurmountable legion of Tyranids, and now, the heavens above transformed into a Stygian canvas, shrouded in the sinuous trails of millions upon millions of these ominous seeds of doom. My breath, a ragged cadence, mirrored the tumult within. Sweat cascaded from my trembling hands, and my eyes, reluctant witnesses, averted from the nightmarish panorama in a desperate quest for refuge. A place where survival could be sought, away from the ghastly apparitions suspended kilometers above the planetary expanse. Stand your ground, for the Emperor's shield envelopes us. Ready your weapons, guardsmen of the Imperium, as the scourge from the abyss rains upon us. It is time to answer the sacred duty. The resounding voice of the captain shattered the grip of panic, jolting me awake. Adjusting my helmet, I turned my gaze to my newfound comrades. Myrella Teviot, daughter of Tiberius Teviot, stood not just as a warrior or a soldier but, paramountly, as a guardsman of the Imperium of mankind. A proud member of the 18th Rifle Regiment of Erdrein. In the face of the Emperor's adversaries, there was no room for cowering or seeking retreat. Summoning my resolve, I lifted my eyes, compelling myself to confront the impending onslaught. My body moved with a mechanical precision, ingrained by the rigorous teachings of the sergeant's drill. Battle servitors, grotesque in appearance yet heavily armed, accompanied each of us along the walls. Their ominous presence augmented the sacred atmosphere. Vox speakers echoed with chants and hymns, attempting to drown the cacophony of millions of spores cascading from the heavens. Simultaneously, autocannons, missiles, and flak barrages painted the sky of Redentia with a symphony of destruction. The very land quivered beneath the thunderous roar of weapons, while the descent of innumerable spores veiled the surroundings in a shroud of dust. Amidst this turmoil, the chittering chorus of millions of bioforms resonated, an insurmountable truth: they were here. Positioning my lasgun defiantly before me, I peered through the scope of my rifle, yearning to discern the faces of the adversaries destined to face the wrath of the Imperium. For in the darkest of hours, our spirits hum in vibrant resonance with the blazing fire of the Emperor and our fate. Bathe in it, embrace it, and let his holy fury guide your weapons to victory. The preacher's voice, though old, resonated with grandeur through the Vox speaker. My hands, once trembling, found firmness as I closed my eyes momentarily, allowing the divine fury of the Emperor to course through my veins. With renewed resolve, my hands steadied, and my pulse synchronized with the rhythm of impending battle. Opening my eyes, I confronted the sight of hideous creatures seeking to consume everything. Emerged from the settling dust and debris, these biomechanical terrors, shaped by the galactic abyss, moved with an eerie grace amid the spore-filled atmosphere. Their chitinous exoskeletons, reflecting the fractured light of the fiery sky, whispered the ominous hunger they harbored. Razor-sharp scything talons, glinting ominously in the spectral glow, told a story of evolutionary cruelty and insatiable drive. A bone color permeated through their bodies, covered in red carapaces. My eyes captured their appearance, reminiscent of the image showcased during our briefings. They were hormogons, the most basic of the Tyranid organisms during an invasion. Each hormogont, a living embodiment of the alien menace, advanced in unison, a relentless tide beneath the fractured heavens. As my lasgun felt weightier in my grip, I couldn't escape the haunting symphony of their chittering, merging with the chaos of exploding spores and distant space clashes. Below the wall, soldiers bearing swords, shields, and armor awaited the impending onslaught. That is, of course, if we didn't open fire. In the crescendo of chaos, the captain's thunderous decree pierced the air, igniting the fervor within my very core. Kill these abominations, exterminate their loathsome presence from the Aquila. His words, a clarion call to action, resonated with an intensity that fueled the fires of righteous vengeance. As my fingers danced upon the trigger, the malevolent forms of the hormogons surged like a relentless tide against the fortified walls. Each precision shot from my lasgun detonated their grotesque bodies, but the sheer speed of their advance painted a grim tableau of impending doom. The battlefield, littered with the fallen and the eviscerated, transformed into a nightmarish labyrinth as the writhing bodies of the Tyranids became grotesque obstacles. Amidst the tumult, the air itself bore witness to the repulsive stench of death and decay, mingling with the acrid aroma of charred Tyranid remnants. The symphony of rifle reports and explosive echoes was eclipsed by the anguished screams resonating beneath the walls, punctuated by the relentless chittering of the alien horde. My unyielding gaze remained fixed upon the advancing menace, every shot a prayer for salvation. Yet, amid the cacophony, an unsettling tremor coursed through the land, not born of the relentless explosions but heralding an earthquake, a seismic upheaval beneath the feet of Fadas. The ominous horde of Tyranids, numbering in the billions, echoed their intent to engulf the cities in a cataclysmic embrace. The very earth quivered under the weight of this existential threat, a harbinger of impending devastation. Beside me, the servitor, seemingly impervious to the unfolding cataclysm, persisted in its relentless onslaught against the encroaching horde. Numbness enveloped me as my mind and body operated on autopilot, responding mechanically to the captain's resolute commands cutting through the chaos. The once filled air, redolent with the sacred scent of censers, now lay devoid of its divine aura. The rhythmic dance of my fingers on the lasgun's trigger and the seamless magazine changes became mere echoes of a fading connection to the tangible world. Before me, a grotesque hill of Tyranid corpses burgeoned around the fields of redentia, a testament to the relentless clash with the melee combatants. The battlefield's macabre metamorphosis unfolded as the hill grew, obscuring the view of the encroaching enemy. My consciousness teetered on detachment from the fray until a sharp voice resonated within my mind, a mentor's timbre seasoned by countless wars. This battle will be won if your squads are carefully coordinated. In unison, fire after my order. A surge of clarity accompanied his directives, and our squad, in harmonious synchronization, unleashed a torrent of firepower that pushed the Tyranids back. In this orchestrated ballet of destruction, I found my thoughts clearing like dissipating fog. A lingering question loomed: was this orchestration the divine influence of the Emperor himself? As my gaze swept across the battlefield, a lightning bolt, an iridescent harbinger of destruction, seared through a vast expanse, vaporizing thousands in an instant. Glancing aside, my eyes met a figure who defied alignment with the Imperial Guard or Ecclesiarchy. A man with brown hair and tanned skin, eyes ablaze with an otherworldly glow, summoned the power of thunder, unleashing it upon the Tyranids. His presence exuded mysticism, a raw power that resonated with the arcane. A witch. I hastily appraised, yet my attention swiftly returned to the relentless advance of the enemy, my ears attuned to the enigmatic voice orchestrating our movements. Aided by the mysterious witch, the hormogons were compelled to relinquish their foothold, an arcane intervention unfolding across the fields of redentia. The realization struck me that our unit wasn't the sole beneficiary of these occult powers. A widespread alliance with the Imperial Guard and Planetary defenses was evident. While concerns lingered about the enigmatic presence of these witches, the relentless rhythm of battle demanded my unwavering focus. As minutes elapsed, fresh adversaries emerged, intermingling with the ranks of hormogons. A diverse array of bioforms retaliated with a relentless barrage of their own, biomorphs transforming into bioweapons that unleashed torrents of devastation upon our position. Millions of gaunt variants manifested, depleting my lasgun's magazines as I maintained ceaseless fire against their teeming swarm. Gone were the customary smiles and banter, replaced by a somber silence as orders echoed and the efficacy of our onslaught gradually waned. The once mound of Tyranid bodies burgeoned, rising to rival the height of the protective wall. A creeping obscurity enveloped our line of sight, prompting the captain to command artillery strikes. Thunderous barrages created passageways amid the cratered landscape, yet these avenues swiftly filled with the ceaseless advance of the Tyranid horde. Boom! Boom! The symphony of artillery strikes intensified, unleashing a cascade of explosions whose debris added a grotesque layer to the ongoing pandemonium. The tableau mirrored scenes from the deepest recesses of hell, eclipsing even the most harrowing tales sung by bards. This was our stark reality. In this infernal tableau, I, my relativiate, found myself embroiled in a desperate struggle to maintain our besieged position. Amidst the chaotic onslaught, a spine-chilling shriek pierced through the cacophony, causing my heart to constrict. My gaze fixed upon a monstrous spectacle. A colossal entity, exuding an oppressive aura, manifested a node creature. Its imposing size and malevolent presence signaled the commencement of a more intricate phase in our defense. No longer were we contending solely with the relentless gaunts, a Tyranid warrior had entered the fray. Chapter 56, The Siege of Fadas 3. The Tyranid warrior materialized, heralding the onset of pandemonium on an unprecedented scale against the beleaguered defense of Redentia. The ominous Synapse node cast an oppressive aura, cloaking the land in its malevolent wake as the Tyranid horde surged forth with newfound violence and ferocity. Unified by the unrelenting will of the hive mind, the Tyranids moved in ominous synchrony across the battlefield, a formidable superunit seeking out vulnerabilities in the defense. The fallen bodies of the Hormogons now littered the once-filled terrain, transforming obstacles into a macabre landscape, forcing melee defenders down from the walls to confront the razor-sharp and devastating bioforms that sliced through weapons and armor like a merciless scythe. From the varied gaunt variants emerged a cacophony of death. The unfortunate defenders faced a gruesome demise, succumbing to neurotoxins, corrosive acid, bioplasma, and other nightmarish biomorphs. A symphony of torment echoed through the battleground, plunging it into the depths of the most horrifying nightmares. The defenders not only had to contend with foes on land and their ranged onslaught but also remain vigilant against the ominous presence in the skies. Large groups of gargoyles, spawned by the Hive fleet, lurked above, descending to launch relentless rounds of lethal attacks, further tightening the noose around Redentia's defenders. The battleground, now a nightmarish tableau, bore witness to a relentless assault from all fronts, pushing the defenders to the brink of despair. Dodge their blades and strike at the pale underbellies. The commanding voice below the walls resonated like the mighty roar of a lion, guiding his men armed with shields, swords, axes, and spears to the strategic points where they could inflict fatal blows on their relentless adversaries. This was Jose, Lord of the esteemed House Torres, a high noble of Redentia, distinguished by knighthood bestowed by the Senescal of Fadas. Yet, more crucially, he was a stalwart and valiant man. His sinewy arms brimmed with strength as his sword cleaved through the advancing sea of Tyranids. Close aids, the house guards, the pinnacle of this world's elite, covered his back, forging a protective barrier as they pressed forward, rallying the beleaguered ranks of his men. Observing the morale waver amidst the unyielding onslaught, Jose bellowed, "Forth, Faradrians." His thunderous voice cut through the chaotic maelstrom, his towering figure a stark contrast against the encroaching darkness that loomed over Redentia. Tall and resolute, he advanced defiantly through the oncoming tide. A collective roar, a primal symphony of defiance, echoed from hundreds, if not thousands, of throats, answering his rallying cry as they collided with the Tyranid onslaught, slashing and cutting amidst the grim and oppressive theater of war. The battlefield bore witness to a clash of wills, where the indomitable spirit of the Faradrians met the nightmarish forces with blades and determination, creating a tableau of both courage and impending doom. Witnessing the audacious display of the men at arms, a fervent squad of the Sisters of Battle from the esteemed Order of the Redeemed Flame burst into a tumultuous symphony of chants and hymns, bolters raised high, leaping resolutely from the walls. At the forefront was Cielo, adorned in her formidable battle armor. Her resplendent golden hair cascaded freely, catching the glint of sunlight, a radiant testament to her unyielding faith in the Emperor. No harm, she believed, would befall her. Elevating her chainsword with pride, she surged forward, a proclamation echoing in proud defiance, for the Emperor. Bolter in one hand, chainsword in the other, she became a whirlwind of death, felling dozens in moments, her squadron of battle sisters trailing in her wake. Sisters Anastasia, Karina, and Amelina heeded her clarion call, brandishing the sacred banner of the Imperium of Mankind, the Order of the Redeemed Flame standard drenched in the blood of Tyranids. The standard of the Aquila was firmly planted in the ground, its gleam matching the valiant sun before the enemy. The battleground around it became a sacred promise, a commitment to hold and defend, for the Aquila could not falter. Fire, bolter rounds, laser beams, and blades converged upon the enemy, a valiant defiance in the face of impending death. Those on the wall, bathed in fire against the relentless ranged attacks, while the nobles abandoned the filled trenches to confront the approaching waves. As the sisters swiftly maneuvered beside the stalwart figure of Jose, they fought elbow to elbow against the meticulously coordinated waves that sought their demise. Whether by the will of the Emperor or the unwavering brilliance of their own souls, they defiantly held their gained ground amidst the grim and relentless tableau of war. In the solemn aftermath of those who succumbed to the Tyranid onslaught, their demise was not a mere tragedy but a sacrificial offering, each life extinguished adding fuel to an ever-swelling blaze. Before a single man fell, hundreds embraced death under their hands, a testament to the relentless ardor of the rallying hymns sung by the sisters, revealing why they were chosen as the Emperor's daughters. Amidst the resounding drums of war, echoing like a relentless barrage of explosions that painted the sky, the Imperial Guard strained desperately to avoid being overwhelmed by the soaring horde of flying adversaries. In the heart of the relentless struggle, the Tyranids, relentless in their pursuit, advanced their Tyranid warrior with calculated precision. A sinister ballet of death unfolded as it leaped forward, its grotesque blade slashing through the noble guard with alarming speed, leaving a grisly trail of carnage in its wake. Engaged in a perilous dance of survival, Sister Superior Cielo confronted the Tyranid monstrosity. Their clash was a symphony of death, each movement laced with the impending doom that hung over the battlefield. Locked in a momentary stalemate, they sized each other up, but the hive-hideous creature's strength prevailed, its grotesque blade cleaving through the noble guard with merciless efficiency. With the agility that defied its monstrous form, the Tyranid warrior deftly evaded Cielo's bolter fire, exposing her apparent lack of experience with the weapon. Undeterred, she pressed forward, launching herself into melee combat, where her expertise flourished. A macabre ballet unfolded as she danced around the hive beast, her psychic presence clashing against the convection of synapses that governed its movements. Yet, it wasn't a solitary duel she faced. The hive mind, indifferent to notions of honor, unleashed a horde of bioforms to assail her. The Tyranid warrior, a sinister maestro orchestrating the onslaught, guided them with malevolent precision, launching devastating attacks that tested the limits of Cielo's strength and resolve. Amidst the relentless perils of death, Cielo's expression remained impassive, a testament to the unwavering confidence born of years of training. Unfazed, she danced through the chaos, her mind untouched by desperation or anxiety. In the throes of the battle, she stood as a solitary figure in Fadas, a spectator of an outcome she already knew, occupying a vantage position to play her predestined part. The unfolding tragedy revealed not only the physical prowess of warriors but also the eerie calm that marked the knowing acceptance of an inexorable fate. In a singular moment, fate bowed to the prowess of Sister Superior Cielo, her movements swift yet executed with an unsettling ease as she slayed the Tyranid warrior. The lesser bioforms, witnessing the demise of their imposing leader, emitted shrieks that echoed through the battlefield like a morose symphony. Amidst this fleeting triumph, Lord Jose, embodying the spirit of nobility not by birthright alone but through exemplary conduct, confronted another Tyranid warrior. Standing tall with a fierce expression, he demonstrated with pride that his nobility was earned through actions, not merely inherited privilege. Within the walls of Redentia, a captain observed the synapse lapse, an event that should have brought relief. However, his countenance betrayed a deep concern, an understanding of the gravity of the situation. The effect isn't the same, he muttered, a realization that sent a shiver down his spine. Yet, the weight of this terror compelled him to shut down such thoughts, and with frantic movements, he distanced himself from the unsettling revelation. In the midst of chaos, he valiantly sought to bolster the morale of his men, even as the ominous truth lingered. The dwindling ammunition reserves foreshadowed a desperate struggle for survival. The impending nightfall would plunge them into ground combat alongside the noble troops, a grim prospect that weighed heavily on their collective resolve. However, the captain's true apprehension lay in the dire state of the sky. Approaching Redentia were not rain-laden clouds but billows of Tyranids numbering in the billions, heralding a cataclysm that surpassed any mortal tempest. The walls of Redentia, once stalwart, now faced an overwhelming onslaught that threatened to drown the defenders in an unrelenting tide of horror. In the very heart of Redentia, amidst the deafening symphony of artillery blasts, the evacuated population sought refuge. Every structure within the city, strained to its limits, harbored terrified masses. As the thunderous echoes reverberated, they instinctively covered their ears, attempting to shield themselves from the cacophony of war raging outside while desperately yearning to maintain some semblance of clarity in the sky above. The tremors beneath their feet bespoke the relentless advance of the Tyranids, each footfall a foreboding drumbeat of impending doom. The continuous artillery barrage, akin to an apocalyptic symphony, intensified the horrors that besieged the citizens of Redentia. Agonized cries melded with the grotesque chittering of the Tyranids, and the thunderous flap of countless bioforms enshrouded the air like a suffocating blanket. The bone-rattling landfalls reached a magnitude that transcended the senses, making the very bones of millions within the city quiver. The collective heartbeat of a populace faced with an unprecedented cataclysm echoed through Redentia, and in the midst of this auditory nightmare, the defenders found themselves gradually and inexorably losing ground. As the city's foundations shook under the oppressive weight of the Tyranid onslaught, the defenders grappled with a somber reality. Fadas, once resolute, now succumbed to a fate veiled in unprecedented darkness. The bellow of unbridled fury, resounding from the throats of nobles and battle sisters alike, gradually waned as the relentless efforts orchestrated by the hive mind stifled their valor. The scourge of the Tyranids, an unstoppable force, inflicted a harrowing toll on the once belligerent and noble defenders, causing even the most stalwart among them to falter. Amidst the chaos, only the unyielding efforts and displays of unblemished bravery managed to sustain the dwindling morale. The sheer magnitude of the Tyranid numbers, an overwhelming tide that surged relentlessly, left even the most fervent warmonger trembling beneath the weight of the hive fleet. The valiant endeavors of those entrenched below the towering walls stood as an unmatched testament to human resilience, yet with each passing moment, the hill of lifeless bodies ascended, turning every meter gained into a monumental task, a Sisyphean struggle against an insurmountable foe. The once conquered terrain, a testament to the defenders' earlier victories, now receded under the relentless Tyranid advance. The Aquila, a symbol of hope and resilience, had to be relocated behind the lines, its proud wings overshadowed by splintered shields and shattered swords. The city is breached. A sudden cry pierced the chaos, commanding the attention of many who turned in horror to witness the source. The land elevated to such heights that it mirrored the walls, allowing the Tyranids to overrun the defenders in a devastating onslaught. As the battle reached the walls, the tide turned abruptly, and the once defiant defenders succumbed to the relentless advance of the Tyranids, their cries of pain silenced beneath the crushing weight of the alien onslaught. In that dire moment, a figure shrouded in the energies of the Imperium materialized amidst the breached walls, emerging as an enigmatic savior. Cloaked in alien garb, tall he stood, Eurocane Rain, the warlock of Mimira and the esteemed commander of Rendesha. His hands moved with uncanny swiftness, tracing ancient and potent runes that danced around him in a mystic glow. With a wave of his hands, the breached walls succumbed to the raw energy of the warps, casting the Tyranid onslaught into oblivion. The sea of Tyranids, once an unstoppable force, now quivered under the arcane might unleashed by Rain. In the aftermath of his devastating attack, a resounding bellow carried his commanding voice, "Stand the line." Following this directive, a tempest of bluish-green hues engulfed the Tyranid horde, cutting through the ferocious warriors as if they were mere gaunts. Like a phantom of death and the reaper of Tyranids, Irene materialized in the chaos, her presence an ominous force to behold. Two Ildari figures stood amidst the breached walls, momentarily containing the bleeding inflicted by the Tyranids. Their forms, bathed in mysticism and an otherworldly nature, hinted at an alliance that transcended the immediate chaos, adding an element of enigma to the unfolding catastrophe. Amidst the chaotic symphony of destruction, orders were telepathically conveyed into the minds of the beleaguered defenders. Eurocane, a spectral figure navigating seamlessly between the webway and reality, moved with purpose through the besieged city. His witchblade, a manifestation of eldritch power, cleaved through the armored carapaces of countless bioforms. The tempest of warp energy he conjured tore apart hundreds of meters wherever his arcane abilities were invoked. Yet, despite these supernatural efforts, the Tyranid onslaught proved relentless. The defenders, driven to the brink, were forced to retreat entirely within the protective confines of the walls. The land outside was transformed into a gruesome tableau, with millions upon millions of lifeless bodies forming a macabre mountain around Redensha. Above, the skies were ablaze with explosions as countless souls perished under the relentless assault of the Tyranids. Fire, once a distant threat, now engulfed the very heart of the city. Anguish etched on the faces of the defenders mirrored the desperation that clutched their hearts and minds, a grim acknowledgement of the impending doom that loomed over Redensha. In the dimming shadows of despair, as the defenders faced dwindling numbers and the specter of impending defeat, a thunderous echo rent through the heavens, causing both humans and Tyranids to momentarily cease their brutal dance to witness a lone figure of oppression. Behold, an ethereal figure emerged, wrapped in a key aura that radiated furious heat, draped in Saiyan armor, and with eyes ablaze in unbridled wrath. "He's here," echoed triumphant shouts, and then, in an instant, the figure vanished. What transpired next defied the bounds of imagination, as a cataclysmic hurricane of unparalleled proportions swept through Faradras. Gargoyles and harpies, once formidable in their onslaught, were torn asunder by the tempest unleashed by Bann's unfathomable speed. A deafening thunder reverberated, causing the very eyes of onlookers to shut involuntarily, shaken by the terror instilled by the celestial wrath of the Saiyan race upon mortal soil. Bann, using his body as the lone weapon, executed an unparalleled dance of destruction. In the span of a heartbeat, he circled the vast capital of Redensha, his very being tearing apart the Tyranid wave. The forceful gusts of hypersonic winds transformed lifeless bodies into horrifying kinetic projectiles, each collision a testament to the overwhelming might at play. In this pivotal moment, the tide of battle shifted once more. Far from over, the struggle raged on, for the Redenter had descended to defend his capital, to shield his home from the encroaching darkness. Chapter 57, The Siege of Faradras 4. In the realm of Faradras, the spectating world bore witness to the rekindling light of hope, a flicker ignited within the hearts of the defenders. The encroaching darkness did not loom ominously, the situation, once dire, now bore the weight of anticipation. The Redenter, the harbinger of heavenly judgment, had manifested. The eyes of many, and the intentions of unknown entities, were drawn to the resounding roar of the Ozora spirit resonating powerfully within the Saiyans. Dark clouds, laden with billions of gargoyles, harpies, and other nefarious bioforms, disintegrated in blinding lights that reverberated across the planet. The figure of Bann, bathed in an otherworldly light, stirred an unprecedented fervor within the hearts of the soldiers below. His fists, capable of flattening mountains, moved with the speed of light itself, embodying the very essence of unparalleled might. With burgeoning confidence, jubilant shouts, and vows of retribution, the defenders spilled beyond the protective walls, tracing the divine trail left by Bann. He obliterated mountains of bodies, leaving behind deep craters that transformed the vicinity of Redensha into a desolate wasteland. Resounding chants, swelling like a sonic blast, filled the air with a proclamation of death. The defenders, propelled by the golden hue of key blasts overhead, surged forth without fear. A cavalry charge, ordered by knightly orders from noble houses, swept through the enemy ranks, heedless of their ignorance. The thunderous gallops of their mounts echoed, shaking the very land, as war horns ruptured under the noble blows, their righteous fury cleansing the scarred landscape, disregarding the losses suffered from the Tyranids. Amidst the turmoil, the Imperial Guard and Planetary defenses seized this moment to meticulously reorganize, fortifying their positions for the impending onslaught. Bann's respite, a fleeting relief, provided only a brief pause in the storm that brewed on the horizon. The audacious cavalry charge, while buying precious time, teetered on the edge of inadequacy against the relentless tide of Tyranids soon to follow. The once bountiful farmlands encircling the capital lay in ruin, the lush forests reduced to smoldering ashes, and the verdant hills drained of life. Bann, with relentless fury, unleashed ki blasts at imperceptible speeds, leaving a wake of devastation. Hurricane winds, an aftermath of his onslaught, swept away remnants that his energy blasts didn't consume. Within an 80-kilometer radius from Redentia, spores, gaunts, gargoyles, harpies, and warriors met their demise, reduced to mere ashes by Bann's unyielding advance. His thoughts, a somber calculation of time, revolved around the thousands of wounded awaiting medical aid. Yet, in buying precious moments for their care, he unwittingly provided the Tyranids an opportunity. Not only did they process the consumed biomass from Faradra's satellites, but they also birthed more sophisticated, menacing creatures. This, however, was the bitter cost he willingly paid to safeguard the planet and his allies. His actions inadvertently granted the hive mind the means to create advanced bioforms, further complicating the defenders' plight. As Tyranid numbers swarmed in overwhelming abundance, Bann's vigilant gaze revealed gaunts, gargoyles, and rippers traversing every inch. The delicate balance of restraining his attacks to spare the planet's surface proved to be a Herculean task in itself. The gravity of the impending onslaught hung heavy in the air, an oppressive prelude to an unforgiving fate. These pieces of shit. His mind seethed with curses directed at the insidious machinations of the hive fleet. The destruction unfurling upon the planet, a consequence of the invasion and the dire measures forced upon them, fueled Bann's anger to a boiling point. Despite being a being of prodigious power in comparison to the lesser bioforms, the audacious strikes unleashed by the Tyranids proved too brazen for the nascent Saiyan dynasty. With a bitter taste lingering in his mouth, he clenched his fist, propelled forward by a torrent of rage. Each passing second saw Tyranids fall under the relentless assault of his fists and ki attacks, yet the planet's biomass was greedily devoured by the insatiable rippers, preparing the ground for subsequent waves. The hive mind, perpetually steps ahead of its adversaries, manipulated time to assess the Saiyan threat. In the initial waves of the landfall, it almost tasted the sweet nectar of victory, pushing defenders around the 4 cities to their limits, teetering on the brink of being overwhelmed. However, the Saiyan response, timely and relentless, unleashed an extreme and lethal counteroffensive, inflicting mounting losses upon the Tyranids. Never before, even in its intergalactic conflicts, had the hive mind encountered such potent and deadly resistance. The losses incurred in a fleeting moment were staggering, prompting the hive mind to evaluate, through the interconnected creatures within the hive fleet, the viability of persisting in the invasion of Faradras. The worthiness of continuing this perilous venture hung in the balance. In the celestial dance, the moons of the planet were ruthlessly stripped of every resource they harbored, the biovessels relentlessly disgorging Tyranid swarms onto the beleaguered planet. In the cold embrace of orbit, Celery, gifted with extraordinary speed and strength, faced a relentless onslaught from the Tyranid hordes. A solitary Saiyan, she stood as the bulwark against the waves of swarms, backed only by the meager forces within the space station. Thousands of individuals strained to prevent the voracious swarm from breaching the gothic confines of the large station, where every rivet seemed to resonate with the grim echoes of impending destruction. Celery, the lone guardian, thwarted the swarm's insatiable appetite, preventing the encroaching menace from consuming all. Her valiant efforts, the thin line between survival and calamity, strained against the hive fleet's relentless focus, threatening to envelop the planet in an inescapable grip of doom. The situation hung in the balance, both dire and desperate, as the cosmic struggle played out in the cold vastness of space, the fate of Faradras teetering on the precipice of oblivion. In the wake of the initial assault, Faradra's surface underwent a metamorphosis within a mere 2 hours. The once pristine walls guarding the 4 capitals, staunchly defended by the Saiyans, now bore the scars of relentless onslaughts. Vast sections lay in ruin, some obliterated, while segments of the 4 cities were engulfed in flames, entire blocks succumbing to wanton destruction as the populace struggled to stem the tide. The sacrifice of spilled blood to safeguard these fleeting moments was nothing short of devastating. The very essence of the defenders' resilience was etched in the battered walls and shattered streets, a testament to the unwavering fight against the encroaching darkness. Yet, even in the face of overwhelming odds, the Saiyans exacted a heavy toll upon the hive fleet. With the sky awash with Tyranids and seas that devoured all in their wake, Bann's commanding order unleashed a cataclysmic counterforce. The very fabric of existence bowed before their might, as they vaporized everything in their path, turning the relentless tide of the Tyranids into a storm of annihilation. The cost, however, hung heavy in the air, a palpable reminder that the minor victory came at the price of immense sacrifice. Outside the cities, where the aftermath of Saiyan wrath lay in ruins, troops diligently sought to eradicate every trace left by the relentless onslaught. Meanwhile, within the beleaguered palace, a tide of wounded soldiers, civilians, and carriers of intact bodies inundated the premises. Within the makeshift triage tent, Eth, a beacon of Ildari skill, employed intricate techniques to staunch the wounds of those teetering on the precipice of life. The air was thick with the pungent blend of death and antiseptics as medics and healers tirelessly endeavored to aid the wounded. Limbs severed, bodies grievously maimed by the gaunt's ranged onslaught's acidic wounds, vaporized flesh from plasma projectiles, and the agonizing effects of venomous biomorph toxins all converged in a tableau of pain and urgency. In this crucible of suffering, Eth's ethereal presence proved a balm. With the grace of an angel, she worked tirelessly, reviving those on the brink of death, her smile becoming a beacon of hope amid the grim surroundings. Her serene demeanor contrasted with the turmoil, offering solace and warmth to those who had almost embraced the icy clutches of death. The palace echoed with the juxtaposition of anguish and the delicate cadence of healing. Within the palace chambers, as Anaetha's presence brought solace to the wounded, a different atmosphere prevailed among the strategic minds steering the defense of Redentia. A man adorned in imperial guard attire and noble regalia, bearing the weight of a heavy countenance, addressed the assembly. 30% of our defenders lost in these mere hours. I fear subsequent attacks will prove even more devastating, he declared, a sentiment echoed by murmurs of shared concern. Yet, a resounding scoff cut through the unease as the regiment's commander voiced his opinion, infused with newfound confidence after witnessing Bann's prowess. With the Xenos on our side, this doesn't look as dire as before. Have you not seen what he wrought from the swarm that nearly overcame us? We must defend the city as he ordered, and that's all, he asserted, underscoring the impact of Bann's intervention. Yes, the Redentor has illuminated our city, filling our soldiers' hearts with confidence. Despite our losses, morale can endure as long as the Lord defends the city with us, chimed in a battle-hardened man, his clothes and armor stained with the blood of Xenos. He had stood on the front lines, a witness to Bann's spectacular display of power. Powerful as he may be, and splendid as his actions are, an undeniable truth looms over us. While he battles alongside our troops, countless more Tyranids are out there consuming our world and birthing even more monstrous creatures, cautioned a woman with folded arms, a pierced nose, and hair of silver and black. Her strident voice served as a stark reminder of the grim reality they faced. Bann has granted us a reprieve, and his aid is crucial to sustaining our defense without succumbing to the overwhelming tide. Let us use this respite wisely, rearm our troops, assess our ammunition, and distribute it among those still standing. More challenges lie ahead, interjected Aurora, her voice injecting a chilling resolve into the discussion. Surveying each individual with a scrutinizing gaze, she continued, we cannot afford to squander any more time here. Let us press on with our duties. With a decisive clasp of her hands, she turned and exited the room, her confident strides leaving no room for hesitation. In the solemn aftermath of the strategic discussions, an air of hushed contemplation hung over the room as the various heads absorbed the weight of their shared burden. The persistent murmur of Vox channels reverberated in the background, each transmission painting a vivid picture of the dire circumstances unfolding in the other cities. Aprit, having been the first to reach Faradras, had managed to bolster the defenses in the nick of time. However, the toll was heavier, lacking the guiding hand of Eurocane to coordinate troops on the wall. In the absence of Eurocane, the psychers within the city took up the mantle, orchestrating a more rugged telepathic coordination to fend off the relentless onslaught. Aprit's presence, akin to Bann's, proved instrumental in turning the tides of battle and orchestrating a successful repulsion of the encroaching waves. The tale of their endeavors echoed through the Vox channels, each city resonating with a symphony of struggle and resilience in the face of an implacable foe. Ramala's case unfolded as a more intricate tapestry of tragedy, the city's defense proving effective until a fatal assault by specialized Tyranid bioforms shattered their resilience. The merciless attack claimed not only the officers but also decimated their artillery, leaving a swath of destruction and millions of civilians in its wake. In the face of this onslaught, the remaining troops stood resolute, forging a deadly defense to mitigate further civilian casualties. When Ramala arrived, the fortune of the city began to shift, offering a glimmer of respite. However, the urgent need for Anaetha's presence echoed in the background, an unspoken plea underscoring the dire circumstances relayed in the silent chamber. Gritted teeth and stoic appearances adorned the faces of many, the Imperial Guard officers maintaining an unwavering front as they absorbed the grim briefing. The silent chamber bore witness to the weight of their collective resolve and the unspoken acknowledgement of the sacrifices made in the defense of Faradras. Rukul's city bore the brunt of the onslaught, with few defenders left standing or available for deployment. Only through the determined efforts of the citizens, arming themselves to ease the burden, did the city manage to stave off complete collapse. However, the aftermath left the city in a dire predicament, ill-prepared to confront the looming waves of Tyranid incursions. The citizens' valiant efforts had averted immediate disaster, but the city now faced an uphill battle against an enemy that showed no signs of relenting. Amidst the somber state of affairs, a glimmer of hope emerged as reports reached the chamber. Rukul, forging a path deeper into the lands after clearing the atmosphere, skies, and the immediate surroundings of the city, proved exceptionally effective in disintegrating the Tyranid threat. The echo of this rare positive news resonated in the silence, offering a slender ray of optimism amid the prevailing darkness. As the Syans descended upon the planet, the cities braced for the impending night, well aware that surviving the initial onslaught merely marked the prelude. In the shadows lurked trillions of Tyranids, poised to unleash their relentless onslaught under the cover of darkness. The hive mind, quick to adapt to the Syans' formidable abilities, cast a foreboding shadow over the defenders. The coming night promised a grimmer struggle, where the defenders would face heightened challenges in combating the relentless scourge of the hive mind. The siege of Faradras reached a pivotal juncture, the eyes of the galaxy fixed upon the fate of the defenders. As the cosmic tapestry unfolded, the defenders stood on the precipice, their resilience tested under the relentless gaze of an implacable adversary. The night ahead held the promise of either triumph or tragedy, and the destiny of Faradras teetered on the edge of cosmic uncertainty. Chapter 58, The Siege of Faradras v. As night unfurled its inky cloak over the scorched land, the aftermath of their devastating assaults revealed a desolate panorama marred by colossal craters, silent witnesses to the cataclysmic power unleashed. The air hung heavy with the oppressive stench of ashes, stagnant and suffocating, an ominous testament to the destructive forces that had swept through. In the somber interlude that followed, the Forcians, each bearing their own burden, returned to their cities. However, the reception they faced bespoke a tapestry of contrasts. Ruule, descending into his city, confronted the grim consequence of his impulsive descent into berserker rage while in space. The once majestic city, standing proud for millennia, now lay in ruins. The cold grey of the stone bore witness to the macabre amalgamation of Tyranid and human corpses, forming a grotesque mosaic that sprawled across the landscape. Rivers of blood, eerily illuminated by a spectral glow, surged through the city, etching a nightmarish scene into the fabric of reality. Within Ruule, a tempest of guilt and grief raged, not merely for the lives lost but for the profound realization of his own folly. The harsh reality crashed upon him like a relentless wave, a bitter awakening echoing in the recesses of his consciousness. The words of caution uttered by Bann and Celery echoed like haunting specters, a stark reminder of the consequences born from the heedless squandering of efforts painstakingly amassed over countless eras. Gazing into the vacant eyes of the fallen, witnessing the somber shadows etched upon the backs of others, Ruule's scrutiny lingered upon a child's life extinguished, the once vibrant face now crushed beneath a colossal boulder, a cruel tableau painted by the harsh brush strokes of ironic reality. In the presence of death's stark tableau, a surge of emotions erupted within the Saiyan, a potent blend of resolve and fury. The lifeless body before him became a visceral testament to the potential future awaiting him should he turn a blind eye to harsh truths, should he disregard the earnest counsel of his friend and brother. Beneath the night shroud of Faradras, amidst the ruins of Argonas, Ruule swore a solemn oath to himself. He vowed that his offspring would not become the next casualties beneath the heedless folly of a stubborn man. In the wake of this promise, he saw the glimmer of hope reflected in the eyes of humans, even amid his grave mistake. Their unwavering trust spurred Ruule to aspire to a higher calling, a Saiyan prince, worthy of the title. Taking a poised stance in the heart of the decimated city, he ascended into the night, his gaze fixed upon the moonlight. The population bore witness to the manifestation of Saiyan power, an awe-inspiring silhouette cast over the ruins of Argonas. The mighty roar of the Ozero resonated through the land, a primal declaration that shook the very foundations. Roar! A seismic pulse emanated, the warp vibrating beneath this proclamation. Argonas now had its defender, a force ready to crush whatever the Tyranids would unleash upon its beleaguered grounds. The night bore witness to the emergence of Ruule, a Saiyan prince poised to face the encroaching darkness with unyielding determination. Meanwhile, thousands of kilometers distant, April found himself navigating the labyrinth of the city under his jurisdiction. Carant. A procession of eyes, a mosaic of reverence and fear, etched upon the faces of many as they willingly cleared a path for his passage. Despite relishing the words of adulation and the respect bestowed upon him, April's youthful countenance remained impassive. The stern echoes of his past actions and the imperative for Bann's intervention to rouse him from his stupor served as a stark reminder. The warp training sessions with Bann, once perceived as inconsequential, now unveiled their true significance in the face of the perilous temptations that chaos gods could wield over one's mind and heart. April, now enlightened, comprehended the fragility of his own psyche, susceptible to the insidious corruption that lurked within. A realization crystallized: a mere plunge into the chaos of war could unravel the fabric of his being, surrendering him to primal instincts. With a watchful gaze fixed upon the 5 women awaiting him at the fortress within the city center, alongside other officials, April embarked on the path to engage in discourse. It was a moment for him to both discern their needs and elucidate the actions that would unfold throughout the looming night. Emerging from the fortress later, now in his titanic stature, April's crimson eyes stared intently at the horizon. Suspended in the air, his being exuded newfound strength, his ki pulsating with unrestrained energy waiting to be unleashed upon the encroaching swarms. Within the confines of Carant, the troops diligently prepared for the impending onslaught, a meticulous choreography orchestrated in anticipation of the night's brutal confrontation. Amidst the canvas of devastation painted by the Tyranids, it was Ramela who found herself confronted with the harshest tableau of despair. The heart of the city unfurled before her, a serpent-like river snaking through, cradling a mountainous pile of bodies adorned in white shrouds, an intricate tapestry of loss meticulously arranged. The abrupt weight of her belated arrival and the consequences of her actions converged, seizing Ramela in a grip of paralysis. An icy stillness gripped her as she confronted the magnitude of the toll the city had endured while she indulged in her own pursuits. Surrounded by mourning citizens, immersed in the palpable pain and collective grief, Ramela beheld the poignant scene of preachers attempting to bless departing souls. The air, thick with the solemn aroma of incense, served as an agonizing backdrop to the tragedy that unfolded. Her countenance drained of color, fists clenched in stark whiteness, Ramela's eyes bore witness to the devastation wrought by her negligence. The words of Bann reverberated through her mind, a haunting reminder of the duty entrusted to her to safeguard the lives of those now silently resting. As her gaze fell upon a smaller form wrapped in white, her steps faltered, and tears welled in her eyes. A knot tightened in her chest as the realization struck an intimate confrontation with the fragility of life and the inexorable ties that bound even her to the unforgiving reality. No, this won't happen to us. I won't let it happen. Panic seized her, propelling her away from the city, tears streaming down her face. Through the night sky, she cut a path towards the familiar and warm key that promised solace and refuge for her tormented mind. Like a celestial phenomenon streaking across the night sky, Ramila traversed the heavens, oblivious to the immediate surroundings as she collided with Bann. The impact resounded as they crashed onto the stone floor outside the palace, carving a vast crater that raised a billowing haze of dust and debris. The sudden spectacle incited commotion and alarm among the onlookers, some fearing a Tyranid assault. However, relief washed over the crowd when they beheld the poignant tableau of Bann embracing Ramila, her tearful release echoing through the square. UGK. Bann, I need to tell you something, sniff, she uttered, lifting her head from Bann's chest. Her red, puffy eyes spoke volumes, tears streaming like a cascade down her cheeks. Bann, his eyes filled with concern, tenderly caressed her head. What's wrong, Ram? What has you like this? His voice, a symphony of genuine concern and gentleness, laid bare a fragility he had never witnessed before. In a display of pure anguish, fear, and longing, Ramila confessed, I saw what happened there, and I don't want to go there again without telling you that I'm in love with you. And if I were to survive this night, I wish to spend the rest of my days at your side. Oh, okay. Her grip tightened, eyes filled with expectation, as she sought solace in Bann's gaze. Thrown into disarray by the unexpected revelation, Bann shifted his mindset from the rigors of war to his true self. A sudden smile graced his face as he tenderly caressed Ramila's cheek, pressing his forehead against hers. With sincerity, he responded, You were bound to spend the rest of your life with me, Ram, whether you like it or not. But I will be glad to stand with you as your man, and you as my woman. Their noses briefly touched before Bann sought Ramila's pouty, full lips in a warmth-filled kiss, soothing her tormented soul. Ramila found herself melting into his arms, lost in the embrace of his careful and tender lips, the kiss weaving a tapestry of emotions that transcended the chaos surrounding them. As their lips interlocked in a kiss that sealed their union, time itself seemed to hold its breath before allowing them to part. Their eyes locked, radiant with newfound love and hope, a testament to the depth of emotions shared in that tender moment. With her chest heaving from the overwhelming emotion, Ramila sought his lips once more, her voice meek as she whispered, Let's both survive this night so we can start our family, okay? Bann nodded with vigor, a grin spreading across his face as he kissed her forehead. You can bet that I'll make sure of it, he affirmed before helping her rise to her feet. Together, they walked inside the palace, ignoring the scrutinizing gazes of onlookers. Navigating the palace corridors, after allowing Ramila a moment to compose herself, Bann turned his head, his tone gentle yet commanding as he inquired, Have you organized the defense? I'll be providing more support later, and I've already sent Anaeth with Eileen towards your city. Stricken by the realization of her oversight, Ramila froze in place, her eyes widening. Oh, fuck, I forgot to do it. Seizing Bann by the sides of his head, she initiated a long and meaningful kiss, a trail of saliva lingering between their lips as she gazed at him through half-lidded eyes. I'll be going, okay? Make sure to wait for me in the morning. With those words, she flew away in an instant, cutting through the night sky like the shooting star she had become, her destiny now intertwined with the duty to protect and shield her city. As Bann let out a deep sigh, a tangible weight settling upon his shoulders, he steeled his mind and approached the imposing double doors. Nodding towards the guards, their backs straightening in response, his thunderous steps echoed through the once rowdy and bustling room, coaxing it into a hushed silence. The entirety of figures within Redentia turned their attention to him, their eyes fixated on his imposing presence as he advanced. Moving inside, his gaze swept across the room, surveying the assemblage surrounding the large map of the city. Eurocane, Aurora, Cielo, the officers of the Imperial Guard, Planetary defenses, and the heads of noble houses, accompanied by their escorts and companions, all stood tense, awaiting Bann's words. A congregation of nearly 200 individuals hung on his every utterance. Positioning himself between Aurora and Cielo, he placed his hands behind the former's back, a commanding presence demanding attention. We have survived the first clash, but now I want to hear the complete reports before this long night begins. Our survival has yet to be secured, for even as we speak, my companion Celery is fighting with all her being in orbit, striving to fend off the remnants of the Hive Fleet and prevent their eradication of us, he declared, his stern voice sending audible gulps rippling through the room. With predatory eyes, Bann surveyed the officers recounting the losses and the injured soldiers, their plight evident in the recounting. Ensure that the citizens are well fed, for I fear this night is bound to be a restless one. I want the ears and eyes of everyone to be on high alert while I focus on fending off the waves, he commanded, his voice resonating with authority. The thought of potential devastation akin to what befell Ramila's city made his lips go dry. They couldn't afford further losses. Nods of acknowledgement rippled through the assembly, and he delved into a detailed report of the strategy crafted by the command, merging it with the unfolding actions set to transpire in the impending night. As he kissed Aurora's lips and reluctantly parted from her marshmallow plentiful rear, he exited the room alongside the bustling officers and soldiers. His footsteps echoed through the expansive area, and as he slowly raised his head, many turned their gaze towards his direction, anticipation filling the air. Witnessing a transformation that sent shivers down the spines of all who beheld it, Cielo's eyes narrowed to the size of needles, and the squadrons of Sisters of Battle gazed with eyes filled with questions and fear at the figure of Bann. Eurocane's lips and throat went dry as he remained frozen on the spot, muttering, "This can't be possible. His eyes beheld more than the simple reality unfolding before him. On the city walls, soldiers bore witness to the visage of a creature of old, a legend they had been told to obey since childhood. Something they had considered a mere legend. The cherubim captured the image as Bann's size increased from his 6 feet 5 inches feet to the colossal 200 feet of his Uzaru form. His ki surged like an ocean, his senses expanding around the entire planet. His will clashed against the shadow in the warp, and the result was felt throughout Redentia. A surge of indomitable defiance permeated the air, electrically charged and palpable to everyone. Gruoum. His roar thundered in the sky, met by a cacophony of 3 others as Ramala, Rukul, and Aprit answered him back. Their ki surged tenfold, engulfing the whole planet in their oppressive presence, defying the hive mind in a contest of wills. Suspended in the air, Bann's crimson eyes narrowed as he surveyed the distant explosions in the vastness of space. Infusing his ki with power, he accelerated with lightning speed, slicing through the air and closing the gap towards the besieged space station. Confronted by the imperiled structure, Bann opened his mouth, channeling a sphere of ki. With a surge of velocity, the attack manifested, instantly reaching its destination, a conglomerate of ships and a wall of drones numbering in the billions. The onslaught vaporized everything in its wake. Boom! The resulting explosion bathed the surroundings in a blinding blue light, causing Bann's very essence to quiver under the overwhelming torrent of ki. His assaults momentarily halted the swarm, preventing them from further assaulting the space station. Telepathically commanding the wearied form of Celery, who nodded in acknowledgement, he urged, "Descend and transform. I'll provide cover while you make your way down." With that, Celery, without hesitation, plummeted towards the planet, her speed unrestricted. Amidst the cosmic chaos, Bann confronted the ceaseless onslaughts of the Hive fleet. The enhanced ships, attempting futile resistance against his augmented ki attacks, found themselves helpless against the intensified power and unrivaled penetration. The adaptations previously adopted by the hive mind proved futile, leading to devastating losses within the formidable fleet. With the momentum of the war shifting decisively in their favor, the Syans were on the brink of unveiling the full magnitude of their overwhelming might. Faradraz stood as a testament to the unexpected and formidable foes that had emerged against the hive mind, casting a foreboding shadow over the galaxy. In the looming cosmic conflict, the whole galaxy and the hive mind were on the precipice of discovering why the Syans were destined to be the rightful conquerors of the universe. Chapter 59, The Siege of Faradraz 6. The ancient cobblestones of Redentia, once a bustling tapestry of life, lay silent and desolate beneath the vast expanse of the night sky. The normally teeming population, a constant ebb and flow, had vanished, leaving only the haunting echoes of footsteps in their wake. The stones, worn and weathered, bore the weight of an eerie stillness that clung to the air. In the darkness, the elusive figures moved with a calculated grace, their bare feet making hushed imprints upon the cold stone. Shadows draped over the old buildings, concealing the refugees who sought refuge, their collective anxiety tangible in the quietude. The distant murmur of vox speakers conveyed ominous orders, a stark contrast to the ragged breaths of those concealed in the shadows. Stepping into a corner that opened up to an expanse with a commanding view, the footsteps hushed to a near silence as eyes surveyed the surroundings, seeking something elusive. Huff, 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 there it is. A young voice shattered the stillness, its cadence carrying surprise, fear, and reverence. Brown hair danced in the night wind, and eyes gleamed with a mixture of emotions. Behind the speaker, a motley group of 5 younglings, adorned in ragged garments, hastily shifted their gaze to the direction indicated by the boy. Diverse in height, stature, and development, they all shared a common thread of scrawniness. Unlike the curiosity in the first set of eyes, the majority of this group's expressions twisted with dread upon glimpsing the colossal figure in the distance. "He is a monster." Gasps of sheer shock escaped one kid, his face drained of color. Another felt his knees tremble, eyes wide open in a blend of shock and awe. Yet, compelled by an irresistible force, they all raised their necks, drawn to the awe-inspiring presence that loomed in the distance. Draped in the formidable garb of a black Saiyan armor, Bann towered over the cityscape with his monstrous figure, stretching an imposing 200 feet into the night sky. His colossal frame eclipsed even the loftiest structures of the city below. Robust arms, mighty as the ancient trees of myth, bore densely packed muscles that seemed capable of shattering continents with a mere flex of their colossal strength. The obsidian plates of his armor, absorbing light like a void, melded seamlessly with the black fur that adorned Bann's awe-inspiring form. Civilians, upon catching sight of his towering silhouette, sought solace in fervent prayers, while others stood frozen, transfixed by the colossal being. His presence, primal and overwhelming, compelled humans to cower and zealous onlookers to swallow hard in anticipation of their judgment. These witnesses had already glimpsed the unimaginable power he wielded. The sky itself had momentarily transformed into day as he ascended to the station, offering the world a fleeting preview of the cataclysmic force that awaited them in the encroaching night. His ferocious maw, adorned with colossal, razor-sharp fangs resembling ancient monoliths, jutted forth from the Ozaru's mighty jaws, accentuating the primal and awe-inspiring essence of the colossal beast. With a monstrous reverberation that made the very air quiver, he spoke, "By the dawn of this day, no Tyranid shall remain on this land. Protect the city at all costs." His blood-red eyes fixated on the minuscule figures atop the walls of Redentia, where Cielo and Eurocane, along with various captains and sergeants from the defenders, absorbed his commanding orders. Rising from the ground, his gargantuan form ascended into the air, and a surge of ki exploded outward, encircling the entire planet. The time for the hunt had come. On the distant horizon, beyond the reaches of the city lights, the Hive fleet orchestrated its relentless assault. The next wave surged forth, a menacing tide of bioforms with bodies meticulously enhanced for the impending battle. These were no ordinary gaunts, their very existence had been molded by the hive mind's ceaseless adaptations. Their exoskeletons, once frail, now boasted formidable fortifications, and their carapaces shimmered with a sheen of kinetic-absorbing properties, rendering them resilient against conventional attacks. The air resonated with the palpable intensity of the hive fleet's calculated response. Yet, this was merely the prelude to an orchestrated symphony of evolutionary prowess. Deeper within the bowels of the planet, in realms untouched by human defenders, a clandestine process unfurled. Bioforms of unparalleled lethality emerged, each a specialized entity designed to pierce through the defenses of Fadas. In this subterranean crucible, the hive mind fashioned weapons against which the defenders had little hope. The chronometer, ticking inexorably toward 2257 in Terra hours, painted a scene of ominous clarity. The firmament bore witness to the cosmic chaos about to be unleashed upon Fadas once again. The hive fleet, driven by insatiable hunger and the unyielding will of the hive mind, stood poised to reap destruction upon the remaining cities. As the night sky clung to its deceptive serenity, a myriad of servitors, dispatched with the singular purpose of gathering intelligence, charted the path of Bann. These technologically adept eyes were the silent observers of the unfolding drama, capturing the primal ferocity of the Saiyan race against the backdrop of the cosmic theater. Fadas awaited the inevitable maelstrom that would descend upon its sullied land. Bann, a colossal force of nature, defied the conventional limitations of his massive size, surging forward with a speed incongruous to his immense stature. The landscape bore the scars of his tumultuous passage flora, reduced to shattered remnants, danced in chaotic disarray under the relentless onslaught of his kinetic and deadly wake. Wood splinters, pebbles, and even the lifeless bodies of Tyranids were hurled with ferocious velocity, tearing through the air like deadly projectiles that threatened to rend anything in their path. A sea of crimson sprawled before him, a nightmarish tableau of the Tyranid invasion, a relentless intergalactic scourge. The horde comprised an assortment of gruesome bioforms, each meticulously designed by the hive mind for the singular purpose of annihilation. Termagants, agile and numerous, warriors, formidable and adaptable, tervigans, birthing the swarm anew, biovores, raining death from a distance, tyrannofex, colossal engines of destruction. Bann, his primal instincts attuned to the threat, recognized these grotesque entities as he closed the distance, his towering presence an indomitable force confronting the relentless tide of the Tyranid horde. Rays of pure, raw psychic energy intertwined with a relentless barrage of ranged attacks, creating a synchronized symphony of destruction aimed at Bann. The onslaught was a perfectly orchestrated counteroffensive, a desperate attempt by the hive mind to repel the impending threat. His colossal frame enveloped in the lethal barrage, Bann's eyes, however, gleamed with a ruthless smile, an ominous smirk that betrayed his readiness for what lay ahead. Doubling his ki, he harnessed the potent energy surge of the Ozero form, skillfully mimicking Rukul's distinctive ki pulse. A radiant yellowish aura, adorned with phantom echoes of his bestial transformation, expanded outward at the speed of light, obliterating everything in its path. The deadly attacks from the Tyranids, once formidable and coordinated, crumbled before the overwhelming force of Bann's augmented ki pulse. In their futile attempt at resistance, some bioforms summoned psychic shields, a last-ditch effort prompted by an instinctual recognition of impending danger. However, even these barriers proved inconsequential against the unstoppable force that Bann unleashed, leaving the hive mind in a state of helpless desperation. The psychic shriek reverberated through Bann's mind, heralding the demise of key Tyranid synapse creatures. Neurothropes, with their powerful psychic abilities, Xeanthropes, capable of manipulating energy fields, tervigans, birthing bioforms on the battlefield, warriors, formidable frontline soldiers, and tyrants, commanding monstrous creatures, all lay in ruins, their destruction severely crippling the hive mind's synapse network. In the ensuing chaos, a turbulent cloud of Tyranid entities filled the sky. Skylashers, with their devastating energy whips, hive crones, agile aerial predators, harpies, versatile airborne creatures, gargoyles, swift and agile airborne infantry, paradins, larger flying bioforms, and a host of meiotic and mucolid spores, all part of the impending Tyranid wave, were abruptly thrown into disarray. The oppressive shadow in the warp, a malevolent force that twisted reality itself, momentarily dissipated. The respite created a shift in the region's atmosphere, offering a temporary break from the relentless onslaught of the Tyranid invasion. Witnessing the chaos that unfolded in the Tyranid swarm, Bann's devilish laughter echoed through the desolation. Ha, 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 come here, little swarm. My fist has some words to say to you all. As he laughed, his presence, akin to a malevolent black hole, continued to wreak havoc. The fabric of reality itself seemed to shatter under the weight of his gargantuan and oppressive figure. Buildings crumbled, flora disintegrated, and the very essence of life was annihilated in his wake. The devastating ki pulse, a harbinger of certain doom, emanated from Bann's colossal form. Its impact was so profound that clouds of ash materialized, enveloping the remnants of the once mighty Tyranid bioforms. These lifeless husks, now reduced to ashes, rained down upon the scarred land of Fadas. Amid cataclysmic earthquakes that reverberated through the very foundations of Fadas, a blaze of flashing explosions heralded Bann's transformation into the avatar of destruction. The chilling cacophony of death cries from millions and billions of Tyranid forms resounded, an eerie symphony to the accompaniment of Bann's mocking laughter. His mind, clouded by pure and destructive rage, sought retribution for the misfortune that had befallen the planet. With the force of divine justice, his fist struck the fabric of reality itself. Walls of winds rose, sweeping away the Tyranids with astonishing ease. The battlefield became a tempest of destruction, where Bann, the harbinger of retribution, unleashed his wrath upon the relentless Tyranid swarm. The same apocalyptic tableau unfolded across the remaining cities of Fadas, echoing the destruction that Bann wrought upon Redentia. In the cold expanse of space, in front of the station, the Ozoroform, the most primitive yet devastating manifestation of Saiyan power, initiated an unprecedented massacre, leaving a trail of desolation in its wake. The once powerful and feared hive mind found itself outpaced by the relentless onslaught, compelled to make a decision in the face of an event that would reverberate through the annals of cosmic history. Confronted with the raw might of the Saiyan race, a lineage of conquerors that spanned galaxies, the intricate complexity of the hive mind proved futile. Against the sheer, unbridled power unleashed, no armor could withstand the searing heat of the plasma generated by the Saiyan's ki blasts. When confronted with physical force capable of invoking cyclones and hurricanes with hypersonic winds, even the most resilient exoskeletons crumbled in the face of impending annihilation. In the wake of the conquerors of the universe, sheer numerical strength proved inconsequential. The hive mind, relentless and inexhaustible in its swarm, faced an insurmountable force as the Saiyans embodied avatars of death itself. The galaxy bore witness to the complete eradication of the tendrils that dared to target Fadas, a testament to the overwhelming might of the Saiyan warriors. With their speed doubled and strength multiplied exponentially, what once posed a challenge to the Saiyans became a task easily overcome, as they orchestrated the symphony of destruction across the land. Their ki soared throughout the entire Fadas system as they let go of the chains that restrained them. Their figures on the canvas that was Fadas were but simple afterimages as they moved at speeds that surpassed everything known in the galaxy. The sheer overwhelming power they possessed proved effective in preventing the Tyranids from approaching the cities once again. They expanded the cleansing zone around these cities that became bastions in a matter of hours. Their spirits radiated with such brilliance that outshone supernovas, each of them akin to a nebula of raw power. Their souls blazed in the warp, blasting away the ominous shadow in the warp from the system and sending resounding echoes in the Imperium. A beast was awakened, one that made something clear evident: the only thing the galaxy should fear was them. As the reports from the cities came in, and communication was re-established, the strategic command went into action, while the ecclesiarchy faced a tough challenge ahead. They are gods. The Imperium was wrong. It's not the Emperor who shall protect, but the Saiyans. What? Monsters? Clean your mouth before speaking of the Redentors? Hey, let's kill this guy. We must return to Monkey. The various inhabitants of the cities were thrown into murmurs as many witnessed the actions of the 5 Saiyans, leaving a mark that would forever be imprinted upon their minds. The soldiers, forced to stay into the walls vigilant, also couldn't help but chat with each other in low voices after surviving to tell the tale, and seeing what the beings called Saiyans were capable of. Walking along the high walls of Redentia, inspiring discipline and reverence alike between the troops, and being escorted by her squad was Cielo, her eyes serene while a subtle smile escaped her lips. I knew it. And this is just but the beginning, she thought to herself as she stared into the horizon where flashes could be seen, and blasts from explosions reached the city each moment. Although the distance was in the hundreds of kilometers by now, such was the yielding power of the Osiris that even at such lengths, their extent could be felt. Boom. Sister Superior, you said that the Emperor showed that thing to you. Anastasia couldn't help but ask in hushed tones after feeling for 1,000 times her bones trembling under the shockwave. Her eyes were filled with intrigue and consternation for the nature of Bann. Cielo halted her steps, took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and turned around as she looked over her sisters. A smile of pride and a glint in her eyes welcomed her sisters, who looked at her with eagerness. Seeing the 6 faces in front of her, Cielo nodded while she told them, just like on this planet, the Emperor showed me his figure liberating hundreds of worlds, shielding humanity from the darkness. Her voice carried a fervent and firm belief behind it, shaking those that heard her. Ameline, who couldn't come to terms with the reality, asked with a quivering voice, but isn't he an enemy of the Imperium? How could the Emperor accept his actions and showcase them to you? Her words carried the intrigue and concerns of many of her sisters as they eyed Cielo with trepidation. Smiling faintly at her question, Cielo turned her body and gestured with her hand to the city below, where the previous shrieking and cowering citizens were desperately trying to seek survival. Yet now many were walking through the streets as they tried to rebuild what was destroyed before. The Emperor loves humanity, and he wishes for us to survive. It doesn't matter if his actions work through a Xenos, what matters is that mankind remains. The Emperor wills it. Her words were said with such piety and compassion that made the squad gulp down, eyeing the scenery at the approaching dawn, their minds embroidered in the turmoil of coming to terms with a stark realization. Fadas was able to stand, and the Uzuru prevailed over the hive mind. Chapter 60, Annihilation. In the boundless ocean of knowledge and experience amassed by the hive mind over the eons in this galaxy, an unprecedented ripple hinted at a potential misstep. Amidst the initial clash and ensuing waves, the hive mind had assumed that sheer numerical superiority could submerge the defenders of this system. After all, such overwhelming force had proven effective in the cold vacuum of space. Why entertain doubts about its efficacy planetside, where the Tyranids held undeniable advantages, especially with bioforms adapted to endure, if not triumph, against the indigenous beings? However, the Syans, formidable in space, found themselves bereft of the fortuitous conditions offered by the atmospheric battleground. An oversight shared by both the Syans and the hive mind. The unforeseen surge of power accompanying the Uzuru transformation became the proverbial nail in the coffin for the tendril assaulting the Fadas system. The losses escalated to an unbearable extent, and the biomass found on the planet failed to justify the hive mind's relentless efforts. In the face of this grim reality, a reluctant decision unfolded. The hive mind chose to retreat. In the aftermath of this strategic withdrawal, a disconcerting silence echoed across the cosmic expanse as the hive mind recalibrated its relentless pursuit, nursing the wounds inflicted by unforeseen adversaries. A retreat order echoed the commanding telepathic resonance of the hive mind, a concession to the unforeseen resilience of the defenders. The hive mind, begrudgingly acknowledging this setback, veiled itself in a temporary retreat, leaving a lingering shadow of uncertainty in its wake. The Saiyan genetic material was something that tempted the hive mind, but the price to obtain it seemed to be too heavy with the present preparations. Thus, in a coordinated effort, the tendril tried to move away from the system, while the fleet in space started to prepare. The Tyranids may have lost this battle, but the experience they gathered when facing the Syans proved to be worthwhile. For if it's ever decided to prepare their assault to obtain such precious genetic material, the hive mind knew what to expect now. An enemy that not only could overcome the sheer disparity in numbers but also evolve in the middle of the fight. With the hive ships slowly turning away from the planet, millions of ships were preparing to depart while the hive mind prepared to divert the attention of the Syans. Celery, who was having a better time after getting into her Uzuru transformation, was cold and calculative as she eyed the ever-decreasing waves that attacked the space station. Had she not remained cool-headed, she wouldn't have noticed it. Minute after minute, her key senses picked up the distance they were moving apart from her and the planet. For once, she was happy that the battle was finishing. She wasn't tired, she was devoid of energy and stressed to no end. Her mind, which worked overdrive during all these hours since the battle started, had no respite. Each movement, each key blast, had to be perfectly calculated to conserve her stamina and avoid being overrun. It was a taxing task that she had at hand, yet she proved effective as her figure prevented darkness from overrunning the defenses of the space station, which looked battered. Even though a few biomass were able to reach the place, it proved enough to damage the structure after the void shields were taken down. Luckily, those shields could recharge and be used once again. Nonetheless, during the time they were down, the space station took its hits, something that couldn't be helped as Celery did more than enough to contain millions and billions of other ships and drones with their attack. Boom! A silent silver explosion engulfed the space around the station as the vacuum, after many hours, wasn't overrun by the relentless wave of Tyranids. A window of opportunity has appeared. They are trying to cover their retreat, humph, as if I let them. Celery scoffed in her mind. Opening her colossal mouth, she gathered a key blast, using her key senses like a scanner to calculate the distance of the fleeing ships. In a moment, she determined everything and launched her attack, leaving behind a trail of pink as it cut through the cosmos at multiple times the speed of light. With a power level, for brief moments, of 290,000, her attack brought extreme devastation within the hive fleet. Trillions of bioforms were lost forever for the hive mind. Yet instead of feeling joy, Celery clenched her fangs as she used her telepathic abilities and found her target. Ban, these fuckers are retreating? Come with the group and kill them all. Her voice, a mix between the bratty tone she used to have and the monstrous cacophony of the Uzuru form, made a blend that could bring shivers down the spine of anyone who heard her. The answer took its time to reach her back, yet each second marked the annihilation of thousands of Tyranids as Celery acted like an artillery piece from the surrounding area of the station and gave chase to the retreating hive fleet. She couldn't leave the space station, as there were still millions of drones and smaller biovessels lurking around, trying to cover the retreat with their actions. It was during the orbital massacre that Celery received her answer. A simple "we're on our way" was all it took to make her bestial form grin in a heinous way. Moments later, 4 figures cut through space like magnetars, a force field built around them, but it was made from death as they swept through the Tyranids like bugs. Spread out and start cleaning everything as we advance, our enemy wants to fly away, fucking cowards. Celery's voice boomed into the heads of her companions, as bestial shouts emerged in response. These bugs dare to attack our planet and now wish to leave like that? None shall remain. Rukul's voice held such venom when he said those words, and his figure trembled with such fury that his body bolted away and began, just like before Ban stopped him, to deliver death to the cosmic menace. Numbers is all they have, these weak bastards are only good in numbers. Aprit, too agitated by the devastation he saw back on land, gathered key blasts on both hands and his mouth while he started barraging deadly attacks, targeting large retreating swarms at great distances. In the tumultuous chaos of battle, Ramala unleashed her fury, scoffing at the futile attempts to stall the Syans. As if her voice echoed like her ki, intensified by the Uzuru surge that multiplied her strength twofold. Unlike a momentary boost, she sustained the power like a Death Star, disintegrating everything in her path. The trio strategically separated, expanding a zone of devastation that relentlessly increased. The hive mind faced incalculable losses each second, a testament to the Saiyan's unstoppable onslaught. Meanwhile, the Narvales within the Tyranid tendril hastily activated their abilities under the hive mind's command. The 5 Saiyans posed a grave threat, risking the annihilation of everything in their path. Bann and Celery advanced with hateful expressions, unleashing ki blasts of colossal proportions, depleting their energy at staggering rates. Despite the diminishing Tyranid numbers, the Saiyans pressed on. Of the initial 893 trillion Tyranids that invaded the system, only 5 trillion remained, a number steadily diminishing. I won't rest until I see every single one of these pieces of shit being destroyed from reality. This oath wasn't mere rhetoric, it echoed the vengeance born out of pure rage. The Tyranids had dealt a tremendous blow to the Saiyan dream, one that would be challenging to recover from. As attacks spanned thousands of kilometers, obliterating everything down to quarks, the Tyranids' enhanced speed and resilient armor proved insufficient against the overwhelming power of the Saiyan onslaught. The hive mind found itself powerless in the face of such a vast difference in strength, unable to overcome the sheer might of the Saiyans without extensive preparations. Observing the 5 figures steadily advancing toward the heart of the hive fleet, the hive mind abandoned its carefully crafted plans and decided to unleash its remaining cards directly onto the planet. The desperate move signified a shift in strategy, as the Tyranids sought to capitalize on their last resort to confront the Saiyan threat. Within the lands of Faradras, the Imperial Guard, alongside planetary defenses and noble troops, moved through the wasteland left in the aftermath of the battle. A convoy of vehicles, including hundreds of chimeras, basilisks, centaurs, and various transport variants, followed the hellhounds that spewed fire, incinerating the remnants of the Tyranids in their wake. As the forces spread out to eliminate any remaining Tyranid threats now reduced to mere beasts after the destruction of the hive fleet's synapse node, Myrella found herself within one of the centaurs. She looked out over the vast wasteland that had once been a thriving ecosystem, now tragically devoid of life. They did all of this overnight, what a beast they are, remarked one of her companions in a loud tone. Myrella turned toward him and responded, the Tyranids? They couldn't do this. This was the work of the Saiyan. His attacks not only killed the Xenos but also ravaged this planet. Her words sparked intrigue among those around her, as rumors about her connection to the Saiyan circulated. She was, after all, one of the individuals taken by the Saiyan himself. A sturdy man with a beard and cigarettes responded, whatever he did, he was good at it. We only encountered those pieces of shit lurking in the ground. The rest were the ashes that our vehicles are raising. His standard helmet rested on his lap, and he held his lasgun on his shoulder. His words resonated, prompting many to recall the image of his figure cleansing the waves of Tyranids that almost led Redentia to fall. Can you imagine it? Having the strength to create winds powerful enough to use the landscape as your weapon, how could such beings exist? Remarked the golden-haired boy with a husky tone, devoid of the joy he used to carry. The innocence of his smile was nowhere to be found, replaced by a forlorn expression and various chains adorning his neck. Silence enveloped the vehicle as Myrella stared ahead, clenching her fist. Why would that beast try to pick me? This question had been gnawing at her mind for days, and unfortunately, it remained unanswered after their encounter. Shaking her head, she thought, it doesn't matter now. I'll be leaving this planet and continue serving the Imperium. All thanks to the Emperor. Her faith had only grown since that day. Peering through the scope of her lasgun, Myrella strained to discern any anomalies in the distant landscape. Abruptly, the vehicle came to an unexpected stop, prompting a collective jolt among its passengers. As the motor continued its low rumble, causing the vehicle to vibrate, questions erupted. What happened? Myrella inquired, rising to her feet in tandem with the mounting uncertainty. I don't know, they probably ran into more of those bugs beneath the land, her companion speculated, his nonchalance underscored by the puff of smoke from his cigarette. Frowns deepened on the faces of some, a palpable weight settling upon their chests. They wouldn't bring the entire advance to a halt for just that reason, Myrella mused under her breath. Her gaze shifted toward the eastern horizon of the moving convoy, where unfamiliar banners and heraldic flags waved. These weren't part of our defending forces, she pointed out swiftly, intensifying the growing sense of unease. Across the landscape, a formidable cavalry unit, armored warriors at its forefront, swiftly approached. Behind them, a vast assembly of footmen clad in various armors marched in disciplined unison, their numbers seemingly endless. Heh, those bastards really survived, huh? The squad leader remarked with a scoff, a disdainful expulsion of saliva accompanying his words. In response to his comment, a wave of questions rippled through the squad. Are they from those kingdoms that didn't heed the call to regroup? Inquired one member, receiving a confirming nod from their leader. There were quite a few of them, but their numbers would have undoubtedly helped us achieve more, the leader explained, his disgust for the approaching army palpable. The vehicle echoed with scornful remarks as someone added, look at them now, coming after the Xeno saved their asses. Heh. Laughter and sarcastic comments followed, the soldiers expressing their disdain for those who seemed to have survived, only to appear when the immediate threat was vanquished. Myrella continued to scrutinize the approaching army, the unease growing within her like a persistent knot in her stomach. What in the four hells is that? Her mind went into chaos as she saw a figure, towering amidst the footmen, wore a full plate armor that seemed barely capable of containing his ample frame. Devoid of visible weaponry, he exuded an air of formidable strength and peculiar mystery. However, it wasn't solely the imposing silhouette of the solitary mountain that heightened her apprehension. It was the recurrent appearance of that particular figure within the infantry, each repetition sending shivers down Myrella's spine. As she prepared her lasgun, her fingers felt the cold metal, and her trained eyes scanned the horizon for any sign of hostility. The atmosphere in the vehicle became tense, with the disquieted not confined to Myrella alone. Whispers of uncertainty circulated among the soldiers, a silent acknowledgement that something was amiss. Her squad leader's disapproving voice cut through the palpable tension. Corporal Teviot, what in the throne do you think you're doing? Stand down your weapon. His stern gaze and the movement of his hands toward his handgun conveyed a strict adherence to protocol, yet his furrowed brows betrayed a flicker of shared concern. Myrella's steady gaze didn't waver as she addressed the squad leader. I'm making sure we don't commit a mistake, Sergeant. Don't mind me, I'm not stupid enough to fire the weapon if it's not required. The tension within the vehicle escalated as soldiers exchanged wary glances, grappling with the unusual circumstances. The squad leader, displeased with Myrella's defiance, unfolded his weapon, the metallic click resonating in the confined space. I said lower your weapon, Corporal. I'm not going to repeat myself, he asserted with an icy resolve. As the verbal standoff unfolded, the distant thuds of approaching boots reverberated, creating a disconcerting rhythm that underscored the uncertainty. The soldiers, now divided in their allegiances, stood on the precipice of a brewing conflict within the confines of their armored transport. The mysterious army drew nearer, and Myrella's instincts remained steadfast, refusing to yield to the mounting pressure. Within the looming uncertainty, the squad leader's handgun hung in the air, a symbol of authority and the potential for discord. The impending confrontation mirrored the wider shadows of doubt cast by the enigmatic force marching towards them. The air buzzed with the unspoken anticipation of a clash, both within and beyond the confines of the armored vehicle. As the tense moment unfolded, a sudden surge of movement closed the distance in the blink of an eye, catching the Imperial Guard and Planetary defenses completely off guard. In a swift and coordinated action, the traitorous troops, now revealed as hosts to hidden biomorphs, unleashed a torrent of fire upon their former allies. We're under attack. The urgent cry echoed through the air, accompanied by the panicked realization of an imminent ambush. It's an ambush. The frantic calls highlighted the sudden descent into chaos as the traitors, manipulated by the gene-stealer cults, initiated a relentless assault. As if a Pandora's box had been opened, pandemonium engulfed the once scarred wastelands of Fadas. The hive mind's strategic order to the gene-stealer cults within the planet had been executed with precision, an all-out attack aimed at the land troops and cities. The same nightmarish scenario played out not only in the wasteland but also in the unsuspecting cities. Unaware of the lurking enemy within their midst, urban centers were plunged into turmoil as gene-stealer cults revealed their true allegiance, launching a vicious assault on the unprepared defenders. In the wake of the sudden betrayal, chaos unfolded across Fadas as cultists, mutants, and broodlords clashed mercilessly against defenders desperately trying to resist the malevolent uprising. The once battleground transformed into a theater of brutal warfare, casting the world into an unanticipated chapter of strife. Amidst the turmoil, the valiant battle sisters fought with unwavering determination, successfully repelling the advancing forces and protecting the vital command centers where desperate orders were relayed. Their bravery served as a beacon of hope amid the encroaching darkness. Argonas, a city under the watchful eye of Rucule, faced the brink of devastation with minimal defenders. Yet, fortune favored the city, as not only did it receive reinforcement from the Ildari trio, but another squad of Sisters of Battle arrived in the nick of time. Together, they waged a bitter struggle against the hive mind's minions, ensuring the city and its remaining inhabitants were spared from imminent annihilation. As the dawn approached, the battleground bore witness to a harrowing conflict, with the blood of innocents staining the soil. The hive mind's ruthless order aimed to force the Syans into retreat and prioritize the protection of the cities, adding a layer of bitterness to an already dire situation. Eurokane's telepathic cries echoed through Bann's consciousness, a desperate plea for help that reverberated with the psychic energies of the beleaguered defenders across Fadas. The sheer intensity of the distress call was enough to overwhelm some psychers, leaving them unconscious in its wake. As the urgent message reached Bann, who stood on the brink of obliterating the remnants of the Tyranid hive fleet, a surge of frustration and anger coursed through him. The hive mind, ever sly, sought to exploit the vulnerability of the cities in the wake of the chaos. Fucking hell. Bann's curse echoed in his thoughts as he quickly assessed the situation. There was no need for words. The Syans, attuned to each other, understood the urgency. With a shared determination, they veered away from the dwindling hive fleet, hurtling towards Fadas at a speed that defied the very fabric of reality. They had learned from the past, and this time, they wouldn't let the cities suffer more losses. Covering the vast distance that the hive fleet had hastily traversed, the Syans descended through the atmosphere of Fadas like celestial beings on a swift descent. Their descent, marked by their blazing figures streaking across the sky, mirrored falling stars reclaiming their place in the heavens. Celery, determined not to allow any escape for the hive mind, fixed her intense gaze on the remnants of the hive fleet with a murderous intent that radiated from her very being. You won't escape from here. This will be your final place, bastard bugs. Her colossal figure exuded a fierce aura as her ki surged once more, flowing towards her left hand. Despite the considerable depletion of her ki, Celery's power level escalated with the force of the Ozora surge, multiplying her strength fourfold. In this moment, she briefly surpassed the initial form of the Emperor of the Universe, Frisia. Holding her immense finger aloft, she directed her depleted yet potent ki towards the remains of the tendril. A luminous rose-colored ball materialized, crackling with arcs of lightnings of the same hue. With a thunderous intensity, she unleashed a devastating attack, determined to bring a definitive end to the hive mind's presence on Faradras. In a low, resolute whisper, Celery uttered a single word to herself, die. As the ball of destruction hurtled through the void, its speed defying comprehension, it sent ripples of disturbance through the fabric of space, growing in size with each passing moment. A collective breath held by onlookers across the galaxy as the impending cataclysm unfolded. Silence gripped the cosmos as the hive fleet Kraken tendril found itself enveloped in an explosion of unprecedented magnitude. The very gravity within the Faradras system quivered momentarily, threatened by an explosion rivaling the brilliance of a sun. The fabric of reality itself seemed on the brink of dissolution as the hive mind suffered the irrevocable loss of every bioform within the system. True to their word, the Syans fulfilled their promise. By the morning after the first clash began, Faradras was free from the Tyranid menace. The terror that had gripped the system was extinguished by the relentless force of Celery's attack. Celery, her Uzuro form on the brink of collapse, staggered towards the space station. Her immense power, unleashed in the obliteration of the Tyranid threat, had taken a toll on her colossal form. The exhaustion threatened to push her into unconsciousness. However, Celery was not alone in facing the physical and mental strain. Meanwhile, amidst the desolate wastelands, hundreds of kilometers from Redentia, Myrella found herself engaged in a bitter struggle against the relentless gene stealers. Her lasgun was nowhere in sight as she utilized her right arm to fire upon the grotesque creatures born from the unholy fusion of humans and Tyranids. The satisfying recoil of the gun, coupled with the impact of each shot, brought momentary relief as she took down her foes. But before she could revel in her victories, an abrupt and sharp pain sliced through her arm. A blunt force struck her back, stealing the air from her lungs and hurling her to the ground. As she attempted to rise, a disoriented Myrella gazed at her left arm in bewilderment, discovering a gruesome cut extending to her elbow. The realization dawned upon her as she turned to face the looming threat, a massive brood lord, responsible for the devastating injury. A guttural cry of despair escaped her lips. Fear clung to her soul, a fleeting thought passing through her mind, is this how it will end? Filled with regret, she closed her eyes, awaiting the fatal strike from the broodlord's claws. Time seemed to freeze, the ominous wind pressure intensifying as the impending doom loomed. Yet, instead of the anticipated demise, a warmth enveloped her. Opening her eyes, she found herself bathed in the golden rays of the sun, not facing the grotesque broodlord. Hastily turning around, she beheld Bann, carrying her in his arms, now in his human form. A weariness marked his gaze, yet a fierce determination etched his features. Sorry for not making it on time. His voice, a stark contrast to the one that had urged her to escape earlier, now resonated with sincere regret and softness. Myrella felt tears welling up, threatening to cascade down her cheeks, while a tight knot gripped her throat. The overwhelming mix of emotions surged within her, grateful for the unexpected rescue. Let's get you down. Make sure your injury is treated, and let me take care of the rest. Bann's words held a compelling force, prompting Myrella to nod in understanding. With utmost care, she felt the cold metal of a vehicle beneath her as Bann placed her down. Offering a soft smile, he blurred away from his position, disappearing into the chaos of screams and explosions that echoed through the wasteland, putting an end to the Tyranid threat. In the year 991 of the 41st millennium, within the Acteron sector of the Segmentum Ultima, the Hive Fleet Kraken suffered a devastating blow. The biomass it sought to consume was mercilessly denied, resulting in irreparable losses for the tendril. Throughout the relentless battle that spanned a single day, the hive mind bore witness to the emergence of a formidable foe, the Syans. The Syans vowed not to let the atrocities unleashed by the Hive Fleet go unpunished, setting the stage for a horrifying display of Syan vengeance that would send shockwaves through the galaxy.